Hello there! From behind the yellow line, this is Trammin episode 230. My name is Kirk, and today I'm joined by my friend, and his predictions have never been wrong, Freddy.
What's up, everybody? Our big thunder topic of this week is Horizon's D23 Disney Experiences Showcase.
It's time for a song!
Hello, everyone. Welcome aboard Trammin, a Disneyland podcast. Please lower your head and watch your step while boarding. As a courtesy to other passengers, we ask that there be no eating, drinking, or smoking on board. In just a few moments, we will begin our trip into the Disneyland Resort news and topic of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, this tram is ready to depart. Driver, you are clear.
Welcome back to Trammin, everyone. Happy Wednesday. We're your hosts, Kirk and Freddy. What's up, Freddy?
Hey, oh my goodness, this episode.
You were just the D23 guy.
Yes, always. You have a convention in town here in Anaheim, and I'm going to attend, and I'm going to report on it, if there's park news specifically.
Yeah, if there's a convention, then convention dictates. Freddy is here.
Hey.
Yeah. And Rain likes listening to these. So
good.
I did see Rain today.
Yeah.
He's alive and well. We had some lunch, which is, I've never done that with Rain. Oh, last time I had lunch with Rain, I was in high school.
Oh, wow.
So, no, I mean, probably early Trammin days when we recorded on Sundays.
Yeah.
But, yeah, because usually I'll see him after work or whatever. So he's well. He's well. He's wedding, all that. So, yeah, we have no time.
No, we don't.
So let's clean up Deadpool's scribbles with mousekeeping. If this is your first time here, welcome aboard Trammin, a Disneyland podcast where Rain and I and some friends of the show talk about the Disneyland Resort through and only through our eyes. Listen to full episodes every Wednesday or topic-only uploads on Big Thunder Thursdays. If you enjoy the show, like, subscribe, comment, and review us wherever you can, including Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and of course, Rain's favorite, YouTubes. And for a visual guide of the show, follow at Trammin Podcast on Instagram. And to write into the show, head to trammin.com/ask. While you're on trammin.com, catch up on lore, check out our recommendations, or download some artwork for your personal use. If you want to chat with us on Discord, ask us how. And you can find all these links and lore on trammin.com. So, let's get in some news. No real headlines this week. I just want to, because the news is the show.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to be talking about all of the news. Now, I know that we're not going to be covering anything that happened in terms of the movies or animation. We might drop a little bit into that, but mostly just park focus.
Okay, let's just cover a couple. No, we'll do that on the topic in case people are expecting it. But I want to say there is the Halloween foodie guide is out, as well as the Hungry Bear Barbecue Jamboree.
Yes, I think so. I'm going to double check on that real quick because I know they just posted it. Here you go. Hungry Bear Barbecue Jamboree.
Yeah, so we will not be covering those this week. If all goes to plan, Jeff and I will be having a food-related episode next week. And Jeff, he's our very own Hungry Bear. So we will cover all that stuff with him. And that'll still be in the news next week. And then we'll do the food-related topic. So don't you worry. We will get into the rest of the news in the show because I don't really see anything else.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of the announcements that were made were already expected things. I think the biggest drop was maybe, or at least the new thing would be like Incredibles 3 and Zootopia 2. Really, in general, just a lot of sequels going on in animation. The only two non-sequels that they talked about would be Elio, which comes out, I believe, next year. And that's like the whole space abduction sci-fi movie from Pixar. And then they also announced Hopper, which is, I guess...
Hoppers.
Okay.
Not related to Bug's Life.
Not related to Bug's Life. I didn't actually get to attend on Friday, nor did I go to any of the actual panels that we're even going to discuss today. So it's one of those situations where it was very difficult to attend certain aspects of the D23 Expo this year. It wasn't as simple as I have a ticket so I can get into everything. Things sort of were blocked out among different paywalls. So it's kind of like what you could afford to do was a little bit more limited. But we'll get into what we experienced and how the showcase actually worked. I know that D23 as a whole, as a convention, we're not going to get to talk about that experience.
Yeah, you could do a little. We have it so good. We got a little right in. So
we'll definitely get in there. But yeah, in general, not anything too crazy. I mean, Tron was announced, or Tron Ares was officially like revealed with 9 Inch Nails coming in, which at first it was super funny to have Jeff reacting of like, boo, I don't, get this. And then it's Trent and Atticus Ross.
Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross.
There we go. And they did stuff like the soundtrack to The Social Network. So immediately you can look at their music history. You can look at Social Network and Soul and a bunch of other movies that they've done scores to, most recently Challengers. And you can understand that is the perfect vibe for a Tron movie. They get it.
And I feel like based off of like Ares is very villain focused.
Yes.
That just from what I heard, they understand the theme of Tron and they're giving it a grungier tone, which is seemingly what the movie's going to be like.
Oh, yes.
So I feel like it's good. If it wasn't going to be Daft Punk or Justice, 9 Inch Nails is perfect. For sure, it is Trent Reznor, Atticus Ross, but 9 Inch Nails sounds good.
It does, and the logo under the Tron logo is perfect. Like
it was bigger than the Tron logo.
Yeah.
But it works with the theme. I think it works as like a reunion type of deal.
Yeah.
And I feel like Trent Reznor will be like, well, for sure this will be released like an album as well. So he's probably like, I'm down to do a 9 Inch Nails thing. Yeah. We just won't curse. But yeah, I'm really excited for that. Like I've said before, Jared Leto is the villain, so that's okay. I don't need to root for Jared Leto.
No,
I'll be fine with that.
Yeah, he's gonna be in the movie. He's gonna be a main plot point, but otherwise, there are plenty.
If I'm allowed to like hate him, like I hope he dies or gets derez. Like that's okay. I'm not like yay, Jared.
My biggest note for that is you can tell in the background of what's going on with some of the characters that they're bringing in some of the original Tron effects or the original Tron like sort of world. So it's kind of going to be a hybrid of Tron Legacy and between the old grid of the original movie.
I will at least say, for the new like the Tron Legacy style, it wasn't like, oh, why did they update it? They nailed it. Mm-hmm. It was like if you came back to Tron 20 years later,
this is it.
30 years later, this is what the computer would look like. So I liked it. I love it. It's one of my favorites. So yeah.
I'm just glad they're giving it a try again because we know that the financials of that original of Tron Legacy weren't the greatest. And so to still give it another shot because that's one of the very few successful sci-fi franchises Disney has made. That's
and like actually completely original.
Oh, yes.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
So excited for that. But we will get to the rest of it during the show. But first,
Kev's concoctions with Kirk and
Freddy. My brother Kev likes to concoct things. Have you ever had a concoction?
I think I've had at least one.
Oh, like we split
the little samples of that.
Yeah. So Kev's got some new ones coming. We got to get rid of these.
Cool.
Figured we'll get it going because we're having one drink-related guest on soon and working on another one who would enjoy. So yeah, we got to get these going. So Freddy, to tomorrow. Cheers.
Thank you. That's real good.
Yeah,
that's real good. It's got a little bit of bite on there, but just for the fun of it.
Yeah, the spicy is more like it's like a little tickle in the back of the throat.
That's good.
To all the audio listeners, Freddy's not drinking from the spout of the Pim thing. He's just drinking from the back, which is just so strange.
I forgot about the spout entirely.
So this is Kev's spicy pineapple. I believe it is a cider. I asked him for any words. He hasn't been giving me fun descriptions.
Aww.
But I said, what is spicy PA? He said spicy pineapple. So yeah, we got one left, which Jeff's, I don't know if he's going to do it. He might not.
I think he's still on his journey of trying to cut it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Jeff's okay. He's just doing a thing.
It's being more health conscious.
So
I like that.
So yeah, I'll ask him ahead of time.
Yeah.
Even though I just put him on the spot here.
Yeah, I've been extra careful of like I will often be like, oh, we'll hang out and maybe we can go here or there, and I'm like, oh, he doesn't want to get drinks right now, or I shouldn't do that. That would be in poor taste. So it's like, just being there for your friend.
Yeah. So, and again, Jeff. He's fine. He doesn't have problems.
No,
he's just doing a thing.
We're allowed to do. You're allowed to just be health conscious. Yeah,
well,
exactly.
there's a whole joke from, I think, is it Jim Gaffigan? He's like, no one's like, oh, you don't eat mayonnaise? Oh, what's wrong? But like, you don't drink? What's going on with you? He's like, why is it such a taboo? Shouldn't be.
No.
Anyways, thank you, Kev. We will enjoy these.
Really good.
I want to say the words in earnest. But I don't exactly know what that means. But I do know that it's time for Your Right, in which members of the Tram fam write in with corrections and comments, just like you can at trammin.com/ask. Freddie, cue up that corrections music, please. All right. Andrea, she's back. Writes in. She'll definitely be back for this week. She says, Disneyland is totally about the sauce, nostalgia, and feels. New rides and festivals are fun for a bit, but it will always be about Pirates, Haunted Mansion, and Casey Jr. for me. It's why I felt meh about Walt Disney World when I went for the first time. Totally agree with you guys. So, yeah. Thank you, Andrea, for the comment, for listening. Yeah, it's all about the sauce, dude. The special Disney sauce, the Disney difference. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Speaking of people being here listening, first of all, thank you to all of you for listening, every single one of you. Shout out to another Freddie, Brandy's dad. He's like an avid Travin listener. I didn't know.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and apparently he was like, Kirk, Matthew did a great job. He goes, I love the episode. He goes, I'm never going to Disneyland again. He goes, I'll listen. So thank you for listening, Mr. Freddy. I can't just they call him Freddy. I don't know if I can call him Freddy. You know what I mean?
Not sure yet.
Yeah.
Right.
But he's a cool guy. Great cook. He's gonna love next week's episode. That's for sure.
Man, yeah.
So
it's always good when you have a food.
He said I love when they talk about food.
There we go.
So Matthew's not the guy to talk about food. Sorry, buddy. But yeah. So thank you to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Freddy. I don't think he's gonna like I'm calling him Mr. Freddy. But yeah. Thank you everyone for listening. Continuing on to more listeners who wrote in. Anna K writes in. Or do we give him a nickname? Freddie R. The way we
maybe.
One of so Brandy Brandy's uncle is Carlos R. And Rain was like, oh, that's Uncle Carlos or Tio Carlos. But he was like, no, I'm Carlos R. You guys gave me the name. So anyways, Anna K writes in. I really enjoyed last week's episode with Matthew. I just had to write in to say that Dollywood blows knots out of the water, though I do enjoy knots for nostalgic reasons, and I'm intrigued by the new Peanuts area you guys mentioned. If you do fly out to Tennessee, just be sure to take on a go big or go home attitude. Yeah. Stay at the Dream more, buy the Time Saver Pass, eat at Aunt Granny's, and tack on an extra day or two to explore the Smoky Mountains. It's such a worthwhile trip. Is the Smoky Mountains the actual Smoky Mountains, or is this...
Yes. Okay. So Dollywood is in Pigeon Forge, which is right outside of Smoky Mountains National Park. I actually just came back from Tennessee at the beginning of this month, so I just went to Dollywood for the first time. So I understand what you're saying. Dollywood might be the best regional park. It is. Actually, I'm going to say that as a fact. The best regional park that I've ever been to. It could rival certain parks in Disney World. Like, just for you go there, you're going to have a great time. The authenticity that's there feels like something like Disneyland. And I think what happens is because Dolly Parton is so involved with the creation of that, of everything new in that park and keeping the spirit of that park alive, you actually kind of have a Walt type figure guiding it right now.
Which is crazy.
It's wild because that's the closest that you could come to an actual family-owned park right now, because so many of them are now chains, including Knott's Berry Farm. The roller coasters there, incredible. After doing Lightning Rod and the Eagle coaster, I forget what it is, by the time we got to Fire Chaser, I was starting to have an ocular migraine, and we were all getting really dehydrated. So,
whoa!
But those roller coasters back to back are intense. Lightning Rod just dodging through those hills, and of course, I couldn't forgive myself if I didn't mention precious cinnamon bread. That is one of the reasons to go there, just for the cinnamon bread alone. One of the top theme park snacks ever made.
Wow. Yeah, Kimmy said she really wants to go there.
Yeah.
But she's not a big coaster person.
It is very much a coaster. It's interesting because it's a coaster heavy park, but it also has two of probably the best family coasters ever made. And we didn't get to the second one, which is kind of like like it's going through the woods, almost like a Grizzly Peak area. And then you're in like sort of an off-road Jeep, but it's a roller coaster. So they have two really good family coasters that I think that would still make it worth.
Okay, and I assume the Time Saver Pass is not as bad as Genie Plus, so I can just Kimmy can go sit down and I could just get on a couple
just buy
coasters.
it for one, and it'll just take care of you and getting on those coasters quickly. That's probably a really smart idea, actually. And the hotel was really nice. We actually went to, I believe it is the Dreammore is the newest one. We went and stayed in the lodge because it was pouring rain. Actually, a few days before, you might have seen in the news, Dollywood flooded. And my parents and siblings were there a few days ahead, and they were there when Dollywood flooded in the parking lot. So people's cars were getting like washed down, and the fire department had to show up and help get people out. It was wild. But yeah, Dollywood, what a delight.
Oh, the Dreammore is like beautiful.
So it's not the Dreammore then, it's the something song. Oh, I'm forgetting right now.
This is the Dreammore. It's like in the forest.
It's like the Grand Floridian, but in the Smoky Mountains. So it's very like ornate Victorian
back to school flash sale. Save up to 30% per night.
Hey, I'm saying Dollywood should be on every theme park fan's like list of a place to go. Like it's well worth going there for at least 2 days. Pigeon Forge is kind of it has a little bit of Vegas sort of tourist trap energy, which isn't too bad actually. There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of good food as well.
Okay, let's see. Oh, these are kind of cheap.
Yeah,
not cheap, but like
you could do it. It's doable.
Oh, dude. Junior Suite, $412 a night. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sleep 6. Nope, just me. Where's the Dolly Suite? Come on.
They gotta have that somewhere.
It's
the newer resort is the one that we went and sat in the lobby of to escape the rain, and that was really nice. Yeah.
I'll definitely do it someday.
Yeah.
Just gotta get there.
Put that thing on the map.
Yeah. All righty. And finally, Karen S. writes in. Are you more likely to take a Disney cruise since Hercules was announced as the signature show on the Treasure? Karen, I know you've been listening a while. I'm sorry, but I don't care about shows. I understand why they are good and important, but shows don't entice me to go anywhere.
Well, and you're also looking at a show on a cruise ship. So sure, you're getting to that level. I mean, it's a Disney like musical, similar to Aladdin and stuff like that. Yes. Like it's going to be the quality, the singing's going to be great. Like you're going to be still impressed, but ultimately that's probably not the only reason that you're going on a Disney.
No,
cruise.
I know. She knows who we are. Yeah. She knows.
But still, Hercules is a big convincing thing.
Yeah.
And that's also, it's the Destiny actually, I think, that had the Hercules show that's going to it.
I thought Destiny was all Marvel.
Destiny is Marvel and Hercules because it's heroes versus villains is the theme of the ship. So that's why it has this combination of Hercules and a bunch of other stuff that they throw
because they want
there.
Hades.
They want Hades. They want to have Cruella de Vil. They have as a like a music bar because each boat has its own piano bar. Each ship.
Yeah.
I keep saying boat, and it's
they're boats. They're boats. It's boats. Yeah. If Kimmy and I ever go on a Disney cruise, it would probably be the Fantasy.
Yeah,
because it was built in 2012 or 2014.
It's one of the it's the in between generation from the first two and this.
Yeah, and I don't like this new generation of ships.
Yeah,
they're Ugo.
We'll get into the cruise line in a little bit, because that's going to be part of the Big Thunder topic.
Yeah, they're just we'll get back to it. But Karen, I probably won't go on. You know what? No, I'm not going to go on the Disney Destiny.
Yeah,
I don't want to go. I don't want Marvel on my vacation. Hercules though, let's get more Hercules. Come on. I wish I kept the plates.
Well, they're supposed to have other Hercules things on the ship, so there might be a few more things to stack on board.
Oh, because we're doing the live action remake, right?
Eventually, supposedly. But now the Russo brothers, they were supposed to be producing that, and now the Russo brothers are doing Avengers stuff, so who knows?
Monkey's Paw Curls. We're getting the Marvel Hercules.
Oh my goodness. There you go.
Because of the teaser.
Yeah.
Spoilers for Thor Love and Thunder. Is that even going to happen still?
No. I don't think so, because I think so many of these teases and stuff, it's not going to matter because all of reality and time will die before they get to it.
I wonder if then
that's the beauty of Secret Wars. Everything gets to die and you get to.
I wonder if they'll have the cameos then.
Only in terms, you know what, they're going to do the cameo of Thor and Hercules are fighting, and then reality is destroyed.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
like you would do the Hercules cameo just so you can get rid of him, and people don't
Yeah.
go like, "Wait, we still haven't heard about Hercules." You know, it's like, no, you did. He was there. He's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone, for writing in. Someone wrote in. It's like a "We have it so good, you're right" thing. It's very long. Hold on. He knows who he is. I just want to call him out so he doesn't think I forgot. Joseph B. It's in regards to the More Money, Less Magic. So I'm going to hold that for the Jeff episode because it's a long write-in. I feel like Jeff will like to comment on this, and I need more time to like edit it a little bit. But thank you for writing in, Joseph. I appreciate you listening and writing in. Or Joe. What did he write? Joe? Wait. It's not B. That's just a Joe T. B is just in the email. So Joe T. We will get to you. I promise. It's in the inbox. That's how I use it. I don't archive unless it gets to the show. So next week, listen in.
I do want to mention something real quick.
Okay, all right.
So I did double check in terms of what show is on the Disney Treasure, and it's going to be Disney: The Tale of Moana, and they have a giant Teika like puppet that's going to be there. So similar to like Fantasmic, but instead of a dragon, it's a giant lava monster.
Nice.
But anyway, that's the show that's on there.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone, for writing in. This here's our Big Thunder topic of the week. Horizon's D23 Disney Experiences Showcase. What a mouthful.
Wow, wild.
Yeah, I didn't realize that's what it was called. It's not the parks panel, as people call it.
Which is normal. It's like, normally it's just little, hey, it's the parks panel. And this time they really did try to make it an experience.
Yeah, they put on a show.
Yeah.
Which I guess let's get that out of the way now.
Yes.
Lots of musical numbers. Too many.
Yeah.
A few too many. It was like, hey, 3 sentences. Here's a song. And we're like, the songs were longer than they were padding.
That's how the beginning of the show was.
Yeah.
Even to the extent of what was it? The Alice in Wonderland band that was there at the beginning.
Oh, Mad Tea
Party that went on for far too long into where the presentation should have started. Because in the end, this was like 2.5 hours or something. It was insane. And it was only supposed to be 90 minutes. At least that's what it was originally labeled as, a 90-minute presentation. I'm like, there was no way. Like, they had to know that it was going to be longer than that.
Yeah, they rehearsed it for sure.
Yeah.
So, and there was no dead time.
No,
So-
they always had part of the show going. And this was the most difficult to watch presentation, I would say, in general. But there were a lot of live streams, and even right now you can go on YouTube and there's a lot of streams of the presentation. And you can just watch them. They're not, Disney isn't taking them down, which is good.
Yeah, I think because they didn't want to, we talked about this, they don't want there to be the comments of like, what a bad live stream. But they had a dude, they had the camera on the wire going around. So for sure they're going to produce this, put it on Disney Plus.
I don't know. Maybe.
Because they did mention there were some messages for Legends. It was probably for the movie one too. You can watch all of these things mentioned today and all the shows and movies these people are in on Disney Plus, Hulu, FX, and whatever, and National Geographic. So they're pushing the streaming.
Yes, but I think that more has to do with the content that's being announced, not what's actually
I know. But I mean, like, why would they film it so, like, just to have it as archival footage? Or
I mean, I heard early on that it was going to be Disney Plus, and they were going to do a huge Disney Plus push. But the way that Disney works as a corporation is everyone is their own little companies, and they're all talking together. And so it's like, okay, we have this presentation. Here's your 15 minutes. Do with that what you will. And so each division gets to fill in their 15-minute slot. It's not like they have somebody who's overarching, I'm making all the decisions in terms of what gets announced. The closest to that is the parks presentation, which in this case, that's what made this experience so good in the end, is that they actually made a decision in terms of, hey, what's in this show? It's what's produced. It's only one division really making all those decisions, the experience division, which does help a lot. So it was more difficult to watch this year. They did have a cast member exclusive stream. And that was a way of watching.
Was that
at least for
multi-camera or just single camera?
It was multi-camera.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they were using those cameras for that.
Yes, they were definitely using it for that. And then they had the raw like images that were up on the screen as part of the stream. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, like they'd put it on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was like an internal thing, and I think that really does have to do with you can't say that your cast members are such a core to your business when you're not going to let your cast members have access to something that they could participate in. Like, I think that's kind of part of it. It's like, get excited, you work here, and now look at what's happening in the future.
Yeah, I think this type of stuff helps with the buy-in because they
Yes.
want the obsessed, like, cast members making blood sacrifices for the company.
Absolutely.
And I think also it helps them because people are going to ask, when's the new Cars line coming? And any cast member theoretically can be like, oh, that's coming to Paris.
Yeah.
Or if you're in Paris, it's like, oh, that's, they're breaking ground, or they're working on an adventure world right now.
You're actually up to date relatively in terms of what's happening. And that is important. Knowledge and getting that information out is a huge part of it. They were really good on the Disney Parks blog and social media of getting all the information out there relatively quickly, along with high-res versions of all the concept art. So it's like, it was really easy to see after the presentation, hey, what is actually going in this? Let's zoom in. Let's take a look. And especially when we have certain statements that were made at the beginning of the presentation, which is that everything they talked about in the presentation is actually happening. These are live projects. They're not in blue sky anymore. Everything that they talked about is an actual greenlit thing that's going to happen.
The fact that they said that means that they know
they're committed.
That people were mad too,
Mm-hmm.
Which does matter.
And
they know that they have to do something because of Epic Universe, because everyone's wondering.
Yes.
That was the narrative. So they have to do something. And I think they're just kind of like, maybe they've realized by now, it's like they can undo things.
No.
I mean, like, they could build, some of these things are taking over other things. And they could do that again if they really need to. Where they can't, let's say they put, it's not going to be a disaster, right? Especially, but like Monsters, Inc., right? They're like, oh, this was a catastrophe and everyone hated it. They could demolish it in 30 years,
Yeah.
It's not like they're thinking like that, but it's like, we need to do something. We need to break ground and
build.
put stuff.
You need to start moving. You need shovels in the ground. Even in general with the guests, you need to do that. And with the shareholders, you need to do that. There's a certain level of expectation. Somebody's commentary was that all that money that under Chapek they were going to spend on streaming, like billions and billions of dollars, and they were like pulled back, realizing, hey, actually quality matters more than quantity. A lot of that money is what ended up in this giant pile of like, okay, well, we have this money set aside. What do we do with it? And the parks division's actually bringing in more money than anything else. Let's spend it where it's supposed to go. And that's what we're seeing. Like, legitimately, when they were announcing, hey, however many, $60 billion, I didn't even believe that all of that was going to get spent in the parks like this. Like, this is incredible. And we're going to go through all these announcements one by one. Before we get there, we should talk about one of the bigger omissions. I personally made predictions around this.
I actually was going to put this at the end, but I'm like, let's just do it now.
Let's just take care of it. Let's knock it out of the way. In terms of like what wasn't here before we talk about what was.
Yeah. And guys, like Patrick Warburton said, if it didn't meet up to the hype indicators,
the height, the height of your expectations.
Yeah. He called it hype indicators.
The hype indicator?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
he said,
I missed that.
That's on you. So that is on us.
Yeah.
We hyped up Tomorrowland.
Yeah.
No Tomorrowland at all.
No Tomorrowland
Almost
at all, yeah.
Wait. No new Disneyland project.
No new Disneyland project. And I was going to get into that a little bit later in the presentation.
But we'll get to that. Yeah. But the fact is, like, no Tomorrowland, no new Disneyland announcement. We got like things about Disneyland, but not.
Yeah.
There are no shovels going to Disneyland anymore.
Yeah. Beyond what's already being done now, Disneyland, they didn't announce anything that touches it, which I do think speaks to things are going to be on the horizon, but it's further than we were thinking originally.
Yeah. And maybe it's like they have all these things they're ready to spend money on. So Tomorrowland, this is copium again.
Yeah.
But now maybe they will spend money on Tomorrowland because we were thinking they were like just going to get it done. And now there's no way it's starting until half the stuff's done.
And that does give me a little bit more hope because my expectation was something that was going to be lesser because we need to just get it done and get it out of the way versus something that We waited the appropriate amount of time. We had the right momentum behind the idea of an optimistic future, and now we get to build it. And that we'll get into it a little bit later. Well, actually, maybe I can mention it now. There was one panel that I did get to see, and it was definitely like a highlight for me. It was, in fact, the best D23 panel I've ever been to, even better than some parks. And it was the World's Fair panel at D23 this year. Celebrating the World's Fair, we actually got to see in-color footage from the World's Fair, from the archives.
Yeah, like
it was incredible.
When you and Jeff didn't get into the parks panel thing, that was like disappointing. But was that part of the ticket or no?
No, it wasn't. That's what I was talking about earlier, is that now it's segmented off where your ticket does not include.
Did you try to get it or no?
No. Because it was going to be an extra like $100 on top of a day ticket.
Oh, okay.
And we're
but
like,
the fact that you guys got this panel,
yes,
like was very exciting for both. Like I was like, that's the most Freddy panel they have probably.
And not everyone at the presentation, not everyone at D23 even got multiple panels. Most guests, even if they were visiting for 3 days, only got one single thing. You either got a giveaway, a signing, or if you were lucky, a panel.
Oh,
and yes,
that sucks.
But you have so many people attending that it had to spread that algorithm out, and you could add up to 7 guests. So that means that you could try for it. It's like winning the lottery, but if you win it, then you and all your friends get to go.
So you could get the panel, Jeff could get the giveaway, and then you both go to both. So
exactly.
Oof.
So
yeah,
that it kind of could work out, but it really depended on if you knew what you were doing. In this case, like, hey, I'm the ringleader here. I'm just getting 4 guests, and then 3 of us managed to attend, which was great. But in that presentation, surprise at the end, they had Jon Favreau and Kevin Feige walk out and talk a little bit about Iron Man 2, which was really awesome. And even play a little bit of the Richard Sherman, like the song that they made for Iron Man 2. That's the Tony Stark like Expo theme, which is incredible. And it kind of brought a tear to everyone's eye just having him go there, and he's playing it on the piano, and you're like, oh, this is awesome. And then at the very end, Kevin Feige talking about Fantastic Four. They even brought out Michael Giacchino, which is amazing. I got to meet him on the show floor and take a photo with him, which was really cool. Like one of the few celebrities that I'd be like, yeah, I got to take a photo with this guy. But his Fantastic Four score.
Tell him his new album's amazing.
Yes. Oh man. And then his new Fantastic Four score, which he, teased
sounds
out,
good.
Sounds incredible. And then at the very end, the action-oriented side of it starts sounding like Space Mountain. And I'm like, Kevin Feige just was like, hey, can you just make Space Mountain, but like for superheroes? And that's what the whole thing with Fantastic Four is it's retrofuturism. It's, as Kevin Feige pitched it, it's the 1964 World's Fair, but if it wasn't just limited to Flushing Meadows in New York, it was the world. Like the world was the World's Fair. So that optimism, that joy for the future was just everywhere. And that's like supposed to be this alternate reality that the Fantastic Four are in their movie. And then, of course, their reality is going to get destroyed. And so, they fall into the MCU. But whatever that optimistic future is, if that movie works next summer, maybe that gets applied to Tomorrowland. We also have Tron Ares coming and Elio next summer. They have 3 like Tomorrowland properties that are being dropped. So it's very similar to what happened previously, where Lightyear was a movie that they actually talked openly about. Hey, Lightyear was going to be a thing for Tomorrowland. Like it was pretty clear that Lightyear was going to arrive.
If they go like a World's Fair theme, then they could even do this new like Tron 82 aesthetic halfway.
It's the NCOM Pavilion in Tomorrowland.
Dude.
That's what we're talking about. We get the Future Foundation, NCOM.
I don't think anyone understands how much NCOM merch I would wear.
Oh, man.
I'm going to make NCOM merch.
Yeah.
I need to find a new t-shirt place because Sticker Mule is off their rocker. Did you hear about that stuff?
Oh.
It was ridiculous. I don't even want to get into it. They got political.
Oh, boy.
Like they sent an email to everyone.
Oh, that's nasty.
And they're like, I'm like, dude, I don't care. Like if someone was like, oh, this person supports this person, I'd be like, I really don't care.
Yeah.
And then he sent me an email about it. Like, now you made me care. Goodbye. So anyways, sorry, Sticker Mule. Goodbye. Anyways. So yeah, no crazy. Yeah. No Tomorrowland.
No Tomorrowland.
At all.
Which, again, it sounds like, oh, great. What are we going to do with this place? But I think they're going to get around to it. I think that they have a more pressing issue in terms of the overall resort. And that's what they're resolving with one of their first announcements, which they got to pretty quickly, which was Avatar. The Avatar experience is officially going to Disney's California Adventure, which had been like leaked out by accident by an Imagineer at IAPA last year. Like there was the news articles of like Disney Experience or Avatar Experience coming to California Adventure. And then very quickly Disney's like, yeah, no, it's not happening. It's not happening. But it is happening.
It is. And it's based on the Way of Water. And I think it was with some fire and ash, but
Yes, for this, they said this will be based on Way of Water, and then Fire and Ash will play into it a little bit, and future Avatar films. If you've been to Pandora, then you might have heard that in Pandora, that story, that land takes place 100 years after the Avatar movies. Like that is a play in Pandora, the world of Avatar. So it's supposed to be after all of this turmoil has happened, and humans are now back and actually being able to live in harmony with the Na'vi, and have an open relationship in terms of, hey, we're actually learning from you on how to better take care of our world. And that's kind of the whole reason it works with Animal Kingdom. I have no idea how they're going to make this work with California Adventure, nor did we get an announcement on where it's going to go. But the ongoing theory that everyone believes is that's going to be Hollywoodland.
And Eastern Gateway, take over the bus stop. RIP Harbor entrance? Will they close it?
I think that whole side is going to be pretty much, I think they're going to push it all the way back to where the cast member side is, like in terms of how you get in. The buses and everything are going to have to be rerouted. So I don't think they're going to touch it until they start building the actual parking structure on the old lot over there. When they build that new parking structure, it's going to include a new transportation hub and the bridge that goes across harbor.
Possible people mover, but probably not.
Probably not, but it's one of those things that they told the city that they could do if they needed to, and if that makes
they could
it
also
effective,
do it later.
Yeah, absolutely. But that will be required first before Avatar can actually be built. And that's why they didn't give us any announcement for start of construction, one of the few projects that didn't get any sort of date associated. Which is an amazing thing. Just going through a panel and actually announcing stuff with dates of construction. We'll get to it. It's wild. But yeah, Avatar is one of those few that you're like, there's not really it's a nebulous timeline.
Yeah.
Because there's other things that are starting construction sooner.
So the Hyperion Theater.
I think it's gone.
Yeah.
I think it's completely gone.
The only question really is sightlines with the Collector's Warehouse because it's so tall.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. But I do think that they are going to have that transition of you're going from the alien landscape of Pandora to the alien area of Avengers Campus with the Guardians. Like that could theoretically work, but there's a lot of stuff around Mission Breakout that would also have to change to more fit that.
Red Car Trolley.
Gone. I don't know if Hollywoodland goes away, if actual proper Hollywoodland goes away. And that's, I think, the main question is, does Hollywoodland survive? And Hyperion Theater even still survives, but then everything to the left gets changed. Can you even really fit in?
There isn't
full
that
land?
much room there.
I think there's certain things like that with, like, again, the trolley that I'm like, they're not going to get rid of the trolley. So how do you make this work?
The trolley depot is where the Avengers e-ticket is because it does L shape into the e-ticket.
It does, but we'll get into the e-ticket later.
Yeah.
But that building is technically a facade and not even attached to the eventual ride they're building. Like it's not even.
But there's a garage back there. Like
there is. It won't be touched. It'll be fine. It does make me think then. So, like again, the ongoing theory is it's Hollywoodland. But what if it's not? What if they do go for the whole virgin soil of Simba? And they're like, actually, this is official Disneyland forward. We're doing Avatar.
But then what do they do to that brand new downtown Disney entrance?
Well, that's just going to be the entrance into the California Adventure or the Adventure expansion that's on that side, which is what I've always pitched, is that expansion that's over on that side isn't just Avatar, but you could put other things in like Wakanda, like Moana. Like those properties, Wakanda, Moana, you can do all these things together in this adventure themed area that is connected to California Adventure, but is in its own way adventure themed. So very similar to what happened with Fantasy Springs out in Tokyo.
So we very well could get something else in Hollywoodland.
Yes.
And this is completely speculation. Yeah. They could have not announced anything here because they don't want to talk about Disneyland Forward yet.
Yeah. I think that's a part of it. And they didn't even mention Disneyland Forward once in this presentation, which is wild. Especially after all the effort, they finally get that thing approved. And I think the reason is they honestly didn't know if it was going to get approved or not. They weren't going to put all their eggs in one basket. So everything we got announced today has the potential. Like, I think Hollywoodland could have gone away if it could have been replaced with Avatar, or it could not be. And, it's that expansion, but they don't know. They could fit it either way. And so they designed it to be fit either way. And then they can build it in its own space and not have to tear out Hollywoodland yet. It'll be interesting to see too, because the monorail cuts through that area. And there's nothing in the Avatar concept art that makes it look like the monorail would be able to go through and reconnect into DCA.
They did say when they were gonna do the Eastern Gateway and put Avengers Campus
Yeah.
in Hollywoodland that they were going to move the monorail.
But I don't understand how you move it through to reconnect to DCA across Buena Vista Street. Like, how do you cut it through where those buildings are? And still have it be big
I think
enough?
they were like gonna slice it and just move it. I don't know.
I don't like. Do you just bypass DCA and the Grand? Like, how do you make that work? Like, do you go around the backside of the California Adventure?
I don't know.
At that point, it starts getting wild. That also makes me think, okay, what if the monorail is getting dramatically changed? And then again, Tomorrowland, like, but that's again further down the line from now. So why would you even mention it? Because you haven't even touched anything prior.
Yeah. Yeah. So this could go anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, again, with the Disneyland Forward thing, maybe if it was going in Hollywoodland, they would have told us.
Yeah.
Because it's right there. And we would have gotten like the day later, like we did for the rest of the announcements and all that.
We'll get into that, but there's some weird stuff of like, we don't want to get booed live on stage. So the announcements of closings, they're being extra careful with.
Well, I mean, like,
Yeah.
you know, the next day we got
with
the car, again, we'll get to it, the Cars Land, where that's going,
Yes.
and the other stuff. We didn't get that with Avatar.
No, not
So
yet.
I think companies love doing this. No pun intended. We'll get a big splash with the Avatar announcements after. Like, I feel like the next announcements will be like when they close things and start
Yeah.
breaking ground, and then they'll be like, "Here's where Avatar is going," or they might not say anything until the next one.
I don't think we hear about the Avatar experience until the next D23. I really don't. I think that it's being saved for them because that's when we get more into Disneyland Forward and future-proofing the resort. In terms of the actual expansion, they did talk about the boat ride, which they did say is going to be a combination of like, yeah, sure, you're going through the serene aspects of Pandora, but what about the dangerous side? They have a piece of concept art with all the jackals.
It looks like
circling you.
improved Navi River Journey
It is
because it has some of the elements of it.
It does. But then it also has aspects of Way of Water where you're actually in the ocean, you're in the shoals, and here comes a giant whale overhead. Like, it's going to be this incredible, huge experience. The show building is going to be massive. And it is going to use the Shanghai Pirates ride system. It looks exactly the same. It definitely is. And that ride system allows you to be in a boat and turn and move in unexpected ways and move fast and
you
slow
don't see the
flow.
edge of the track or anything. You're like, it looks like you're floating in open water.
You're just in there, and that immersion, creating that
There's
experience.
screens and water. Like it actually, if you look that up, it looks insane.
Yeah. I expect it to be a plussed up version of what Shanghai Pirates was.
This is what I'm liking is a lot of the announcements we've been seeing. It's like improved 2.0 versions of stuff.
Yes.
So if we ever do get Tron, it won't be Tron Light Cycle Run.
No.
It could be a version of it, but it'll be completely different. Like, it's not going to be a copy paste. They don't copy paste 3 times.
I think what they're doing too is they're listening. And you'll see that a lot of here. They're listening to old ideas. They're listening to what the fans really want in certain aspects, or at least hearing out the fans' like common complaints. Which, I mean, you know, we talked a little bit about Deadpool at the beginning of the show and the scribbles. Like, there was a lot of things there that were tongue in cheek, and they were very much that way throughout this entire panel of acknowledging little things that the fans complain about and, you know, legitimizing them in terms of, we hear you, we understand. Like, not all of that is a guarantee of we're working on it, but at least we are recognizing that they're listening. You know? And that was really cool to see. But otherwise, no start day of construction. We're not sure where it's going yet. That announcement's probably pending.
Not sure about the second attraction. They have to have 2.
There's no way it's just one giant boat ride. And again, I'm thinking of, okay, cool. Yeah, it's just Hollywoodland. Then, that's all you're going to be able to fit there. I don't think I think it's 100% Disneyland Forward. I just think that they're not ready to announce that yet. And the park's not there yet. We'll get there eventually.
So another boat ride.
Another boat ride. 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them. Coco boat ride.
Heck yeah.
In DCA?
Heck yes. Coco always should be going to, it should have always been going to California Adventure. When they announced Coco as part of Beyond Big Thunder in Florida. Why? I mean, I understand like Coco needs to go somewhere, but where would Coco be more at home but here in California?
Yeah.
Like, you already have this huge Hispanic population, this huge base that's going to be
And
excited.
just straight up huge Mexican population. And it's a
Yes.
movie about Mexico. Like,
Yes.
yeah.
How can you not? So to have it actually going in, like, that's going to be amazing. That's going to be incredible. They did officially announce that construction for it will start in 2026.
That's far away.
It is, except for the fact that we have other projects that are starting construction now, and Disney likes to have one building going up at a time. So
What's next?
Avengers, we'll get to.
Oh, right.
So, and it's weird. The way that we're talking about our Big Thunder topic this week is we're doing it in the order of the presentation.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of jumping around. It's not super well organized, but the reason was to keep people interested and engaged. That if you were a Disneyland fan, you wouldn't just disengage from the presentation.
Well, and they can kind of follow along with the presentation, like, oh yeah, this and that, this was next.
But it also makes you think of like, well, then what's the big showstopper? And that was an interesting thing. Like, they kept this going. I forgot to mention with Tomorrowland, the very beginning, they had a Space Mountain bit in the beginning of the presentation, and then it went over and there was the logo for Tomorrowland. It was the Disney World Tomorrowland, but it was still like, they're teasing Tomorrowland. You know, it's happening. They kept people going. They kept people engaged.
Just one last one. It's not going to be the last one. Another Tomorrowland comment. I have this feeling the Magic Kingdom Tomorrowland is just going to remain that way for many, many years.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Like, they'll add, like, they won't overhaul it, I feel.
No, they're never going to, because they already did the graphical overhaul for Tron. So the land is already graphically in the right direction.
Everyone, no one's really complaining.
No.
Like, they might get rid of Laugh Floor.
They just want new stuff in those buildings, but the buildings don't change. So there you go.
So, yeah, Coco Boat Ride.
Coco Boat Ride. Animatronics, and in the style of Pirates of the Caribbean Haunted Mansion. They mentioned Pirates and Haunted Mansion to make sure that we knew that this was going to be an actual story and immersive dark ride through the land of the dead. So it's not going to be, you know, something super short, even though the ride system, again, looks like it's 2 rows of 4. So it's more similar to something like Navi River Journey, or
those are tiny little boats.
the Tangled ride that opened in Tokyo. So that's what worries me only a little bit.
Like,
is that
little
they might
bit
not have a lot of space.
Okay. And little baby ride, but that's okay.
Yeah, it is okay. And then the real question is, where does this go in DCA? And originally, like, I'm thinking that's where Hollywoodland is going to get changed. And Jeff and I were actually watching this presentation. We were watching a live stream of it. And so we were going back and forth on, like, where does this go? And I'm like, it goes to Hollywoodland, because you use Hollywood Boulevard and you transition into Mission architecture in California into a Coco themed land.
Mm-hmm.
And that allows you to actually have the dark ride built in there and actually have this, like, area that's going to celebrate truly the spirit of that film in the country of Mexico. So I was hoping that that's what we will get, is not just a boat ride, but a land. But the fact that they just announced a boat ride really lends credence to the fact that this could just be a Pixar Pier expansion just behind the Incredicoaster. There's a very large parade building that's there, and most recently they just did a Pixar parade. It could be that Pixar parade that they did is the last parade California Adventure will ever get.
You really think so?
I think they get rid of the parade building back there, and that backstage area is big enough for a large boat ride. And you put Coco in, you use the Pixar Pier Promenade, the facade that everyone pointed to as that's clearly the entrance to something. And that's the entrance to your ride.
And it, like I said to you guys, it looks like there's a specific, like, it's like the Puebla set.
Yeah.
And probably Warner Brothers or something, right? Anytime a TV show goes and visits Mexico, there's this very specific church. They did in Arrested Development. It's like that style. And the Pixar Promenade building kind of looks like it.
Yeah.
And they could just retheme it. They could get rid of it. Who knows? Will the arcade games stay?
I think the arcade games stay, because, again, it's just Pixar Pier. But I think it's just you're getting the addition of a Coco attraction.
They can kind of even theme it like ride through the land of the dead, like as if you're on the pier.
Like a pier dark ride, but then they'll actually make it more culturally appropriate on the inside of it.
Yeah.
A real celebration. I just would have preferred to see Coco getting its whole area, because I do think that it deserves that. I also think that they're looking at, like, we already have one, like, Mexican food location. We don't need that many Mexican food locations at one park. And I think they just did San Francisco. Like, they don't need to build an entire Coco restaurant along with a Coco
and Plaza de Familia, it, like, takes over half the year now.
Yes.
So it started, well, Pixar I don't think Pixar Fest come back. So
No, it's not.
yeah. So, but they have that whole area, like Boardwalk Pizza and Pasta is.
Yeah.
It's fine. They don't need.
And that area could change. They could add
Yeah.
additional Coco theming and Coco, changes to other parts of the land outside there. Pixar Pier eventually will definitely take over everything around the bay there. There's no way that Pixar doesn't, as an IP, just swallow everything and add it to the pier over time, including Little Mermaid. In fact, that's Little Mermaid is what I originally heard of is where the Coco ride would go. That Coco would take over the Little Mermaid and they would actually have a simulated attraction. But to see it as a boat ride, just thematically works a lot better, I think. And in terms of just an experience where you're going to go through and there's going to be music and everything. Speaking of just being a boat ride, getting Avatar and Coco in California Adventure as two flume attractions. DCA's only flume attraction is kind of Grizzly River Run, and that doesn't even count.
Yeah, when we did the boats episode, I said that there are no boats in DCA.
Yeah.
And they're only decorative
Yes.
in DCA. There's like canoes, which you don't go in.
No.
And then there is the two canoes in the Little Mermaid attraction.
Yeah.
Kimmy, correct me on those. But there are no boats you get in.
Which I think that's part of it of California Adventure is a park in need of more family attractions, family entertainment, things that everyone can go on with very little or no height requirement. And these rides are going to answer that. And
keep up the record of still having more attractions than all of Walt Disney World combined.
Yes,
Which
that's
is
true.
So funny.
A reason to go to Disneyland Resort enough is just everything's here and it's closer and they have more of it. But DCA becoming more of a completed park. You see, with all these, it's balancing out Disneyland. Disneyland is so stacked against California Adventure. Disneyland can have 5 or 6 attractions down for refurbishment and still have more things to do than California Adventure.
Yeah.
And that's why like all this money is being spent. Like California Adventure is the headliner. In fact, out of anything that got expansions, the entire expo, California Adventure is the park.
Huh.
Like
Well,
I think California Adventure has gotten more than anything else. Like that's what it's getting.
not Magic Kingdom?
Magic Kingdom arguable again, but I think just looking at the count of stuff, like okay, between Coco, Avatar, and Avengers Campus doubling in size,
Yeah, and not losing anything.
not losing a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, yeah, and what's funny is they already have a Pixar Pier Coco billboard.
yeah.
Just leave it.
You just leave it. In
Because
fact,
it says come relax or something.
yeah.
in Spanish.
Celebrate as a family.
Yeah. So it's there. It was there the whole time.
It's wild to me because Pixar Pier was such a blight of like, even when Guardians came in, people were like, oh man, thematically this is ruining it. And then Pixar Pier, they're like, oh, this ruins everything. And now it's like, they really spend the money. And already I love like going to Lamplight Lounge is my favorite experience going in DCA. Just sitting there watching the coaster, watching the kinetic energy. If they're capping off Pixar Pier with a Coco like water attraction, immersive attraction, great, phenomenal land. Yeah.
I gotta put something in from Rain.
Oh,
It was very short. It's just funny.
is for now or for a little bit later?
Way later.
Okay, cool.
Paste from my phone. Come on, do the magic.
Make the magic happen.
I made my cousin Anush get. She's like, "What laptop do I get?" And what happened? And I was like, "Oh, just get a MacBook." She goes, "You sure?" I go, "Yeah, you could paste from your phone." She goes, "What magic is this?" It's not pasting, but it's fine. I put his name. All right. So yeah, this is really cool. This is very cool.
Yeah.
Everyone was really excited. I have not watched Coco yet. Yeah.
That's incredible. That's a wild thing you just said, as Jeff would say.
Listen, I was gonna. I love Jeff.
That's a wild thing you just said.
I was supposed to watch it with one of my friends. She was like,
How
I
have
don't.
you
I
not
don't. She
seen
goes, I don't.
Coco?
I don't want to cry today. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
And then we watched Spider-Man instead.
You need to watch it though.
I know.
It's that
I know.
good.
I just don't watch movies. I just don't. I haven't seen Deadpool.
Yeah, that was good though. That was really
Yeah.
good.
Have I seen a movie this year? I saw Fall Guy. Very good.
Fall Guy was really good.
I
I just can't believe that's the one movie that you've seen this year.
This is how-
That's
look,
wild.
Kimmy can't even say she's going to ask me to go see a movie. The
Yeah.
trick is, can we see Fall Guy in 2 hours? Sure. You can't
spontaneous. You just got to jump on you.
You can't give me enough time to think about how much going to the movie theater sucks.
Yeah.
With the other people. That's the worst part. The other people, like, do I need to fight someone today? Right? Do I need to yell "shut up" during Star Wars?
Yeah.
I had to do that during episode 8. If like, I already didn't like it.
You just don't like the movie experience, so it's
dude.
You just go to a smaller theater and you go, like, I've done that so many times now, where I just go to another theater. I go to like the Fullerton, dine in, and I go to one of the smaller ones there, and the screen is still laser projection. It's crisp and the seats are comfortable. I'm good.
My 4K Sony TV with a 3.1 sound system.
It's going to be
pretty crisp too.
Yeah, it'll do the job
with local array dimming.
Yeah,
you know?
But there's something about a theater for me. I still enjoy.
There's something about my couch.
Oh my god.
That's what it comes down to. There's something about my couch.
Don't talk too much about that, and we'll end up in JD Vance territory.
Oh my! How did that enter the lore?
I did.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on. Here are a few rapid fire announcements they had. New fireworks coming to Tokyo. New nighttime spectacular coming to Disneyland Paris,
which is just the Tokyo version of Electrical Parade, but done up for Paris. That's what it seems like.
No, that's different. The parade one, that's Magic Kingdom. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh, it is Magic Kingdom.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was just mentioning Tokyo and like new fireworks shows for Tokyo, new fireworks show to Paris. It's just because they needed something to announce for those parks, because this whole presentation is everything got an announcement. So every park has received an announcement, including Tokyo Resort here and there. So, in the end, it's not like the biggest deal. There weren't too many details. There are more details on the parks blog about those things if you really care about Disneyland Paris getting a new fireworks show, but I don't think it's the biggest thing in the world. There's more things coming to Paris anyway. Good thing to note, though, is that Magic Kingdom is getting a nighttime parade called Disney Starlight. They did reference Starlight, Star Bright, the whole Wishes fireworks show, which is one of, people's favorites fireworks shows that ever happened in Magic Kingdom. So to reference that in your new nighttime spectacular, your new nighttime parade is a pretty smart idea. It brings in a little bit of that, somewhat how Electrical Parade has such nostalgia. Bringing in some Wishes nostalgia is going to help that parade really catch fire initially. They did show cool concept art.
Don't talk about things catching fire at Disney parks.
Hey.
Enough things.
We'll get back to things catching fire. Deadpool was really just the zingers on that. It was pretty good. But those were the few announcements that we went to real quick before we got to Disney Adventure World, the new renamed Disney Studios park in Paris. So that's going to be officially opening or getting recommissioned in 2026, along with the World of Frozen, which is going to premiere there on Adventure Bay, which is going to be their little world showcase in the back of the Studios park. They're also going to have a new nighttime show that's 360, so you can watch it from anywhere in that lagoon, and will include drones as well.
They've been going hard with the drones in Paris
because they work so well, and they have the company that makes them right there. In fact, that company has an expansion in Florida, and they did talk about Illuminations, or whatever the new show is in Epcot. I believe it's Illuminations.
I think so.
It has the ability of having drones attached to that show. And they said that the show is designed to be expanded over time and changed, similar to how World of Color changed with time. But they're going to be able to add drones to Epcot. And that sounds like it's going to be the first nighttime spectacular to get that. Not an official announcement yet, but they did talk about it at one of the panels at D23.
You've seen the Paris drone stuff, right?
Oh, yes.
I showed my dad.
Incredible.
And he was like, whoa. Because we were laughing about the Laguna Beach drone show for July 4th. They replaced the fireworks. He goes, look, that's lame. Because it's 4th of July, you want the fireworks. That's why we're here. And then I showed him Disney. He goes, and my dad doesn't like Disneyland. But he was like, that makes sense. He goes, you're at Disneyland. You want to see something different and cool. And they do the themes and they work the castle into it. Like even he got it. He was like, yeah. And then he saw the fire. He goes, yeah, you mix them a little bit. The
fact you have fireworks now with flares and fireworks, you have drones with fireworks on them,
which is crazy,
is wild. They had a Fantastic Four drone show at San Diego Comic-Con where they created the Fantastic Four logo and then lit it on fire as if the Human Torch lit it. Like that's wild stuff and belongs in the parks. And I hope we get to see more of it. Along with the announcement of World of Frozen, here was one of the big announcements of D23, Pride Lands. The Lion King is getting its own land and attraction as part of Disney Adventure World. That attraction is going to be a flume ride. The initial concept art literally is an overlay of Disneyland Splash Mountain, like the single log form.
Scott Gustin, shout out. We did this last year. We gave the shout out to Scott Gustin and Ivy, and she reposted it this year, which is so funny. Shout out, you guys are putting in the good work as always.
Yes.
But Scott did this. He didn't comment over it, but he was showing the model and he did a zoom in on the front turn, which is exactly Splash Mountain.
Yeah.
And he knew. We all knew.
And it's interesting because the boats are going the opposite way, like on the front, similar to how Tokyo's is.
Oh.
And Tokyo's is also built in a place that snows and has rough weather.
Mm-hmm.
So it's less of the Splash Mountain that we had here in California or in Florida, and it's a lot closer to what they ended up building in Tokyo, which was already a plussed up version of that type of an attraction. If you notice the model is very different from the piece of concept art. The concept art was the live action Lion King, which while they're showing the live action Lion King, they're like explicitly this is going to be based off of the animated classic. And then the next day they reveal the model, and the model has animated, Simba up on Pride Rock. So you can tell that it's different. Even the ride, like the mountain of it Pride Rock was larger in the model in what they're planning on building than it was in the concept art. Like the concept art looked like a budget conscious lower
It looked
version.
like the tree of Splash Mountain in the shape of Pride Rock.
I strongly believe that concept art was made years ago when the live action remake was made, or like it was probably made a few years ago, and even maybe under Chapek, where it was a more budget conscious. Like,
what if that was
attraction.
made for one of our parks, the concept art,
Possibly.
and then they're like,
I believe it.
Hey, just throw it in the other one instead. Like, let's.
If that was all the way back in 2020 when they were just like, hey, we need to cook up some Splash Mountain ideas. All right, Tiana's, Lion King, like Pocahontas, and they just have a library of like concept art of just overlaying this one log flume would be ridiculous. The model has 12-person logs, 12-person flumes going down the top, which
It's not going to be splashy, is it?
no, I don't think so.
I heard Tiana's isn't as wet anymore.
I'm not sure. We'll find out when
Ours
opens.
is
We're gonna get
way
there.
different.
But it does look like it is going to be a massive attraction. Yes, it snows in Paris. Yes, the weather's not always perfect, but there's only 2 outdoor portions on that ride on the model. So most of it's going to be inside. Comment Jeff
because
made,
we had the whole area up top.
Yes. They're not going to have any of that. It's going to be fully immersive, and it says it starts in the caves of Pride Rock.
Ooh.
So
I think this actually. Okay, people get really mad about IP.
Yeah.
There's always been IP. I think people are just mad at modern IP because it's not their childhood favorites.
Yeah.
But then everyone sees Lion King and no one was like, they're putting more IP. They're like, oh my God, Lion King.
Yes.
So
And think of this as the same thing that happened in Tokyo when they built Beauty and the Beast. And they built a Beauty and the Beast, like amazing, accurate, immersive
what is it? Beloved
experience.
1991 classic. So
Yes.
it's like,
And now they're doing it with the Lion King. And it means that there's another reason to go to Disneyland Paris. Like you've built an exclusive attraction, similar to how like Cars Land is such a draw to California. You're building these anchors, not just for a park or for a land, but for your resort in general. This is a flagpole that you put there. This is the reason you come here. And I know, Frozen's getting cloned everywhere. So they needed something unique. And I'm glad that they didn't get Galaxy's Edge if they're going to get this. Because this is incredible.
yeah, they nuked their Galaxy's Edge, right?
And there was a rumor out there that they were going to put Lion King and Animal Kingdom as well. And they didn't announce that, nor would you put another log flume in a park in Orlando. I don't think that's happening. I entirely believe that this is going to be a exclusive Disneyland Paris expansion for a very long time. It might never come to the States. If it does come to the States, it'll purely be because the version in Paris is so good that they feel like they have to bring it here eventually.
Maybe they'll retheme Tiana's now.
Oh my God.
And then there's going to be Save the Bayou.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
But in the end, Pride Lands looks incredible.
They have to call it that, right?
That's already what they said in the official announcement.
Oh, they did. Okay.
That's the pending title, and I believe they'll stick with it.
Yeah.
But they announced it as Pride Lands, and you can see in the model too that they're going to have shops and dining, and Rafiki's tree is in the middle of the land. Like it looks perfect. Like they know what they're doing. They're cooking with it, and it also means that between the concept art when they're actually in blue sky to when the model is built, you can see the progression of how real it is. And that's what makes me really believe in that statement from Josh Tomorrow that all this is real and all of it's happening. We did not get a date of construction for this, which is part of because they haven't even opened Frozen yet. So I don't think this starts construction until 2026 when Frozen actually opens. They finished one thing and now we're moving on to the next.
But it seems like, they are like, hey, all these things we announced just come after the thing that's before it.
Yeah.
Like, I know it sounds really obvious, but like, we're working on something now. When that's done, what's next? This is next.
This is
for
next.
sure.
It's all lining up.
Yeah, we're getting our permits, whatnot.
And I know we haven't gotten to Avengers yet, but California Adventure is experiencing a very similar thing where like Coco doesn't start construction until 2026 because something else has to be fully vertical and done before they start construction on that. And the reason we didn't get any date on Avatar is because the Coco ride has to be done being vertical in order for them to start construction on Avatar.
I could see them starting the dirt process of Avatar.
Clearly, yes.
While Coco's going. You know what I mean?
I agree. Even if it's not Hollywoodland and they're putting it over on Simba, they need to open the new parking structure across the way to counteract the fact that Simba will be gone, meaning downtown Disney parking will all have to be done at Pixar and Mickey and Friends.
Yeah.
Real interesting stuff there. So in the end, that's Pride Lands, a huge announcement, actually.
Pretty exciting.
It's really great. Like, that's fantastic. Also, the fact that you're not putting Galaxy's Edge next to Frozen, and instead it's Frozen and Lion King. And what other animated film is going to go there? Because then you just put Disney animation in that park. And I think that works. I think that's great.
And I feel like they're saving the option of a different Star Wars land.
Yes.
If Star Wars comes back, I know it's back, but it's not.
Similar to Pride Lands, the rumor for Disneyland Paris, in particular for Discoveryland, was first that their Space Mountain would finally go back to being the classic Space Mountain for them, the mission to or journey to the moon. And then Galaxy's Edge would be a mini expansion behind where Star Tours is, behind the railroad, and would be themed to The Mandalorian, which we'll get it to The Mandalorian in a little bit. So maybe they'll eventually get Star Wars there, but not yet. Next announcement, and this is a huge one. And in fact, when they announced it, when they did, I was expecting this to be the showstopper of the presentation.
Yeah, they kind of brushed past this a little bit.
They did a little bit, and it was interesting that they didn't make it a bigger deal, and I think I know why. This is the Walt Disney A Magical Life presentation, which is going to come to the Disneyland Opera House and temporarily replace Lincoln until its original run is done, and then Lincoln will come back in rotation.
Which is weird.
Yes, but it means that Lincoln's not going away and they want to keep Lincoln around, but also giving this Walt Disney animatronic, which wild Walt Disney in animatronic form, giving it time to breathe and actually be experienced by guests, because it's going to be a huge deal. I don't even know where you put the line for this thing. Like, it's going to be wild.
I could see them ripping out the gallery temporarily and just putting a huge queue in there.
It's gonna have to be a queue. There's no other way to do it. It has to be there.
And probably while Lincoln's gone, they'll probably move the Capitol building.
Wow, yeah. I can see that happening. You just need switchbacks. There's no other way to do it. And they will thematically have to change that whole area because it's not just a Lincoln show. Now you're going to need a pre-show that changes based off of what you're watching.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Walt or are you talking about Lincoln? It's going to be changed a little bit.
Will they make the theater bigger?
No.
It's
There's no way to do that. It is a tiny theater, but there's no way you make it bigger. You can't. Even the concept art, you can tell it's a very intimate experience. It's an intimate experience with Walt Disney. Now, they did state that this is going to be the most advanced audio animatronic they have ever created.
A10,000, I'm telling you.
I literally think people like that's not a joke. Like, I think that's literally what they're doing here.
They have to.
It has to be. It has to be like so good.
Is he gonna walk?
I don't think so. I think he's leaning up against the desk just like he is there in the concept art. If he walks, that will be wild.
Because they got Groot, dude. Was Groot
like the predecessor to Walt Disney?
No, seriously. Like, I'm not even being silly right now. Was the point of Groot like, we're gonna make Walt Disney? We got to figure this out.
Walt Disney stepping away from his desk and taking a stroll over to something else to, hey, let me show you this, is the moment that, like, you know, it's like people are passing out in the theater. Like, they can't believe it's here. It's real. Walt Disney walks over and puts out his cigarette in the ashtray on his desk. If they put an ashtray on his desk, I will not be surprised because they did that in Saving Mr. Banks. So it's like if they can reference him smoking just to humanize him a little bit, I would love that. That I think is the number one concern of a lot of people is that this is going to be too deified, like too much deification of Walt. Like you want it to be in the right place where it's treating Walt as a historical figure, still with reverence in the same way that Lincoln was treated. But you don't bring him up to a certain level. Like I think you have to be a little bit careful. You can't go too high with it, otherwise it's going to get a little too preachy.
I think he's gonna walk because he can't just be sitting there.
No.
Or if anything, because Lincoln stands.
Yes.
And even now, that feels like a big moment.
It is.
Even
It's
when I
huge.
see that, I'm like, that's cool.
The music rises. It's almost like a horror.
And
like,
he stands
he's
up,
alive. It's alive. It's alive. So good. But
He might walk, dude.
if he walks, that'll be sick.
Yeah, because they won't do. If he moves from, he might just stand up from the desk,
Yeah.
right, and then continue a thing.
Mhm.
He won't move from that spot unless he walks. They won't have him glide. They won't do a Hondo spinny type thing.
No.
They can't. He might walk, and that walk in Walt's footsteps, dude.
Oh, jeez.
That'll be the headline, guys.
That'll be wild.
I think they could do it
Yeah.
because now they've done like Boston Dynamics and stuff. They have stuff without the backpacks and all that.
Yeah. I wonder if it, and again, he sits up against the desk and he charges. And so the next show he stands up and he does his little thing and then he goes back and charges.
I could even imagine him just taking a couple steps to a board
That's
where he shows
literally
it.
just a few, like take 3 steps.
And lean against that,
If
like just
all of this, and you think of all the other animatronics that they've shown recently, even the Weasel, where it was the little animatronic puppet on
that's
the
what
thing,
that's what I was
and
thinking.
it's all separated. It's all designed so that they can actually disconnect from one thing and connect to another, which we're going to talk about that with ride vehicles in a little bit later. That would be just, that's the thing that kind of gets your mind spinning of like, this actually could be really impressive and really cool. I think for a lot of people, like it's hard to imagine Walt as a man because of the way, here's this statue when we talk about Walt Disney and this guy who walked around the park, but to actually have him in his own words, like they're kind of giving a presentation. Actually, I think it helps a lot in terms of, here was this guy who was here and made this thing that you're in right now.
This is the beginning of what I brought up last time of Walt Disney's just going to become this legendary figure, not a real person anymore.
Yeah.
This is where
Maybe
it
it is
starts.
crossing over.
Yeah.
This is supposed to open in 2025 for the 70th anniversary. It will be the headliner of the 70th
So,
anniversary.
dude, he's there.
Yeah. Walt Disney is here to party, guys.
That must feel so weird to work on him.
Oh my God.
Like,
Yeah.
because they have it. Guys, I'm sorry. They have a skinless Walt Disney right now.
Yeah.
That's
Wild.
dude. How fast will the curtain fall if there's an issue? You know what I mean?
Oh, just gone. Just
Dude, they're
okay,
gonna
everybody,
inspect him between
goodbye.
shows. Like,
Yes.
there's no
They're
way.
going to be so careful with it. And I think that's the whole thing too, is that they're giving it this whole opening run before they rotate with Lincoln. The permits were out a while ago of it having a rotating platform now on the stage. So for a while it was curious. People were like speculating, hey, what are they going to do?
Oh, so
here?
you think it's gonna be like the K-Rock stage where it just spins when they're
They'll
ready to do-
rotate between shows. So I think they'll have hours where it's Walt Disney and then they'll rotate and hours
that
where it's
quickly?
Lincoln eventually. Not an opening, eventually. Like they already said, after the initial run, it will rotate between.
Oh, I thought it would be like rotate seasonally.
No.
Huh.
Like imagine you go, the hours for Walt Disney are here and here. The hours of Lincoln are here and here.
Whoa.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be every other show. I think you will know specifically which one you're getting in line for. The whole pre-show will change. They will have a changeover.
What's the sign gonna be like on Main Street?
Screen, probably.
They should do an e-ink screen
Yeah, something cool like that can actually change and,
and
be
look
proper.
but look real, not
yeah.
like an LED. They can't put a
No.
backlit LED screen. That'll look so
No.
bad.
They need to do something though that can change so that way that you know the signage is appropriate for the show that you're going to watch, and it can't just be a chalkboard that Walt comes out at this time.
Yeah.
The line for Walt is now closed. Please go away.
That's gonna be crazy. I can't wait.
It's incredible. Like definitely.
It's not even that it's Walt Disney. We haven't really gotten a human animatronic.
A human animatronic show is wild.
Because we have Lincoln.
Yeah.
And then we have pirates.
The only time you get this is when there's a new president.
Oh, I forget that exists, but they just stand there.
They just stand there and deliver a momentary speech.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. And I didn't write down in our notes that was the only, beyond the announcement of Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and I guess there was a little bit to talk there. That's the only like future thing next year. As of next year, that's the only thing Disneyland gets. And I'll mention it and we'll go over it a little bit later. But one of the comments that's gone around is that everything they announced today is supposed to be opening around the 5-year time frame, within the next 5 years, or like 5 years at the most. Except for Avatar, unless otherwise stated. So Avatar or the cruise ships going through like 2031 or whatever it is. Those are the things that are explicitly not going to be in that time frame. But a lot of this stuff is in the next 5 years. So anything beyond that, anything that's going to be the end of this decade for the 75th anniversary isn't going to be announced yet. We're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I have hopes and dreams for the 75th. But the 70th getting to be about a Walt Disney animatronic is very wild.
You think they're going to decorate or not really?
I think that they will have posters for him under the train station.
No. Like the 70th. Like
70. They will decorate the resort. It will be an event. And I think they will. I wouldn't be surprised if they had started the end of this year to celebrate.
So we're just going to get celebrations every 10 years plus every 25 years.
Yes.
Like we'll get something for 80th.
Yeah.
But 85th will be a magnet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
they can celebrate
because they celebrate these things for 18 months.
Like the 65th wasn't much.
Yeah. It was before COVID.
Yeah.
And we got a magnet.
Yeah.
And then
but then the 70th, here's a logo. We have 2 logos. We have a retro logo for the 70th, and we have a new logo that they revealed on stage.
Because the retro one looks like your Imagineering 70th.
Yes. Yeah, with the 70 and Mickey and the 70.
Yeah. Did anyone get me a Lorcana mat?
Those sold out day one.
Because we asked the Tram fam.
And they sold out day one. That was it. They didn't have enough of them. But I'm sure Mickey's of Glendale, in actual Glendale, will get those back in stock. Because it's more supposed to be a desk mat than an actual Lorcana mat.
But it's the size of the Lorcana mat.
Yes.
Well, they probably just had the same people make it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, because Jeff called it a desk mat.
Yes, and that's technically what it is. So I'm sure it'll come back. Anything else to say about Walt Disney?
Let's see. Seemingly most of the family's blessing.
Yeah, there's a little bit of turmoil going on social media, but I think it mostly is just drama for drama's sake.
Yeah, but I honestly, I think if he was here now, I hate this, what would Walt do? Walt Disney would make an animatronic of himself.
Hell yeah.
He probably would have done it a long time ago without the technology, especially because he's like, yeah, I'm here. I don't care. This is me. I made a robot of myself.
And you think of the time frame that we are separated from Walt as much as Walt was from like Lincoln when they were doing that show.
Huh. Wow.
That's the whole thing that we're looking at, is that separation. And so in the similar way, and I think that's the way that they're treating it, is in a similar way to how the Imagineers back then took care of Lincoln and took care in that presentation, they're doing the same thing to Walt Disney. And I actually do trust the Imagineers to deliver on that.
I wonder if they'll just change the sign and say great moments or something.
Great moments with Walt Disney instead of great moments with Mr. Lincoln. That's what I was expecting the name.
No,
so
the sign outside. Maybe they'll just remove that and just put a Main Street Opera House.
Just that's it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, maybe even they just put a sign that flips.
I was thinking about the flip.
And rotates just like the stage. That's actually the way of doing it to make it thematically appropriate. Just flips. Yeah. That's easy. All right. Well, that's Walt Disney. Again, coming next year. Wild.
Yeah.
So now the next announcement, which is another big one.
You love this one.
I love this one so much. I've
been talking about this forever.
Tropical Americas, which finally got its Animal Kingdom name, as I like to call it. So similar to how Africa is a land and animal kingdom, and pretty much it's a continent. It's here, but it's also known as Harambe. Tropical Americas is an official thing and is being known as Pueblo Esperanza, which means Village of Hope. So it is its own thing. This isn't Encanto. This isn't the village from Encanto or a village from a specific Disney IP. It is just a village in tropical, Central South America. incredible. Like, I love that. Like, that is following in Joe Rohde's footsteps in delivering this experience that's about our interaction with nature and creating spaces that are real and feel real.
Yeah. So let's start with Indiana Jones Adventure. No name yet?
No name yet, but I assume it's going to be Indiana Jones Adventure. There's no way that you don't name it that, just the same as the other two attractions. It is going to use the dinosaur track. It is going to use the dinosaur vehicles, or at least the core of the dinosaur vehicles.
Which both of those are the Disneyland vehicles.
It's
and
very
track.
similar. Yes.
The track is the same.
Yeah. The show building, the queue, everything I expect to get completely gutted and almost rebuilt from scratch. But having the bones saves them a lot of money.
Yeah, and I was on it trying to think of the Indy. It still kind of tricks you because it's different.
Yeah.
As long as it's not exactly the same, like the layout doesn't matter.
And two things. Number one, the facade, that red Mayan temple, which they did establish this is a Mayan temple. It is supposed to be tall enough that you can see it before you enter. So when you're in the parking lot, you could see the mountains of Pandora, and you look on your right and you see a Mayan temple in the jungle. Because it's supposed to be that weenie that, okay, we can do that big thing or we can go do this big thing. And they need that thing that's going to draw you away from Pandora, because Pandora is always going to be a draw. So there has to be something that actually attracts. And Dinosaur being a huge high thrill ride, but it's not living up to expectations. It's not bringing in the numbers. Switching it to Indiana Jones just makes sense. It's going to bring in more. They did elaborate. Again, it's a Mayan temple. You're going to be underneath that Mayan temple. Indiana Jones is looking for a mythical creature that he's heard is in that temple. He's heard about the myths of it, and he's going to go find out for himself. Again, it's assumed, and I don't know how to pronounce this properly, but the feathered serpent from Mayan culture, that's expected to be one of the basis for this. Snakes will definitely play into this. Yeah. And then Ki Huan Quan, or I forgot how to pronounce his name.
I don't know.
He played Short Round in Temple of Doom. He came on stage, not Harrison Ford. People could expect Harrison Ford, but he actually came out on stage and made some jokes and quips about Indiana Jones and connection.
I'm calling it. He's doing the safety spiel.
There's no way you don't. Like, in a similar way to how Sala had his presentation, getting him in there as a slightly older, you can get him in there as Short Round and it still works. You don't even necessarily need to see him, but just hear his voice and it's right.
I could see us seeing him.
Yeah.
Calling himself his proper name.
Yes.
And there will be a Short Round reference.
Yes.
Will Harrison Ford make a Short Round joke in the spiel?
Because I still think they're not going to have Harrison Ford actually do any of the narration similar to the original. He might. But it's just
he loves that character.
He does, but just like the original Indiana Jones Adventure, this is set in the golden age, and I think one of the complaints of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is at the opening you get classic Indy, and he looks actually really good, but it's still Harrison Ford's grovelly voice, so it doesn't sound like original Harrison Ford, and that disconnect doesn't help.
So are we getting Troy Baker?
We're getting whoever. We're going to get whoever they can who does a really good Harrison.
Troy
Ford
Baker's
impression.
doing the
video game. That's actually a good call. I would love
Troy
to
Baker's
see
a
that.
voice actor.
Yes. No, he could. And I'm sure he would be down to do it. That would actually be a really good call. I would love to see that. But just the idea that in this ride, you would actually get a permanent Short Round Indiana Jones.
And it'll make up for how people don't like John Rhys Davies anymore.
Yeah, sure. So I'm excited. Again, a new Indiana Jones adventure ride with modern effects and different show sequence. It is not going to be the same at all.
Yeah, the track's going to be the same. No, who cares? It doesn't really matter.
It's going to be so good. Yeah. So we have that.
Also, is it the Kukulkan, the serpent?
Yes, I believe so.
Among the Yucatec Maya.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which is also the same name that they called Namor in Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Okay.
Which is cool because they also reference it there. But snakes are going to be involved either way because Indy hates snakes. And of course he's going to a snake-infested temple. That makes complete sense. I would love if they have a reptile house around there or snakes in the queue. That would be so cool if you had to go through a snake room.
Oof.
Yeah.
I would love it. I like snakes.
It would get you in the vibe. Snakes are nice. They're chill.
I don't like spiders and cockroaches. Snakes are cool.
Yeah. And as much as people are like, Indiana Jones, it doesn't make sense for Animal Kingdom, but like the whole idea of the deification of animals and the mythology where animals are involved with that. I mean, that's why Expedition Everest exists. So why not Indiana Jones?
Yeah, because Expedition Everest, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but there it is. The other thing, one of the other attractions coming to the land is a carousel, which a local wood carver has carved his favorite like Disney animal creatures for the carousel. I mean, I'm sure
This
the
is
kids in
real?
this village. Yes,
Okay.
it's actually, I remember talking about this on the podcast once. So it's really going to be in theme of like, you just went to this village and there's a
The
carousel in the
local wood
village.
carver is local in the story,
Yeah,
but he's not local in real life.
probably not.
Okay.
I mean, they might have hired,
I was like,
they may have hired local artisans to participate.
That could
I'm
be
not
cool.
sure about that. They had a model of one of the animals at D23, so you could see the style that they're going for. But they're going for something that feels authentic and real to the land and fits into the tropical Americas aesthetic. The idea that you would go to this local village and they'd have a carnival or a carousel, and it's actually similar. It's Disney IP just translated through this country and this culture. I love to see that. That actually fits in perfectly. So I think that's great. It helps build that authentic land. Then you have the casita from Encanto, which they didn't reveal what type of ride system this is. They just said that you'll go into the casita. It'll be the day of Antonio's gift. So this is happening during the story of Encanto. So that means that we are also going to run into Bruno in the walls. They did tease that we're going to run into Bruno in his, still he could be a villain form. So you're going to be, I do think it's going to be a little bit of a storybook ride, but with Antonio's treehouse and that whole sequence being
they have to give an
elongated.
excuse for the freaking room that we see for 10 seconds.
And we're going to see all the animals that are in Colombia in animatronic form in here. And it works. It really does. Like, I know people are going to be.
It looks like there's going to be a
complaining,
huge show building out of the grounds. So
massive. If you look at the size of that show building, it's way bigger than Dinosaur.
what would you guess this ride system?
I think it's trackless.
I was going to say, is it going to be track? That's why I paused.
It's going to be trackless. But that would also make it the only trackless ride that they announced.
Yeah, I guess.
And in previous years, all they did was trackless. Now, another trackless ride that has a magical house is Mystic Manor in Hong Kong. And that is what this is being compared to from the moment they announced it. Mystic Manor is one of those top 5 attractions for people.
I'm calling you now. All the cars are going to split and then they're going to circle history.
Yeah, sure.
And it's going to be like
And you're going to do the motion.
Yeah.
They did say that we are going to be riding on furniture that has come to life or is being moved by the casita. So I wonder if our vehicles are all going to look different in certain ways, that they're built out of different pieces of furniture, because that would be really funny. If you're looking in the load area and none of the vehicles repeat.
They need to do something like that to make it less like Mickey and Minnie's where you're on a train. And
Well, and even listening, like your trackless vehicles moving around and you hear the tile moving. One of the things that they revolutionized in Beauty and the Beast in Tokyo is projection from the roof onto the floor to make it so that you can't tell it's just this black surface. One of the things in Tokyo that they were worried about with Beauty and the Beast is the tire marks, the track marks from the trackless vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Being visible and giving away the trick. And so the idea that you go in the casita and it's projected tile so you can see it flipping and pushing the vehicle.
Jeez.
Now, I don't know this for sure, but I just believe that they're going to do that because they have the technology, it fits in the story, and it could happen.
And the cars vibrate.
Yeah. But I'm calling it now. If they do that, then I called it here.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing is it tracks the car and doesn't project onto the car.
It doesn't, because it's just a circle. It's just just an empty space. It's not projecting any light on you. So you're riding on the furniture, and then you go into Antonio's room. The opening date for this, which is wild, 2027.
Oh, so they're starting.
They are starting.
Dinoland.
Right now.
They said you're going to have a final chance. So
your final chances to see Dinoland in general is this year. So sometime in this fall, they're going to close. Dinosaur is supposed to stay open because it's a little bit of a phased project. So they're going to start working on most of the land and the Encanto first, and then they're going to start working on Dinosaur sometime early.
Yeah,
next
because
year.
they don't have to take as long.
But it lets you have a good goodbye season for Dinosaur officially. They will make goodbye Dinosaur merchandise. They'll do the whole celebration that they always do, and really let people experience
No, not goodbye Dinosaur. Extinction.
Yes.
For sure.
It's an
countdown to extinction.
There's no way they don't do that. Yeah.
Because it was called,
great.
is it still called Countdown to Extinction? Or it used to be?
It used to be.
Yeah, so they'll bring that back for sure.
So after that, they did announce officially, they did a lightning round where they just announced a bunch of things really quickly. So Tiana's Bayou Adventure opens November 15th, just a few months away. There you go.
Just in time for it to get a Nightmare Before Christmas overlay.
Oh my gosh. I wanted to see some type of villainous overlay for our Halloween event, but I don't think we're ever going to get real Dr. Facilier representation back in the parks anymore.
Oh, my mom said she watched it and he freaked her out. But not like voodoo. Like my mom doesn't care. She doesn't think that stuff's real.
But him as a villain did.
She was just like, oh, he was creepy.
Yeah,
he is creepy.
He is creepy. He's great. He's one of my favorite Disney villains. And it's okay that he's not in Tiana's because Tiana's is its own celebratory thing. So I can't wait to see Tiana's Bayou Adventure open at Disneyland. We are expected to get additional sequences and more animatronics because it is a technically longer attraction. There's more show scenes in hours than Florida's, and
it's more intimate. It's small. It's everything's closer.
And I do think so. There were a lot of rumors that they were going to push this thing and make it open quicker. And I think they looked at what happened in Florida's and they slowed way down. And that's why you're seeing this date is they're giving it plenty of time to do lots of testing and make sure they have all the kinks knocked out so that the Disneyland opening is a lot more successful than what happened.
They did say it would open at the end of this year anyway.
Yes.
So they were probably like, yeah, that's fine.
They set themselves up. It was great.
Water ride in the winter. Freddie, tell the people where this ride is going to be.
Are you ready for Bayou Country? Oh, yeah.
It didn't need to be that.
No, it didn't. It could have been Critter Country. It's a ride with critters in it. Also, Winnie the Pooh is still there.
Yeah.
And now you're retheming Hungry Bear to Country Bear Jamboree.
Yeah, they're not in the Bayou either.
Interesting. I feel like this is very last minute. I really feel like this is last minute. Like this is just tacked on the poster. Bayou Country. We're doing it.
I guess it sounds more like a place.
Yeah.
Than Critter Country.
It does. Also, I think Critter and the spelling of it and the way it is hearkening again more towards the southern Brer Rabbit type thing. And so I think that's why they're like, let's not do that anymore.
Yeah.
Because now the anchor of this land is Tiana's Bayou Adventure, so it's Bayou Country. There you go.
Yeah, and the logo will have Lewis. It'll have a hungry bear hugging him or something.
Yeah. It'll have a bunch of the animals from the ride.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were starting to do firefly testing on our Tianas, which is really cool. The projected fireflies on the facade. But it's funny that Tiana's opening for Disneyland was just a dropped thing during this. Because that's
probably the start date of Christmas too.
Yeah. Interesting.
Let's see, because usually Christmas is like November 10th. Oh, no, but now the 15th. I'm trying to book my Mammoth trip. No, you know what? It might be okay. Yeah, because Christmas could either start on November 8th or November 15th. And I feel like 8th is too early.
Yeah.
Because that's a week from Halloween.
Well, and they also want this to be a huge deal. They don't want it to be overshadowed by a particular seasonal event.
Well, I mean, you think Christmas will be on the 8th? Because that feels too soon from Halloween. Halloween, that.
But normally Halloween is over and they immediately remove the pumpkin.
Yeah, but will the tree be there? Like
they move it there within a week.
Because usually, like
it's
they
overnight.
Have 10
it's
days.
Very quick.
Yeah.
By the time Halloween happens, they're already starting to put Christmas decorations.
Yeah, that I know. Like the snow shows up, but
yeah,
I guess we'll see. So it could be the 15th. It could be the 8th. They haven't announced Christmas yet, huh?
They haven't yet. I think they're just too focused on getting to Halloween right now. It's a little too early for Christmas, but it's going to happen.
Halloween's so early. It's starting
incredible.
In 11 days.
It makes no sense to me.
Honestly, it was for the Oogie Boogie Bash. I believe that's the only reason. And they were probably like, we can get rid of summer and just go straight into Halloween.
Yeah.
But they needed more Oogie Boogie Bash dates.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
They've sold out slowly, which is exactly what you want to do. You want to meet demand. You don't want to exceed demand or fall short. You want to be
You want to be in the middle. You want to make sure everyone who's interested actually gets to experience
guns and butter, everyone.
All right. The next announcement that they made was the Zootopia show replacing Bugs Life Theater, which
we knew.
Yeah, we knew. They give it a name. I didn't even bother to write it down. Nor did the Disney blog even bother to attach it onto the initial D23 announcement post. I was like looking through. I'm like, I don't even think they have the name for that on here. Let me just double check.
Zootopia, better Zoogether.
Cool puns.
I hate it.
I
don't like Zoogether.
I don't even think that they care about this show. Also, it's supposed to open late next year. That's the plan. So then you have something. I mean, 2025 is going to have a lot of things to kind of counterbalance the fact that Epic Universe exists. Just to make sure, hey, we know you're here for Epic Universe. Go and enjoy that. But here are a few things new over at Disney World, so you can at least spend a day or two over here. It's the whole,
we know you were thinking of coming here anyway. So hey, here's a couple things.
Yeah, just spend a day over here. The ticket deals next summer are going to be incredible for Disney World.
Ooh.
Yeah. Even if you didn't go to Epic Universe, because what if Epic Universe is a mess? What if the rides are all falling apart because they were rushed so quickly? There's a lot of Epic Universe drama that's happening. But then Disney World is like, hey, come over here.
Can we start saving up?
Half off, guys. 75% off. Come on. So that's the announcement for Zootopia. Cool. Not officially, not coming to Animal Kingdom in a huge way, but it's still here. Zootopia 2 was announced, so obviously that IP is still going to be around.
We got Zoogather, but not Zootopia. Or Zootopia.
Jeez. I do think Bug's Life is one of those shows that is long in the teeth, like the animation of it is and everything else. Like it did need to receive an update. I do think that talking about biomes for animals and stuff definitely fits into Animal Kingdom. It works. And Zootopia, despite whatever a Parks fan or even Joe Rohde himself is going to say, people are going to hear Zootopia and think of the animal park.
Yeah.
Vice versa. It's just going to happen. It's your animal park. It's not a zoo, but it's the animal park.
For those who don't know, this is the Jeff handshake moment.
Yeah.
He's like, and it just doesn't belong like Zootopia and Animal Kingdom.
Yeah. That was the incredible thing. That was great.
Guys, I'm telling the meme lives on in real life.
It does all the time.
Jeff is my Bizarro Jerry.
Yes.
So I didn't even hear about this.
So this is, again, part of the rapid fire announcement. So it's like, cool, Tiana, Zootopia, Spaceship Earth Lounge, classic cocktails at the Spaceship Earth Lounge. This is the old corporate lounge that is at Spaceship Earth.
I may have been in a jacuzzi at this point. So yeah.
Just skipping past. But it's actually going to be, so like where the post show is for Spaceship Earth, behind that area. If you actually see the Walt the Dreamer, like the statue in Epcot, behind him, there's a giant glass like window that's just below Spaceship Earth. That's where the bar is.
What's been in there?
It was a corporate lounge for Siemens when they used to sponsor it. So it's been abandoned. It's been non-used.
Yeah, because I'm like, what is this building with? Are these windows fake?
So now it's just going to be a cool Epcot cocktail bar.
Yeah, dude.
And the back of the bar is the geometric sphere for Spaceship Earth.
Geodesic.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Travesty, guy. I'm sorry. I'm not over there.
I knew a guy who built geodesic domes. How? I don't know. Shout out, Leo. I don't know where you're at.
That's opening 2025. Places to drink at Disney World 2025. Yeah. Another place to drink, Pirates of the Caribbean Lounge/Tavern.
Which this is where Tortuga was, right?
This is actually going where Pirates League was, which is another thing that was over.
Oh.
But it's in the same area. It's just, I think the Tortuga was a smaller space, and I think they're going for a bigger space. I forget how it's going there, but it's going to have ales and beer and cocktails and everything and food. It's going to be great. It's very much going to be Trader Sam's, but in the park, but Pirates themed. So think of that scale. So it is going to be a bar that is hard to get into. And I think that's the same thing with the Spaceship Earth bar. It's going to be very hard to get in that lounge, but it's also going to ease off the pressure on Space 220.
Yeah. And probably actual Trader Sam's and all that. Like,
yeah, that you're going to have these immersive, well-themed bars. It's going to be cool, though, to just look out that window over Epcot and the World Showcase, or see World Showcase from a bar. It's kind of cool. Also, anyone can go there. It's not just a corporate thing anymore. That's awesome. Then we got the Test Track Redo opening in 2025 next year. Again, based off of the motion. What was the
World
attraction?
of Motion.
World of Motion attraction. Even the facade work and everything. Again, bringing the ride back into its classic form. They said that the queue is going to have a bunch of show scenes.
Yeah, they're putting a small canopy, but you can see the building again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a mess.
Yeah, it was terrible. And now it's going to be a lot better. And presumably they're getting new ride vehicles, but they didn't have a ride vehicle model. I was actually really surprised by that. But Test Track's going to open next year. So that's kind of I think their number one attraction next year, or the big opening, is Test Track. And Test Track is popular. It is a very popular Epcot attraction. And I think Test Track, that opening in 2025, is the last thing Epcot gets for these announcements. That means that they'll go a few years without anything new in Epcot, at least under the current announcement regime. That does bring up something that they omitted, which is the long rumored Journey into Imagination Pavilion, or the new Imagination Pavilion.
Figment walked in the Imagineering last year. Like, we got time.
It is. I feel the same about Figment that I do about Tomorrowland. Inevitable and a matter of time. And sure, we didn't get it this year, but this year was more stacked than I've ever seen. So there's kind of a difference of like, yeah, sure, they didn't get what the fans really are craving, but it's going to happen eventually because it has to. Also, the whole Wonders of Life Pavilion, that what used to be the Play Pavilion that's been like knocked out, I guarantee that's going to become Inside Out at some point. There's no way now that Inside Out is so successful. They even announced a show that they're going to do with Inside Out.
Oh, is that a show? The Dream thing?
Yeah. On a bunch of shorts on Disney Plus. It's just because they know, oh, this was successful. We're pumping out some stuff.
And as far as I don't know anything about the Dream thing, but it seems like, we can focus on the emotions and not Riley.
Yes.
And they could be anyone's emotions.
And now it can start being an anyone thing. And then that's when the pavilion starts to be explore your emotions.
Free therapy.
And it'll be the therapy pavilion, the mental health pavilion. As
chances are many of those families need some family therapy. So,
no, I'm sure, yeah. So next, that was the end of the rush through on announcements.
Yeah,
and then we got to another big one,
Monstropolis.
A new land at Hollywood Studios.
Yeah, did they officially say they're going to call it Monstropolis?
No, but they did reference Monstropolis. I assume that's what they're going to call it, unless they want to call it like Monsters Land.
Monstropolis, the World of Monsters, Inc.
Yeah.
It's going to be some
You got to
nonsense.
put Monsters Inc. in the title. Actually, that's another commentary from this overall presentation. Naming conventions were a lot better in general.
So what names do we have so far?
So we have Pride Lands. We have, they didn't give a name for the Spaceship Earth Bar, these other things. Trop of Americas. Love that. Yeah. Walt Disney A Magical Life.
They had to name that Walt Disney. That's fine.
Yeah, no, of course.
World of Frozen. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, they already have that in the other parks. The Avengers names we'll get to a little bit later, but yeah, I'm down with it.
Okay. Yeah. So Monstropolis, a new land in Hollywood Studios.
Yeah.
Taking the place of,
we don't know yet,
possibly Muppet Square.
So the two pieces of concept art are not the same. You can actually see that Harryhausen's jumps from one side to the other of the show building.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that are inconsistent. The first piece of concept art, the one that's like a lot more clear, that seems to be the older piece. And that's the one that seems to be in the back looking more like Muppet's Courtyard. And then the other piece that's the more wide angle shot at the overall facade and feels a lot newer and more accurate to what they're actually going to build. That feels a lot more closer to what Animation Courtyard or where specifically Star Wars Launch Bay is. So,
and that's like an ugly area.
Yes, that whole area needs to be demolished. Behind it, it's just a few corporate offices and the parking lot for the executives at the park. So all that stuff can get pushed back and rebuilt.
They have so much room.
Easy to do. And this coaster is going to be huge. So when people are like, oh, it can just fit here. If you look at the model that they showed in the pavilion, it's going to be massive. The loading area is going to be 4 tracks.
Yeah.
It's a 4-track load area.
And it has to be big because it's going to be somewhat fast.
It's going to be fast. It's going to be intense. It's going to be a high thrill attraction. It does look like they have a playground thrown in there too. So it's like they know they're going to have to put a few like stuff for the kids to do while everyone else is on the giant roller coaster.
Yeah.
I do expect that they're got to put like a theater show or something else in there because there has to be some more family entertainment. Because
will they move the laugh floor here?
They could. They really could. And laugh floor is one of those
people
things
like
they
it,
could.
right?
Yeah, they do. And in fact, they like it enough that it has gone away seasonally and come back due to popular demand. Just for something to do. I think there's something. Yeah, there's something they can do with it. They did acknowledge. It was funny too that they brought Billy Crystal out on stage to like sing, the song and everything.
Really random.
I loved it though. I love it so much. Monsters Inc. is one of those movies that my wife Anna and I watch as like it's like comfort food. Like we just put that movie on because it's so funny. It's so sharp.
Freddie,
it's
have
so
you
funny.
played Kingdom Hearts?
No,
dude, you would love it.
I feel like it's the game for me.
It's
but I
psychotic, but you would love it. And maybe this will entice you. Although I don't know. Do you have any consoles?
No, I don't.
Like
I just don't have time. No, nothing.
Huh. I'm trying to think. Like what I could, what would
The
work.
time that I used to spend that I could have been spent on video games, I spent going to the parks.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference. Is I'm a going out person, not a stay in and play video game.
So when you play Kingdom Hearts, or when they make a Kingdom Hearts, Disney actually says you have to go. I'm sure if they're still employed at Disney, you have to go to the people who made it and ask them what to do with their property.
Yeah.
So when they went to the Frozen people, it's famously those two people, right? Like they said, no, we have plans for Frozen. You're going to redo the movie and like fit Sora into there. And it's like, okay. Toy Story, Pixar was like, oh, this sounds cool. Like, they're like, Pixar's fun. They're like, okay, you can set it in between these two movies and just do a side story. And like, I think it takes place after 2. Like Andy's wallpaper is very specific, and like it has to be this because it's after this. And then Monsters Inc. They went to the Monsters Inc. creators, and they're like, "Oh, we'll write you a mini sequel."
Nice.
And it's not like a sequel, but it's like, "Oh, here's what it's after the events," and it's like not really canon because it's crazy, but like you actually go into like weird parts of Monstropolis, and like Sully's the CEO, so it's
which they now did in a TV show too.
Yeah. But this was like, we'll let you do it. We'll write you a little thing, like a little sequel. So there's that. And then Tangled is like somewhat the events of the movie, but a little bit different. So like Big Hero 6 is like sequel a little bit, but that's like super weird.
Which is similar. The story conventions between that video game and the parks, it's very similar where you have to figure out, hey, how does this play with what story is going on? So like in this Monstropolis land, they're acknowledging this is after the films. Yeah. This is in a world where, okay, cool, we're going to the Laugh Factory, the monster, laugh floor. We're in Monstropolis as human beings. So humans have been welcomed into Monstropolis.
Yeah.
We're in the world of monsters, and it's not weird now.
And Monsters at Work is doing okay, right? It got
is
another
doing okay.
season.
It got another season. It's doing okay. The biggest complaint from animation people is that they were clearly using some older assets. And so you could tell like that certain like animated figures or whatever it is were not as new as other ones. And so I think that's, it's like, but it's a show, it's a production. It's like, Pixar's trying to pump this out pretty quick because they're working on movies.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I love the idea that, again, we're going to the Laugh Floor. We're going to the Laugh Factory. They're taking the doors. They're taking the idea of, hey, look at all these rails. You know what would be really fun for these humans if we put them on a roller coaster through this factory?
This is what we were talking about last week, the wish fulfillment.
Yes.
And Andrea wrote in about this. This is what we wanted.
It's the dream.
That you do it in Kingdom Hearts.
That's wild.
It's part of it is you're chasing a villain and you all jump on the doors. And you go to like different platforms and you hop off and then you hop on a different track of doors. I'm like, I want to do this.
The fact that you're going to go into the factory, you're going to go into this big corporate building, you're going to go into the actual, like, again, like the scare floor, the laugh floor, and they're going to have the sign and they're going to have the, all right, we're on in 7, 6, he's going to do the whole thing. And instead of your coaster going up a lift hill or anything, your coaster will be lifted up and attached to the rail on the ceiling. And then you start going off into the factory.
So they're doing the Stark thing.
The loading of it looks like you would load in the laugh floor, and the tracks there's 4 tracks, and then they all merge into one that goes into the actual coaster building. That means while one is on the floor, the other one rises, and they flip back and forth. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to deliver on that the same way the doors get lifted up in the movie. You're going to get lifted up onto the upper track. Incredible. Like, and they've been talking about, and this is the first suspended roller coaster that Disney's ever done.
They called it that, but it's not technically a suspended coaster.
It's like a flying coaster is what you'd say?
Maybe. Suspended is when you're in the car and the car is suspended. Oh, you kind of are, though.
Yeah.
So this is a suspended coaster. Never mind.
It is 100% a suspended
Your legs are not hanging in this.
In this one? I thought they were in the concept
Your
art.
butt is sitting on something in this. Like,
yeah,
okay,
well, your
Batman,
butt is, yeah.
Batman at Six Flags. I mean, yeah, you have the shoulder straps and you're like more dangly, whereas this is more like Ninja, where you're in a vehicle.
Yeah, that I think the concept art shows more dangling legs.
Yeah, but it
really does.
You're like in a seat, but your legs are over the seat.
Yes. Just the end of your legs is so you're kind of like sitting down in something rather than your thighs dangling. Or whatever, yeah. Okay, cool. But yeah, Monstropolis is going to have shopping and dining. They teased out Harryhausen's, which is incredible. The idea that you're going to dine in that establishment. If they don't have the smell from the ride here in California Adventure, if I don't walk in and get that smell, then I'll
be the world's worst sushi. It's got to be for
Heck
the
yeah.
dude. It's got to be for the average traveler.
Yes.
It's going to be California rolls.
Whatever. I'm in Harryhausen's.
Monster rolls for sure.
Monster rolls. The ice cream with googly eyes on it. There's so many like little things that you could grab on in the concept art. And this has apparently been rumored for like since 2008.
Everything will have popping boba in it.
Oh, yes. But I guess the rumor goes that in 2008, Disney actually had a presentation for a coaster coming in that was going to be a door coaster. And they put it up on internal websites and took it down within a few hours.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Why?
It got leaked. Like it was not supposed to go up, and it went up. And so like it was probably an internal memo thing and it ended up going a little bit more external than it should have. But that's the rumor of where it started, and it's been in online forums forever. And everyone's like, it's not real, it's not real. And then
there's the joke with this whole presentation that Disney went to the forums of the early 2000s and said, you know what, we're just doing it all.
Yeah, we're doing the thing. You want a Lion King ride? Here it is.
Yeah.
You want monsters? Here it is. Hollywood Studios needs this. It needs to be an expansion and not a reversal. Like there's no way that you get rid of Muppet Vision. Plus this administration of Imagineering and the parks loves the Muppets. I don't believe Muppets Courtyard's going away. I don't believe they're changing Grand Avenue, the LA area that they added outside of Galaxy Edge. They just did that. There's no way that changes. Like this is going to go somewhere where you need to change things, where you have unused land and capacity. They talked about this, where all future development is going to be expansion and not reversion. And we'll get into it a little bit in a future announcement when we talk more about cars, about how that's a little bit changed. But still, like this is all expansion for it. It gives you another reason to go to Hollywood Studios. And Hollywood Studios has a lot of stuff now that we have here at Disneyland. It has Rise of the Resistance. It has Runaway Railway. The only real reason to go to Hollywood Studios now is Muppets, Tower of Terror, and Rock and Roller Coaster, which if Rock and Roller Coaster survives all this in some way, that's wild.
Yeah, wasn't it supposed to go away?
That's been the rumors forever. Yeah. But that is Monstropolis. Do you have anything to say about that?
I'm actually excited about this.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited because this is a cool world to go to.
Yes.
Because it's like an alternate version of our world.
I feel like Monstropolis is I would rather go to Monstropolis than Zootopia, but I think they both play in a similar field.
Yeah, I'm wondering what is the difference? Is it that the monsters are Zootopia they're animals.
Yeah.
They're anthropomorphic, which is weird. The monsters are monsters. They're not real at all.
They're the monsters under your bed. Yeah.
And they're super colorful and silly.
Yes.
And it's
as if they came out of a child's imagination.
Yeah. And it feels like more of an animated film because it's slapstick. It's silly. I think it's going to be really cool. And the door coaster idea is it's absolutely genius. I know they couldn't make the vehicles look like doors. They look like laugh canisters,
which is cool. You know that they had that design, and they have the
canisters above you too,
collecting the screams and your laughter from the coaster. Like that's part of the fun.
It looks really.
It literally
good.
said roaring with laughter. This ride is going to make you roar with laughter.
I know this isn't what's happening, but it would be hilarious if they're like, we're actually taking over the Contemporary because it looks like that.
Looks like,
and then we go through it.
Yeah, we know you guys didn't like the Incredibles re-theme, so we're going to go with a Monsters Inc.
Contemporary.
Yeah. Has to be a pun, too.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think this is one of the cooler announcements that they did.
Definitely in the top 5 for what they did. A surprise, to be sure.
Will they... They're going to rename Hollywood Studios at some point.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I don't think they're rushing to rename it
because Adventure World, or Disney's I don't like that name so much. It's too generic.
That's too generic. I'm saying will they rename it when they add everything to rebrand it and get that stank off of it? Because people say you hear Hollywood Studios that park sucks.
Yeah,
but it's not time to rename it yet because they got a lot going on.
Do you think they rename DCA?
I don't think they renamed DCA,
I don't think so either.
but here's why. DCA doesn't have that terrible bad rap.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like, park enthusiasts, no. And then park enthusiasts, man, it's not really California anymore. But, like, no one really even
Cares.
dude, no, you show the average person DCA 1.0, they're like, that was here.
Yeah.
They don't know. It's been since 2012 already.
Yeah.
Like, it's DCA, Disney California Adventure. Oh, okay, it's the California park. Like, it doesn't mean anything to anyone. I think because the name, it either means everything to the people who know, or it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Epic Universe doesn't actually mean anything.
No.
It has Universal in it. Universe. Epic. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Adventure World is actually just a bad name, but like whatever. But
yeah,
I think they could name it something. They could just give it another name. I'm not even going to try to guess.
I think the reason that it makes it more difficult is the fact that you still have the Chinese theater facade. Even though it's Runaway Railway, it's like still so movie tied in. You're still going to have Tower of Terror. It's still going to say the Hollywood Tower Hotel. That's never going to change.
Yeah, but
that's why I wouldn't change Hollywood Studios branding. I think I would change the logo. I would change things. I would update. I would make it feel less empty or less facade and make it feel more real.
Disney's Holly World. I'm joking.
No.
I'm joking.
I mean, even if they did get rid of studios and it was just Disney's like Hollywood something or
Hollywood Land.
Adventure, yeah. Disney's Hollywood Land. Yeah.
You're
it works.
Clipping in and out for some reason.
Yeah, I was backing away from the mic.
Okay. Yeah. I think they might change it in the future just to like get away from the bad rap, and because it's like Star Wars, Monsters Inc., Toy Story.
Yeah. It doesn't all, they're all
If
playing.
Star Wars wasn't there, I feel like they might have done a Pixar thing.
Yeah.
But too late. Way too late.
So that pending, moving on to the next announcement, and this was a wild one. Cars Land at the Magic Kingdom, which we talked about during the rumor and speculation episode.
And you said it would be there. Beyond
that was the
Big
rumor
Thunder.
for Beyond Big Thunder was Cars Land. And I was like telling you, it's like, I don't want to believe this. I don't want it to be the case, but it could happen.
And Jim Scholl had his only good take where he took Cars Land and he was like, look, it fits.
It fits. It works. Look at it. Here's Thunder. Here's there.
Yeah. And here, Radiator Springs.
Yeah.
And we said it would be Radiator Springs and that no one would be mad. And they're not doing Radiator Springs.
They're doing something unique and special. And I know that people, and we are doing this with hindsight with the benefit of they did announce that this is going to replace their Rivers of America.
Shout out to River and James.
What I find, I've never been on that Tom Sawyer Island. I went to Disney World twice. Neither time did we go out to their Tom Sawyer Island. Neither time did we ride the Liberty Bell.
People there don't care as much.
They don't care at all.
And we have the Mark Twain and the Columbia, which are both very popular.
And we have Fantasmic.
Yeah, I was going to bring up Fantasmic, but besides, because they could just rope off and do Fantasmic, right? Like they could figure it out. But our boat rides actually have people on them all the time.
Yes.
You can actually miss the boat. Like,
yeah. And that's the difference.
Tough,
yeah.
But yeah, it's not like, Tiki Room is there because it's classic. And actually, Tiki Room fills up though.
Yeah.
But it's not like Great Moments where there's almost no one ever in there. Our Rivers of America are used.
I really wonder, are they going to permanently dock the Liberty Bell? Or are they going to tear it up? Are they going to do what all the Disneyland Paris fans are begging for and put it in Paris? Because I guess Paris's boat isn't there anymore.
They would do something like that. They've done stuff
cool.
like that. Like
we just take it up. We're chopping it up and we're shipping it over to Paris. That would actually be really
cool.
Take the
Liberty Bell and move it somewhere else.
Exactly. That would be great. I do think, yes, sure, you're missing on stuff. You're losing out on some charm, but Magic Kingdom overall as a park that is thematically inconsistent with a lot of terrible sightlines. And sure, like the whole Rivers of America was it was a bright spot there, but it wasn't perfect. It wasn't as good as any other Rivers of America around the world. And the fact that they're keeping Frontierland around and they're changing its identity and they're coming up with a way to make it work. And they're making something unique to the parks.
So is Cars Land going to be in Frontierland?
I don't even think it's going to be called Cars Land.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
One of the jokes somebody said is going to be Frontierland.
Oh my god. They'll put the joke there.
They'll put
Somewhere.
the joke there. They'll have signs this way to Frontierland, but it won't be like that's not.
Yeah,
what
it's how they have the stupid Mater signs.
they're going to call it the same way that it is. The same way that it's Radiator Springs. It's going to have its own name. This area, and the fact that it's like actually this is more wilderness land than it is frontier land. But it's this whole idea of where does the frontier go? And originally when they announced this, I'm thinking, cool, it's beyond Big Thunder. So then you're going from the American, in New England, and you make your way down through Tennessee, and you go to Nashville, and you go to the Country Bears, and then you go to New Orleans, and then you keep going west, and then you get to Big Thunder, and then you keep going west to Big Thunder, and now you're in the Rockies. And that's what this is. It's clearly the Rockies. It's the Pacific Northwest. It's Grizzly Peak, but Cars themed for Magic Kingdom.
Yeah, I think people don't realize the frontier doesn't mean the desert.
No.
The frontier was the wilderness.
It was
Lewis
the
and
wilderness.
Clark,
Yes.
exploring, ironically rivers and stuff that are gone. But
And that you can still tell in the concept art there is water, there is rivers.
Yeah,
there's geysers, which is cool. The whole idea of this land, it's mostly just the entire footprint. It's this giant off-roading ride.
And guys, think of the average Florida clientele. They're gonna love off-roading.
We're going to
type
get in
stuff.
the mud.
Yeah.
We're going to go down this river, this, that. Can they deliver on that, really? Can they make this feel like a real off-roading experience? We don't even know what this ride system is. There's nothing to give away what the ride system is.
Could be a new one.
What I believe is that there's a small chance that they developed something brand new. There's a company that made a trackless off-roading vehicle.
Oh, boy.
And I was sent it once anonymously. And it was just like, hey, look at this cool thing. And if that ends up being what it is, and it's a bunch of trackless off-roading Jeeps that are just going over a rough track.
Freddie, trackless off-roading Jeeps are cars.
Yes. No, exactly. It's just self-driving cars.
Yeah.
But it's a ride that's self-driving cars.
That's crazy.
That would be wild.
Yeah.
Would they do that? I don't know. But the fact that there is no track, there is no visible ride system. It is just dirt roads.
Yeah.
And there's a company that made that and tested it and has video footage online.
And Disney could just be like, give us that.
Yeah, we just bought the ride system, or we built our own version. That would be incredible. So I don't know that for a fact.
That's one of
I would
those.
believe it though.
That's one of those gotcha moments for hey, what are you doing, Disney, for Epic Universe? That's their Donkey Kong moment. But
yes,
but dude, that's I don't want to be vulgar. That's just that's throwing mud at Donkey Kong. Dude, you're nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, you built the thing where there is a track and we built a fake one in between. It's we put a self-driving Jeep that goes through dirt.
Actually off-roads on maybe it's simulated, but it's still going to do that. Imagine something where there's an actual river that goes through through the ride.
I could see
and you ford the river in a trackless vehicle.
Yeah, I could see it being imagine a trackless Indy.
Yeah.
Because you don't want a car with suspension actually taking jumps.
No.
But you would have an Indy style vehicle taking the dirt so you feel the dirt. And then you'd have it hop and do
They'll
whatever.
find some way of doing it. Now a legit commentary on this land is the fact that you have a bunch of new outdoor rides in a place that rains and has poor weather. And when that happens, that whole half of the park goes down.
Yeah.
And that's not going to change. But I'm that was already the case before. So
as long as they can make it where it doesn't the teacups fill up with water. If they can figure that kind of thing out, should be all right.
A huge benefit of where they're building this and how they're building this is the Rivers of America is already built up on that whole second story of Magic Kingdom. It's already built on firm foundation. So everything that you build in this land, it's literally clear site prep. You're ready to go. Which they did say the construction for this starts in 2025 next year.
Wow. That's big.
Pedal to the metal. When Josh D'Amaro is talking about shovels and dirt, he means it.
Is anything getting a shovel this year? Tropical Americas?
We haven't gotten to the one that is.
Oh, okay.
I do think Tropical Americas is one, and I think here at California Adventure we have another. We're gonna get to it in a moment.
So I think this is cool. You said permits are filed?
They did announce permits are filed this week for the construction to start.
There will be another Cars movie.
Oh, for sure.
And it will be about off-roading.
They're going to do off-roading. Yeah. They're going to do monster trucks.
Yeah.
I'm excited though. Like, and the fact that this is park specific. Yeah, we're using this IP as a lens, but we're actually talking about the American wilderness and nature. In some ways, hearkening back to the original Frontierland expansion, the original like Big Thunder Mesa, like the original project, the Western River Expedition, as it was called. So it's like you're hearkening back to certain things though, but you're talking less about cowboys and the violence of conquering the frontier and displacing peoples, and you're talking about the beauty of the American wilderness, our national parks, stuff that people get to appreciate today. Like that's actually great. That's a really good way of moving forward. The Cars franchise is really special. It already, people love it. People are buying the merchandise. They love the food at Cars Land. A story that was recently told on DSNY Newscast is basically that the executives had this on the table and had Coco, and it was like Coco for Frontierland or Cars. And the Coco team had stuff planned, but the Cars team had the killer sale, which is we have numbers to back up stuff.
Dude, Cars, it doesn't stop. People love it. Like, okay, we had this whole thing. We actually never like revealed the stats because I just forgot. But I texted young people, young adults, but they are adults now.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, what are your top Pixar movies? And Cars was always in the top 3.
Yeah.
And the number 1, he said, yeah, I love Cars. And he worked on Cars in his last job, still works on Cars for fun now. He was like 5 or 6 years old when Cars came out.
Yeah.
And so those people all love it. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I kind of liked it when I was a kid. But then like Kimmy's nephew, River, he's 4. He's obsessed with Cars. Dude, he called himself Lightning McQueen for 6 months. Like he has the backpack, like everything.
Yes, it's the whole identity.
And so kids are born and get to their car phase and they're like, here's Cars.
Disney has the thing for it. Yeah.
And they love it. Dads love Cars. And just people just randomly like it because it is good, right? So it's never going to stop. And Cars aren't going away. So people will always like them. And I think even the fact, dude, if these are self-driving and it's like the car is driving you, like it has a character.
Yeah.
I think that'll also resonate with kids because now they're growing up with self-driving cars. They're not growing up with
and now you're giving it a personality too.
Yeah, where like Indiana Jones, you're like, oh, put me in the driver's seat. But not soon, but soon enough, there isn't going to be a driver's seat.
Yeah.
So you're just like, oh, the car is taking you for a ride. And here we are.
And you're off-roading.
Yeah.
Also the fact that you could then have, because they're trackless and they're on a track, but they are able to move.
Yeah.
And so you can move around, you could do different things, you could cross paths, and it's all on the computer and all simulated. It's entirely possible. They have the technology, they have the ability to do it. I know you're saying like not being able to take jumps. I'm sure it's not going to be able to jump, but I'm sure it can.
Oh, yeah, it'll have a simulator concept to it.
But what if it's not simulated? What if it is shocked? It's just a like driven by wire pre-programmed vehicle that everything's connected just like any other trackless ride. And I do think, yeah, sure, there's variables, but they have the technology to answer those variables. And if something gets out of line, something gets out of whack, ride shuts down. So this could be, I mean, that could be a negative to it too. But if it works, it's going to be one of the coolest things in Disney World.
Yeah, the only reason I would say it's not going to be actually just completely trackless jumping, whatever, is the weather.
Yeah.
And the dirt is you can't predict that.
Well, and that's why I'm not sure if it's actually going to be dirt or just, again, like it's
Yeah.
just concrete and it's, but it looks like it.
Yeah. And you just feel it fake. But yeah, it'll be very cool for sure. It looks beautiful.
I'm actually like, that's the thing is I wouldn't expect to like that, but I am so sold. I'm ready.
They're definitely, I think, and again, we're eventually going to get to it. Even with the new Avengers Campus art, they're realizing they need to make things prettier.
Yes.
Everything here does
The
look
details
prettier.
there. Yeah.
So,
Righty. And that's Cars Land at the Magic Kingdom. Until we get another name, it's Cars Land. Disney Cruise Line. This is glossed over pretty quickly, but
they brought out All for One, right? Is that what they were called?
Yeah, I think so.
To announce 4 new ships. That was their
that was pretty
conceit.
funny.
Yeah, very weird.
Yeah.
But
Well, and then they also sung Whale of a Tale or whatever it is from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That was
I need to I didn't bring this up with you. I finished the book.
Fantastic. That's great.
You've read the book, right?
Yes.
It's
It's good.
great
It's a very
book.
good read.
And yeah, I got to watch the movie now.
Yeah.
For sure. But that fantastic book, dude. Such good care. I could feel the aesthetic just from it. Great stuff.
Now you just got to go to Tokyo so you can ride the ride.
Yeah, I know I wanted to appreciate the movie more, which is why I read the book, because I know the movie is probably a little different, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's the movie is of the same era as Mary Poppins. So you're looking at old practical effects. You're looking at all this stuff, and then they got a bunch of Broadway Shakespearean actors to play the roles. It's really nice, but it's of its time for sure. So anyway, 4 new cruise ships being I don't know if it was said built or they would be sailing between 2027 and 2031. They didn't announce what type of cruise ship this is. My assumption is based off of all the feedback they have from the new ones, because there's a lot of negative feedback from these 4 ships that they're building currently. It's understood. It's like, cool, we had this design, we committed to it, we had to build these in the shipyards, but it was designed by somebody who never designed cruise ships,
Who had
So it
never
has
been
flaws.
on a cruise, which is
incredible.
how did
JPEG. That's what happened.
yeah.
Either way, that's unfortunate, and they're stuck with building these new ships. At least they're doing a good job of variance on the ships, that each one has very unique offerings and different IP. Like, cool, one boat has the Star Wars bar, and one has the Haunted Mansion bar, and this one's gonna have the Doctor Strange Sanctum bar. Like, they all at least get their own unique offerings, they get their own shows, and it gives you a reason to travel. At the end, I think they said they're gonna have 13 Disney cruise ships.
I never would have thought cruise industry was going to get this big.
But it went from being like bust pandemic,
Yeah.
because it was like this is how everybody gets super sick, to being all of a sudden it's like at the end of the pandemic, just whoosh, straight up it brings in so much money. The cruise ships pay for themselves, and that's why you're seeing them build 4 more. They pay for themselves.
So you were alluding to this, though. Are these going to be a new class, maybe?
I think it's a new class. I think that they're going to redesign. Fingers crossed to go back to that nautical heritage that they did with the original 2, and actually the original 4.
Freddy, I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to go more Wonder of the Seas type deal.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. I think they understand that the cruise line, the people who are their like true fans, the people who keep coming back, they come back because of the quality and the charm.
So they're not going to go Carnival at Sea?
I don't think they'll go Carnival. I think that
Not Carnival the brand, sorry.
I think aesthetically they're going to go, because I think the Triton class is very like heightened fantasy. I think that they're still going to do very immersive environments. They're going to keep doing those things on the cruise ship, but I think the overall cruise ship aesthetic is going to go a little bit more classic to answer the call of those first 2 ships are eventually not going to sail anymore.
Yeah, Jake from Bright Sun Films or Travels just went on the Magic again. Have you seen it?
Yes.
And he said it's showing its age where they can't really fix things.
You can't.
You can't make the TV bigger. You can't.
A ship can only sail for so long. It's only designed to sail for so long. You eventually run. It's the reason that you don't have the same ocean liners that existed in the past, like that last forever. They don't. They really can't. I mean, salt and sea is going to do damage to you. So I do expect it to be a new class. I hope it's a new class, and I hope that we go with a more classic design.
I could see them doing the classic design as they retire the classic ships.
Exactly.
And these big ones can probably come down in price just a little bit.
Yeah.
Enough where families are just going to sail the Marvel ship. Like, my 4-year-old loves Spider-Man. We're going on the cruise that has Spider-Man on the back.
They need to give you reasons for the different ships. So it's like, if these 4 brand new classes are just doing the Caribbean, and they're going to be there for the next 20 years, sailing in the Caribbean, what are the new 4 ships doing? Where are they sailing? Are you going to get one that just does the Mediterranean full time? Classic Mediterranean ship. Are we going to have one that sails out of California and goes to Hawaii and back and forth, or goes to Australia and back and forth? And so then you get, again, more, maybe we designed to be more of an ocean liner.
Like long
cruises, more immersive, more far off locations, more specific.
And the longer ones would probably hold fewer people, but
Yes.
they're all paying more. So they're
paying more.
When there are fewer rooms, there's more stuff for you to do.
And the quality you raise. So it's like, I think you balance it out where you do have the existing ships that kind of do fit a little bit more, that it's like elevated from Carnival. They're not going to compete directly with them because they know they're above. It's a different type. It's like, you can do this and it'll be cheaper and it'll still be fun, or you can do this if you really like Disney. and you really care about customer service. So it'll be interesting to see how that balances out. But I do believe, again, we're going to get some really interesting things with the cruise ships. Those announcements, again, 2027, I don't expect us to hear an announcement of those ships until the next D23, until 2026. I think 2026, they will talk more about those ships coming.
So in 2 years, they'll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if it says 2027, I'm like,
So the first of the 4 is going to sail in 2027?
the new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is
Because the Triton class is getting 4 boats because it's getting 4 ships. It's getting it has the Wish, the Treasure, the Destiny, and then the Japan ship.
which is not. Oh, that is a Triton class.
Same Triton class. OLC's buying it. OLC's getting to pick what's on the ship, and then they'll sail it out of Tokyo.
That one's probably going to be super fantasy themed because that's their whole thing there.
Oh yeah,
It might even be like a princess ship.
literally. Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
Yeah.
And that's everything for cruise ship that they really had. They didn't talk that much about it. So moving on from the cruises, we're actually going to be going into the low point of the presentation. This is about a little bit over halfway. Fortnite. It came
Guys,
out and it's just like Fortnite time.
Don't tune out, please. So yeah, Fortnite. Okay. So the thing about Fortnite,
I even spelled it wrong.
Yeah.
I love that. I don't know anything about
Okay.
Fortnite.
the reason everything works in Fortnite, the reason Spider-Man's allowed to have a gun, the reason Goku is allowed to have a gun and shoot Spider-Man with an AK-47, and Darth Vader can do that too,
But you can't buy a gun in the parks.
right? Is because in Fortnite is the center of all universes. So you talk about multiverse, you talk about metaverse, all the universes actually converge on this island.
Yeah.
The world of Fortnite. And there's stuff with portals. There was, I think his name was The Stranger or something. That might be Destiny. I've only played Fortnite for like 30 minutes, but I know about the lore because I listened to an episode of a podcast about it. So it's the center of all universes, and everyone in Fortnite is these like shadowy characters, and they are the reason you buy skins is the character you're playing as is actually wearing a costume.
That's fun.
So Spider-Man doesn't have a gun. A guy wearing a Spider-Man costume has a gun.
Has a gun.
And
Nice.
that's how they convinced Microsoft to have Master Chief. I think he's in there.
Yeah.
Shooting Kratos from God of War, and PlayStation and Xbox are like, all right,
We're all good.
we're fine. Let them shoot each other. And
Just the
Aloy's
fact that a
there.
company's been able to do that. And isn't it Fortnite like one of the most profitable games ever made?
Dude, it makes billions and billions per quarter.
It's
And-
incredible.
Okay, something people don't realize. The Goku costume. How much do you think that cost?
$5?
It's like $15 to $20.
God damn.
Yeah.
It's like buying its own game.
Yeah. Because the game's free.
Wow.
So those costumes.
Yeah, that's how you get them.
Yeah, you get the V-Bucks, dude. So
Wow.
these costumes are actually $15 plus.
Yeah.
Or they're in the battle passes, and now they're doing a thing where they just announce like things that appear. It used to be if it's in a battle pass, you'll never see it again. Buy in now. Now it's they may appear in the future.
But they don't guarantee it.
Yeah,
And so it's
so
like
It's still
get it now,
exclusive,
yeah.
but it's to kind of convince people like, hey, come back if you need, or like we might do it, and also so that it's not false advertising.
So brushing through these Fortnite events and what's going on. So Disney a while ago announced that they would be investing heavily in Fortnite and Epic Games. Several $1 billion
And
spent.
Epic Games actually made its money on Unreal Engine, which
Yes.
runs many video games. An engine just runs the physics and the graphics and the lights and the sounds usually, and it now runs ILM, Industrial Lights and Magic's. What's the thing called?
The
Stagecraft.
Yeah, Stagecraft.
So The Mandalorian is made in Unreal Engine. Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run is made in.
Speaking of Smuggler's Run, that was the thing, is this whole thing. It's like, okay, here's all these skins coming to Fortnite. Millennium Falcon's getting a new level, folks, in 2026. Get ready.
To coincide with the release of The Mandalorian and Grogu. You're going to go on a
Brilliant.
mission
So
with them.
smart. Incredible. Like, that was the thing, is I was like kind of tuning out, and then all of a sudden, what, Galaxy's Edge getting an expansion, getting an exchange here? That's incredible. That's going to be amazing. Like Smuggler's Run, if you're in Florida, has a line. It has a wait. If you're at Disneyland,
it can get up there.
yeah, but it's not the number one pick.
It only gets up there when the park is busy.
Yes.
When it's not busy, you walk on.
Yeah. But that's going to be amazing. And it also changes how Galaxy's Edge, again, is going to have more characters, not just from the sequel era, but it's like Batuu is this, nexus in the Star Wars universe where all of these characters have at some point journeyed to Batuu.
For some reason.
They all arrive here. Maybe it's just that black spire over there. There's something going on there.
Yeah.
But it actually, I'm like, it's kind of cool, kind of works. Like, pretty excited, pretty hype. That's really cool. But yeah, back to Fortnite real quick. And this was in the middle of the Fortnite announcement. They brought out the big guns. They brought out directors from Pixar, the head of Pixar, the head of Disney Animation, the head of Marvel. Like, they brought everyone out there. It was super funny to have Kevin Feige saying, we use Galactus in Fortnite as an example for the VFX that we should have in Fantastic Four, because here's a 3D visualization. Just shows the power of Fortnite, I guess, that it's like this big thing now. And again, Disney has spent a lot of money saying that they're building pretty much a virtual world in there. And by virtual world, they mean all of the Disney brands have all collided in the same way as the multiverse that Kirk is talking about, and they're all here in this one place.
And they are also somehow in Dreamlight Valley,
yes,
which is still going.
Wild.
That runs on Unreal as well.
I expect, and especially because this is in the Disney Experiences panel stuff, I expect Imagineering at some point is going to partner with them to build experiences in Fortnite. Think of, hey, what if we just put a virtual ride in here?
Yeah,
or virtual immersive, Avengers Campus now in Fortnite.
I think what people also don't know about Fortnite, it's not just Fortnite Battle Royale anymore. So Fortnite is a platform, and it is a metaverse, but they never called it that. But it is actually a metaverse that works because it is a place that people log into with their character, and they can change their clothes and their outfit, hang out with their friends. And what can you do in Fortnite? You can go play Battle Royale. You can go to create mode and make your own stuff. You can go watch a Fortnite concert.
Yeah, the virtual events is crazy.
You can actually they have a Fortnite rhythm game because they bought Harmonix, which Harmonix invented Guitar Hero and then moved on to Rock Band. And then they were originally doing Fortnite concerts, and now they have a music game in there. And they're working on, if not already working, you can plug in your Rock Band instruments and play in Fortnite. And then I think they want to put Rocket League into Fortnite.
That would
because
be wild.
Epic owns Psyonix, and Rocket League runs on Unreal Engine.
But you bolt them in, and now you're building this. It's all these games connected. It's almost like back in the day with Minecraft servers when you go in and they would have all the mini games.
Yeah.
It's interesting because a lot of that ended up just getting replaced by Fortnite. And now that Disney, I think, was trying to get into the metaverse, I mean, they made announcements about that and then just realized, wait, Fortnite already did it. Why don't we just invest heavily in that? So make sure that Disney is synonymous with Fortnite's expansion into not just, okay, you're in Fortnite, but now you're actually going to also be able to connect to Disney Plus and the, shop Disney parks, actually go buy merchandise.
Yeah.
That's wild. But Jennifer Lee slipped up and at one point mentioned Disney Horizons Island.
So yeah, Fortnite takes place on an island. You just put another island, and it could be Disney only.
And so it's
no
Disney
guns.
only island. And the fact that she said Disney Horizons Island, again, not an official announcement. I believe that's the name of the Disney metaverse that they're putting in there. Is it's going to be Disney Horizons Island. I think that's why this was the Horizons panel.
Really?
Yeah.
Just like get the name out there?
Because when they were doing Horizon and they had the logo and it was the Horizons panel logo with like the weird, sun logo that they had. And that was, here it is.
Yeah, and it's weird because they did kind of put all the lands in one area.
Yeah.
And it was island-like too. Like
the concept art that they showed of it being an island and being all these Disney brands all connected. Maybe that's what it is. It's going to be Disney Horizons Island.
Which is funny because Facebook or Meta calls their thing Horizons. Upload, that TV show on Amazon, the VR place that you go when you die is called Horizons. It's
That's
very
funny.
What's up with
Disney's like, we got the OG Horizon rights. We built a ride called Horizons. We're referencing that.
I feel like if they call it this, Meta will sue them though.
And Disney will be like, but we had the first one.
Yeah, it'll be weird, but it's a word.
That's why I don't think they're going to touch it, because Horizons is just a word.
Yeah.
And if it's Disney Horizons something and not just Horizons, then they'll be okay.
Yeah.
If it was just Horizons, that would be a different thing entirely. But that's Fortnite. Do we have anything else to say about Fortnite?
What is VMK?
VMK was Virtual Magic Kingdom, and it was a MMO like type thing. And there's a new VMK that people have been working on, like fans, to recreate it. And it's funny because they'll actually update their version of VMK when new rides come out.
Oh, something for people to note as well. Kingdom Hearts 3 and onwards are in Unreal Engine. And so the thing is, like, all the models.
Yeah.
Now, especially in modern 3D engines, all the models work in between everything.
Yeah.
So like Anna and Elsa were pixel perfect because they just put them in there. Although for some reason they purposely reanimated Let It Go in Unreal Engine on the Square Enix team because the director wanted to prove that he could do it in a video game in real time without rendering. Like it's rendered in real time as opposed to...
That's funny.
And it was like, dude, no one cares, but okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, we did it.
All right, so that was the announcements with Fortnite. Again, the Mandalorian Millennium Falcon attraction. I feel like they did that on purpose, knowing that they were going to lose people with Fortnite. And here's a way to just throw this announcement in there and really like let there be a pop off there. Because I felt like that was, okay, we're back. We're back in the panel where things are happening. And we went from that into, I believe, the Deadpool section.
Was that here?
I think that was the Deadpool section right before we got to Avengers.
Yeah.
Right before we got to Marvel. And the Deadpool section was really comedic and everything like that. He threw a bunch of ideas out there, a real jokester, and
it wasn't cringe.
It wasn't cringe. It was super well done. It was amazing comedy. I don't want to list out all the references. You should actually go on YouTube and watch just the Deadpool section. It was really funny. Just watch the Parks panel, make fun of themselves, really cutting humor. And literally like fix the Yeti. Here's the little cartoons of, of Deadpool. One of the things that Deadpool didn't point out, or two of the things, Imagination Pavilion and People Mover.
Yeah, I think they didn't want to.
They made jokes about everything except fixing Tomorrowland and fixing Imagination Pavilion, which I think is very much on purpose.
Yeah, because that's too real. Because now people ask questions.
Yeah.
Whereas the other stuff is like, this stuff is broken, but it's not gone.
Or like referencing like the dragon, like Maleficent catching fire. Like, yeah, it happened, folks. Like, we get it.
No one got. Well, I think some cast members got injured, but it wasn't like
people got hurt.
But no one was burned alive or anything, so they made the jokes.
No one died, so we're okay.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. But either way, Deadpool, fun section. And then Scott Trowbridge came on stage. Scott Trowbridge famously used to work at Universal Creative, did their Spider-Man attraction and their Marvel section, was, of course, the creative lead for Galaxy's Edge. For better or for worse, definitely he had a hard time there. Again, I was on the project team for Rise of the Resistance, and I definitely saw Scott be very stressed during that project because there was a lot of budget cutting. There was a lot of delays and stuff, especially with Rise. I do find it interesting that he is now, instead of Scott Drake, he is now the lead. And Scott Drake was more of like a graphic artist, like I'm going to make things look good. But Avengers Campus, as people saw, definitely had its issues. It definitely was like it went through this mid stage where it was going to be even worse than it ended up being, in terms of just finishing and having consistency and actually being more than just a bunch of industrial buildings. What they showed off in terms of this is really exciting. But before we get to Avengers Campus, they had a few international announcements. So Shanghai Spider-Man.
I'm gonna fill up my water bottle.
Yeah.
While you do the international stuff.
Yeah.
Do you need it? Oh, you got water. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, you heard about the international ones, right?
Yeah, I heard about them.
I don't have
much.
What's Hong Kong? I want to talk about Hong Kong in a second.
You schedule it. I'll be up in like 2
okay,
less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Have fun with
Shanghai.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. Okay. Shanghai is getting a high-speed roller coaster. It is most likely going to have some launches. The track layout almost entirely is leaked through permitting in Shanghai. Of course, the government, they're showing off, hey, okay, here's this permit. It's public knowledge, which is very interesting for that. But again, a Spider-Man attraction going in there. Spider-Man is definitely the most popular IP when it comes to Marvel. It's interesting that they didn't acknowledge anything else about the land, so I don't know if it's going to be an official Avengers campus or just a Spider-Man themed land in Shanghai. This is going to be adjacent to the Zootopia expansion. Moving over to Hong Kong, they have the Stark Expo, and they're keeping the Stark Expo theming next to Tomorrowland, so they're not changing that to Avengers campus. Again, being a separate thing. But specifically that attraction, the released concept art showed Spider-Man and Doc Ock.
Hello, Peter.
What a great entrance there. So very interesting concept art. It looks like a drop tower, a very familiar drop tower, almost like a Tower of Terror. They did describe this as you are a part of an Avengers initiative. Tony Stark has gathered the smartest minds from around the planet, and they're here at this Avengers Pavilion at the Stark Expo in Hong Kong.
They've been killing their Tomorrowland.
Yes. Kind of, but it's more of like a section of their Tomorrowland is Marvel.
It's slowly taking over.
Yes, but I don't know if it entirely will. Like, I don't know if their Space Mountain will just become Guardians of the Galaxy at some point. I don't expect it to.
But it could.
It could, but I think before they get there, they're going to cap off their Disneyland. And I know the Hong Kong government took away Disneyland's second gate, like the Hong Kong Disneyland second gate property.
Oh.
It was during COVID. It was like Disney didn't use the land, so they took it away so they could use it for housing for COVID for people who flew into Hong Kong to quarantine.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was a very interesting time. But either way, I do expect things, if Hong Kong is able to get back into step and start improving, and as long as things keep going well in that direction, I would expect them to be done with Hong Kong Disneyland after this Avengers project and then be able to move on to a second gate eventually.
Oh, so the land was temporarily taken.
Yes.
Okay.
The government can give it back.
So basically, the government's like, all right, come back with a plan to build another park, and then we'll talk.
And the Avengers expansion here, it's somewhere in the range of probably 700. It's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars to build this attraction. It's interesting that it's Spider-Man themed, but also Avengers themed. So I expect it to be you're in their Avengers headquarter, thing here in Hong Kong on a tour, and then it's going to get hijacked or you're going to get attacked by Doc Ock. So it's interesting to look at the ride vehicle and see it looks very similar to Tower of Terror, but it has an open top. So almost maybe there's a screen or something like that. I do wonder too, if it's not just a drop tower. Like, think of the old DCA Tower of Terror. It was pretty much just a drop tower. That's it. Maybe this is going to lean a lot closer to the Tower of Terror in Florida, where it has trackless sections and then you get in a drop shaft.
Yeah. I haven't done that yet. That's like exciting.
Really, yeah, going through the dimension. That's really cool. So I don't expect this to just be a drop tower, but it is cool because they don't have a drop tower in Hong Kong. The people in Hong Kong, it's definitely a situation where in general with the Asian parks, high thrill attractions are not the most popular. And then the secondary thing is that guests in the Asian market really like to see what the ride is before they get on it.
Oh.
So like being able to see what you're getting into is important, because otherwise you just look at Space Mountain. It's a famous story. It's told in the Imagineering story of they just see a cool building. They don't know what's in it. They don't even know there's a roller coaster in there. Oh, cool building. Take a photo. That's it.
So weird.
So it's like, it's interesting because that's happening. And then it's like, okay, it's a drop tower. That means you're going to see a ride vehicle falling. There's no way that they don't do it where it's like, it's Avengers Tower and you can see the elevator dropping.
Huh. Like it might be like pre-broken or something.
Yeah, or something, or it's mid-attack, or whatever the show's going to be. I mean, in the end, because of the Ant-Man and the Wasp nano battle as well, it's like the city is under attack all at once. Like the attack happens in all the stories at the same time. That's kind of cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
A story to the land. Yeah. And you could,
And then you go to a different ride and you're experiencing the same exact attack by Hydra and all the bad guys.
I'm down to go to Hong Kong. It seems like a very simple park.
Seems
and
chill.
they speak English there.
Yes, they do. Yeah, and that's Hong Kong. So that's our international Marvel expansion. So again, quickly, Shanghai roller coaster, Hong Kong, both Spider-Man again being the popular IP makes sense. Now, finally coming back to the States.
The headline would be Avengers Expand.
Yeah.
Avengers Campus is getting an expansion to the land.
Not just an e-ticket, a land.
Yeah, we thought, okay, they'll get rid of the store and we can walk in through there.
Sure.
No, we get a new walk. Dude, the animation
Yeah.
was sick.
The walls pull back.
That they spent time on, and I'm like, good job.
And the reveal, too, of we're going to go behind the building, and you didn't just go straight into a show building. You turn left.
Yeah.
Like, incredible. So it's going to double the size of Avengers Campus.
Which is important because it's so small.
It's a tiny, it's as the Avengers corridor. It's this tiny little hallway. Now it's going to be huge, massive, with 4 attractions.
Yeah, we're getting 2 new rides. That was actually mic drop moment.
Yeah.
We're like, and now another attraction. We're like,
Another. Yeah.
So
let's go with the first one first, the Avengers e-ticket, the King Thanos attraction.
yeah.
So we are going into Avengers Campus. We're new Avengers recruits, and we're going to go and explore their headquarters. And we're going to see this brand new multi-world vehicle that Tony Stark has made, along with the technology from Guardians of the Galaxy and technology from Wakanda. It's basically this troop transport that allows us to go anywhere in the world at a moment's notice and answer the call when it's needed, which happens. I guess a bunch of multiversal technology is stolen from Avengers Campus, and now King Thanos is wreaking havoc around the globe.
And this is very similar to Cosmic Rewind.
Very similar.
Villain steals technology that goes through things.
Yeah.
But the ride vehicle, very similar to the Peter Pan ride vehicle.
It is literally the Peter Pan ride vehicle. So it is
from Tokyo.
From Tokyo. So it's a higher capacity version of what Universal did with Scoop. So it can move at 360. It can spin in all directions. It can be a full simulator, kind of like Star Tours in terms of getting those motions. The Peter Pan attraction seems to be a lot more smooth and sort of like you're flying and everything like that. And it has a battle sequence, but you're kind of watching it and then interacting at certain moments. I expect this to be the thrilling version.
But it is on a track?
It is a tracked attraction with a motion base.
Because it looks, from what they showed, it looks like a motion sim.
Yeah.
Because they show it open up and you kind of go through it, but not really.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no.
It's interesting because it's similar where it's like, okay, the outside of the vehicle looks a certain way and then the vehicle transforms for you to actually be able to travel. And they show the animation of that. You're clearly going to see that animation in the queue. It's cool. You can also see that the vehicles are being repaired from certain missions. They have one where you can see that there's going to be like a screen in the side of the vehicle where it's been torn open and like the Wasp is like repairing the vehicle. And the name of the attraction is Avengers Infinity Defense or Aid.
I think it's cool that you know what? I think Tiana's was the first one where we're putting the name of the IP in kind of without a colon.
Yes.
That was a little not great. Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
Yeah.
Right? But here it's like, okay, Avengers is the first word. Okay, it's the Avengers ride.
Yeah.
Because they know, I think they didn't get this from Jenny Nicholson, but the whole like how people just call things.
Yes.
It's going to be like the Avengers ride.
It's the Avengers ride, or what's the shorthand for it? It's Aid.
Yeah, but no one's going to call it Aid.
Yeah.
They're going to say,
like that it's called
you want to
Aid.
go on Avengers? Like, yeah. But yeah, they gave it something, an actual real name. Is it the most amazing name? No, but also like it's a technology themed land. Everything's going to be kind of lame-ish.
But also Infinity Defense makes sense in terms of in story, in world. You're not going to call this like Infinity War or Thanos Attack. You're not going to call it that. You're going to call it something that you're actually going to this thing, and Infinity, and in reference to we can be anywhere. We can save anyone. We can do this. We have this technology.
Decent name.
Decent name.
No colon.
Not perfect, but decent. And again, it fills in with the consistency of better naming convention.
Yeah.
I don't think they didn't announce a single ride that had adventure in the title.
Except Indiana Jones Adventure.
But they didn't say Indiana Jones
That's
Adventure,
just what
though.
it's called. And that name is almost like old school campy.
Yeah. Yeah. You kind of have to do that. In this attraction, with the battle across they said the battle across the multiverse, but it's more across the planet. We will travel to Asgard, Wakanda, and New York City. And then Scott Trowbridge cut off at the end. And my favorite part, and maybe we shouldn't go there.
What's the favorite part going to be?
I don't know. I don't know where else you go. Here's one of the things that I've heard rumblings of is that we will have at least 2 animatronics in this ride. At least as of the time of recording. At least that was a rumbling that went out.
So should we bring back the final bullet point up here to talk about the
I was going to talk
Avatar?
about it at the end because it was kind of the end of the Avengers thing. We'll get there in a second.
Okay.
So overall on this land, construction starts next year. I'm hearing that land like site prep is this year. In fact, next month.
So is that like shovels?
That's shovels in the ground. All the trailers that are on that back. If you've looked at a Google Earth view, you see a bunch of trailers. That's actually the Imagineering. That's some of the Imagineering trailers that are up.
Oh, so they've been hanging out there.
Yeah, but now they're gonna have to move somewhere.
That's fun.
Yeah. So stuff will start happening next month for this. This is like boots on the ground now, because this whole area, and they didn't give it an opening date, but I really believe it's either going to be open in 2027 in line with Avengers Doomsday.
Oh yeah.
Or by Secret Wars. So it has to be open too by 2028, which is when the Olympics happen in LA.
Yeah.
Like this has to be open by the Olympics because this is the billboard, and it's also we're going to travel to Wakanda and New York and here and there. And so it lets you do an international type ride.
Yeah.
It fits perfectly. The whole uniting
and people around the world almost like Marvel more than we do.
Yes, they do. And they're traveling here to LA.
Yeah.
So here's something to go do. That's going to happen. The fourth ride.
Thankfully, we only have to avoid Disneyland for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, sure. Did you see the whole announcement that it's going to be a no cars Olympics?
What?
They're going to encourage people to work from home and take public transportation.
So here's the funny thing. The original LA Olympics, there was actually no traffic because people were so afraid of the traffic that they stayed home. So anyone who this was a Galaxy's Edge situation.
Yeah.
So, that's what we might get.
I hope so. So the fourth ride is Stark Flight Lab.
Which I don't know how I feel about this.
So
it's kind of a ride.
It is a ride for sure. This is basically their version of an outdoor spinner. This is their, we're going to have kinetic energy, which is something that Avengers Campus only benefits from through having superheroes walk around.
Which is still big.
It is big. But now you're going to have this very large footprint spinner ride where you load in a platform on cars that are on a rail. Then they go over to where these robot arms, your vehicle is not attached to the arms. This arm's going to come in, bolt into your back, and now your vehicle is going to lift up. They said that each time you go on, you could get a different flight profile, because the whole idea is that you are doing training in the flight profiles of different superheroes.
Oh.
That's kind of the whole point.
Okay. So are you moving while the arm's moving? Like, you being moved forward?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's on a track.
I wasn't sure. I know it was on a track to get picked up.
Mm-hmm. But I think the whole thing's on. I don't know for a fact if the arms are on a track.
That's what I'm saying. So how are you flying in a circle? You know what I mean? Like,
it's weird. I don't know yet because the concept art isn't clear.
Like,
enough.
is this Fast and the Furious on the tram tour?
Yeah.
No, the original Fast and Furious on the tram tour, where the cars just spin around. That's what I keep imagining.
Well, I just
this.
think of the first time I saw something like this. It was at Legoland. It was the Knight's Duel or something.
Oh,
it was like
yeah,
flipping
yeah.
upside down. So it's been done before, but the idea that you're on this rail and get detached and grabbed, the idea of you go from one ride system to another is what the original Avengers Quinjet ride was going to be. Is that you were going to be loaded up in the Quinjet. The Quinjet was going to explode and you were going to fly and you would all be on different arms. There's actually a piece of concept art, and I posted it during it, of like, you can see the jetpack, you can see the vehicle. And it looks the same. So you can tell that they were working on this thing and they couldn't make it work. I was told at one point they had a giant central ride vehicle with those arms attached to it. And so it would grab onto your little pod, and now you're getting moved around, and then your pod detaches and does stuff. So it's wild to me, this whole idea of they were exploring the idea of a transforming ride system. Earlier this year, we saw the patents from that too. Mysteriously they showed a shell, like a Little Mermaid shell, that was being used as the detachable, like moving.
Oh,
from
just
one
to
ride
like,
system to another.
just throw this on there.
Well, I heard that was intentional. That Tokyo is looking at using this ride system for a Little Mermaid dark ride.
Oh,
yeah.
So now we're just sharing stuff with Tokyo. Well, I guess the patent is Imagineering.
It's Imagineering. Imagineering designed this thing, and Tokyo is going to pick up the leftovers eventually. That's just pure speculation and rumor. I heard this a while ago, but the fact, this is a complete surprise. we took this idea. It's almost like the Bantha ride getting built. That's how I feel. It's like this thing that like
we got both in a way.
Yeah, and now you're getting both. Now you're going to get like, yeah, no, sure, it's not a dark ride with it, but I'm going to still get the weird flying, experience.
Yeah, so do you think it was kind of like we couldn't figure this out, let's take Peter Pan?
Yeah,
and make
because
it the
we know we
Quinjet.
can do this and we can actually tell a story.
Yeah.
And it's less about the thrill of it, and it's more about we're going to have this immersive thing. Not to mention, so Peter Pan, it's more of a family. It's just a lap bar. It's like a family attraction. And I get they could make it rougher, but it isn't a high thrill ride, which means Avengers Campus' most high thrill ride is still Guardians. But now you're going to have this in between, which is going to be the Stark Flight Lab, where I'm sure there's versions where it can flip you upside down and versions that don't.
Like an orange and green.
I wonder if there is. I wonder if there's an intense and non-intense.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
This kind of, it seems like this is going back to, you said the Tokyo exclusivity thing has expired. Possibly. Because we're just doing Peter Pan.
We're just doing Peter Pan. I think what it has to do is you're not doing the one for one.
Yeah, like you can't build the exact same ride, but all right, we'll just share the tech now, like whatever.
Or it's even possible that the Peter Pan, like the ride tech, was already developed at WDI and was just chosen. It was already in development by R&D and just chosen for Tokyo. So it's more like WDI is developing these off the shelf, these shelf parts that is, hey, actually, you can use this ride system, use this ride system. And so they start going through and it's like, okay, what fits what IP, what fits what story, and that's what matters.
And that's kind of smart because a lot of times, like Disney doesn't want to rely on other people's systems.
No. Yeah, you want to build it all in-house or design something that's specific for the attraction. I mean, you look at the fact that Indiana Jones's, troop transport was originally designed for Dick Tracy.
What was that for?
It was going to be a Dick Tracy, a Crime Stoppers ride.
Oh my God.
Where you rode in a Jeep and had a Tommy gun.
Oh yeah.
The Eisner era, everyone. Wild times.
Yeah.
So it's like this happens. So I don't think it has anything to do with Tokyo exclusivity. I think that the ride system must have been developed from a Disney standpoint and just adopted by Tokyo. And I'm sure it's we're paying for this. And you're not going to get a clone of the Peter Pan ride in Tokyo. That's just not going to happen.
And it seems like they're moving away from the cloning now
altogether. Did we get any clones announced? I mean, beyond what's already being built? No. It's all unique. And I think that's going to be the hallmark of, in particular, this era of Imagineering. Like for tomorrow, this is a coming out party because everything else previously announced was actually greenlit under Chapek.
Yeah, and this is all getting...
And even when Chapek was at the Parks division. So this is Damaro getting to actually make choices and decisions. This is all of his handiwork.
Which is great.
And also, he had the best...
This was the promise that we were like...
And he had the best presentation. He did a better job than the film division did altogether. Like, there are things that, like, this is why he's one of the CEO candidates, is because showmanship and behind the scenes, the business decisions and everything line up.
Mm-hmm.
I do expect him to get announced as CEO. I really do.
Then who does parks now?
They're going to find a replacement. I think Ken is trying really hard.
But they gave him like fold-up table duty with the model of DCA or whatever. You know what I mean?
But Ken is in a similar position. Well, Ken's duty was get Disneyland Forward passed.
Oh, and he did it.
Talk to the businesses of Anaheim and go face-to-face with them. I don't think Ken is Josh D'Amaro by any stretch, because Josh D'Amaro is somebody who I actually got to meet personally over 5 times. I've met him in person, and I've chatted with him. I've stood in a section and like lifted up the rope for him and VIPs to get into a section. He shook my hand. Like, he's a personable guy. He cares about
Kimmy
the cast
and I met him during.
I was talking with Jeff during the convention when Iger was going to do his tour of the TVA, and Iger is a brilliant and shrewd businessman, but I don't think of him anymore as a good person because of what happened during the strikes with Hollywood. Like, he doesn't care about people.
There was a tweet that said like he wishes you guys all died and got replaced by AI. Like,
as a businessman, he's anti people in certain ways. But that's the thing that like Josh D'Amaro is also a business person, but he also cares about people. And that's it. And I know that for a fact. That's different.
I feel like the thing with Iger too, he's just gotten older.
Yeah.
And when you get older and richer, you become more out of touch. Because he seemed like a nice guy, and maybe he was.
But then he got so out of touch that, he started attacking everyone who used to be his friends. It's wild.
Yeah. And Josh D'Amaro, like, he walks around the parks, not super often, but like you see him, like
he
people
used to
run
do it
into
a
him.
lot, and then he started having to work a lot more,
Dude,
and now he's not there as much.
He stopped and talked to us during COVID.
Yeah.
With masks on, and we had to take an awkward like distance selfie where we all just kind of lean.
That's funny.
But like he stopped and like was gave us a little like, oh, we're happy you guys are here finally, and like how do you like it, like and I know he's doing the thing,
but
he's trained,
there.
But
and you couldn't say that.
He had like food with him, and we stopped him, and he stopped. I think he had a little sandwich bag with him, which is great.
And the amount of stories that line up there, the amount of stories for that. So anyway, that's a sidetrack.
Yeah.
But, it felt like a coming out party for him of like, he's actually getting to announce the stuff that he's behind.
Yeah. And the reason I see him as CEO candidate, like it seems very obvious, right? Like too obvious.
Yeah.
But it's that Disney is focusing really hard on like experiences, and they renamed it Disney Experiences, where people are
products.
Yeah, people look for experiences. Yep. Millennials spend money on experiences, not products.
No,
we watch a movie on streaming. The movie's there to get you to do other things.
Yeah,
transmedia,
which means the whole company is going to move in that direction. Which means that if you have somebody from the parks division, and this is the thing that like Chapek was a bad parks head.
Yeah,
which meant that when he went into the movie stuff, he just saw it all as products. Versus he was more the products guy than the parks guy. Versus D'Amaro coming in from the park side and the experience side understands that these movies aren't just part of creating worlds that people want to actually go and live in, and then you get to build them.
Yeah, they're kind of your gateway.
Yeah.
Now, I think a big thing with him though, with D'Amaro, the homie Josh, as we used to call him. We haven't called him that in a while. He hasn't been a homie. He might be now. We'll see. How is Disney Living gonna go? Yeah, that could be a stain.
That was announced under Chapek, and that was forced on them by them, and that was deals being made on an executive level with real estate developers.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. That's still kind of floating around.
I still feel like it's between actually being real Disney and not. Like it's designed by Disney, but is it really Disney?
They keep talking about Disney Living.
They had a pavilion at D23 too, where you could go see.
Yeah,
like they have a development in like South Dakota now or something, or no, South Carolina.
Like how much story can they put into this thing? You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be movie nights. Like
I don't know. It makes no sense to me. It's just like my house was designed by an Imagineer. Isn't that cool?
I don't know if I would want an Imagineer to design my house.
No,
we had a mechanical engineer design our building, and all the rooms are 1 foot too short because he's not an architect.
That's funny.
You know what I mean? There's a reason that architects do architecture, engineers do engineers, and marketing people build cruise ships.
Yeah.
So,
but that's D'Amaro and everything about that, and we'll learn more about that for sure. I think by the end of the year, you're going to have a CEO announcement.
Really?
For sure.
That soon?
Yeah, because they're going to basically have them shadow with Iger and actually do a proper like handoff. So it's announcement and proper handoff over the course of a year, rather than the quick rushed experience that happened with Chapek, and then Chapek basically turned around and said, "I don't want your help, Iger," and then it just became a strained relationship.
So Josh D'Amaro is he's putting the next 10 years in the motion.
Yeah,
with all this stuff,
and then he will continue to oversee it, but as the CEO and not just the head of the parks.
Yeah, because he's kind of done his job.
Yeah.
So he can hand it off to someone who
to somebody who just they just have to keep Imagineering going.
And he came from Disneyland.
Yes.
Ken Pochak's at Disneyland.
Yes.
If he gives it to him, because who's the head of Walt Disney World? We don't even
know. Each park has its own head, and they have other stuff. But Ken is the only he has his own Instagram that he posts on a lot. And
I want to run into him. I like him.
He used to tell the same story over and over again. Here's this guy wearing his bowling shirt.
He's got the bowling shirts. Always with the bowling shirts.
D'Amaro has a sweater and Ken has the bowling shirts.
No, D'Amaro, he's the sweater, but he's also the blue button up.
Yeah.
And the jeans.
Yeah.
And the Apple Watch Ultra.
Yeah, Apple Watch Ultra, yeah.
which is it was
It's a
weird
flex.
seeing
It's good.
Iger too.
Yeah.
Apple
Oh, they all
Watch.
have it. They all love Apple. Apple, they have a
But
huge.
why
They're
Apple Watch?
They're partners with Apple in terms of the they're launch partners with the headset.
Yeah, but no. Even before that.
Yeah.
What does the CEO? They have a human instead of an Apple Watch. They have an assistant.
I don't know.
They're not wearing a wristwatch.
I don't know why.
It trips me out.
And they're not wearing like some actual fancy expensive watch.
Yeah.
They're not showing off with that.
Yeah, but
They're
you
actually
don't need, you can wear a nice watch without it being crazy.
yeah. But I also think that maybe it's more personable. I have an Apple Watch. A lot of people have Apple Watches.
I don't know. Anyways,
Yeah. But you know, we'll see how things go.
Ken
Back
Potrock
to
story.
Last oh yeah, the Ken Potrock story. Basically right before we opened from COVID, he would go around and tell stories and he would talk all about his dad's business in New York City. And like, you know, he comes from this like very like mom and pop shop beginning. And it's interesting because he used to be like the head of DVC, I think.
Ooh.
So, and DVC definitely has its issues, but also he understands the business of the business side. And then there's the people aspect of there are, as much as there are problems with DVC, there are dedicated DVC people.
Yeah.
They're a thing.
Rain's part of DVC. He's not dedicated. I would say
Yeah.
Tiffy Luna, one of our listeners, very dedicated to DVC.
Yeah.
Because she goes to all the events. Like she knows what's up.
Yes.
with
Well,
DVC.
there's people who are plugged into it and it's a
Yeah.
whole experience for them. It's a whole livelihood. It's a whole thing.
You can get a lot out of it. I will
Yes.
say. I
If
won't say
you
it's worth
want
it.
to.
Ken Potrock, real watch.
Yeah. There you
Which
go.
watch? Not sure. I'm still trying to
Casio
figure
or
out.
something.
No. It looks like a real watch.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, nothing wrong.
Yeah.
2 watches? No, it's a wristband. Probably a wristband saying I work here.
Yeah. Back to the actual topic at hand. I know we took this amazing detour and it is important. And we'll talk more about what's going on in the future later. Last thing on Avengers Campus. And Avengers Campus was like the cap off for Disneyland as a resort. We didn't talk about Disneyland Forward, but we did talk about the thing that's coming soon, and that's Avengers Campus. And the last thing that they showed off was Bob Iger riding the Stark flight test flight vehicle or whatever it is. Flight Lab. Yeah. The Stark Flight Lab vehicle. He was testing it, and then they revealed who was sitting next to him, and it was Robert Downey Jr.
Which is, yeah.
And they didn't announce in the presentation, but they announced in the Parks blog that RDJ is back as Tony Stark for the land for both attractions.
Which
He'll do
Dude,
the Q audio. He'll do everything. And the
Video.
land already has a voice actor who's doing Tony Stark.
which is
so I wonder
pretty
if they
close.
pretty close, pretty good. But I wonder if they actually are going to have Robert Downey Jr. re-record everything.
I was thinking about that. Like, would he,
Yeah. Sit him in a booth. He's going to collect a paycheck.
Dude. Okay, so I was telling you this earlier about the animatronic.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a Thanos animatronic.
Oh, for sure.
And my thing was he was at Robert Downey Jr. was at Imagineering. And I
Probably
feel
got
like
to see Walt.
they
Yeah.
showed him the Walt
Yeah.
and he said, I want one. And I want one was that's a line too, right?
Okay, imagine this. Imagine you're in a pre-show and it's Iron Man and he takes off the mask and it's
Yeah.
Tony Stark.
It's gonna be him. If they're paying up,
It's going to be, you're going to see Tony Stark as an animatronic.
dude,
But
he
that might be a little much, but you're definitely going to see him in the queue with his face.
it's
gonna be
okay.
him.
I don't mean this in like a mean way.
Yeah.
He's an egotistical guy.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
He wants to be immortalized in a Disney park.
But it's also what makes him so good as Tony Stark.
Yeah, it works. But like the way he revealed himself like bothered me with the Doctor Doom thing.
I loved it
Like,
so
dude,
much.
get
I'm
outta
ready.
here.
I'm so good. I love it. But yeah, I think it's really cool because it's one of those things that you actually feel like this is more than just a theme park, that it is tied into something bigger. And just Avengers Campus having those 4 rides. Like, when was the last time we had a modern land with 4, not just spinners, but like real rides? Like even the flight ride is like more than just a spinner. It's got some weird, complicated stuff going on.
Yeah, it feels very showcasey. little expo-y, but they're not
Yeah.
doing Stark Expo because
No.
it's too late for that.
No, it's the headquarters. It's the campus.
Yeah, so it does look cool. I think it's gonna be cool to hang out there.
Oh yeah.
A little food stand or something.
Yeah. Maybe.
Little. You know what would work? A milk stand type deal. One little thing, like
Let's just put a pod in there.
like pre-made.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
just pour it out for you, like a novelty drink.
Something, yeah.
Because I think that would be fun. They'd sell a bunch of them as always. Yeah, but yeah, it's gonna be cool. Guys, go check out that animation.
Yeah, so
I
good.
could
And they
download it.
released all that stuff online. You can see it. It looks good. I'm ready for it. Also, again, Scott Trowbridge getting to work with Marvel, getting to work with a very similar ride system to what he mastered with the Spider-Man attraction. Like the Spider-Man attraction is one of those world-class, like I wrote it and I'm like, okay, it's based off of the 90s animated Spider-Man. Like it's not
This is the
something that's
Transformers
relevant
ride
to me.
system, right?
It is the same, but the Spider-Man is recognized as like the superior experience because it was designed that way. And Scott Trowbridge getting to do that again, but now with the Avengers, I'm pretty excited. I think that's really cool.
It's Avengers
I
Campus.
think they're cooking, and we're getting it right here. And as much as I'm disappointed Tomorrowland isn't happening sooner, Avengers Campus is DCA's Tomorrowland.
Look,
that's what it is.
Eventually, they will do something to Tomorrowland.
Yes.
And the longer we go, the better the technology gets, the better the ideas could possibly get.
Yeah. The budget could be better.
Yeah, but they're also letting IP cook. They're letting Fantastic Four cook. They're letting Tron cook.
Yeah.
If Tron takes off, we will get a Tron attraction.
In Tomorrowland, yeah.
Like, okay, I think if Tron takes off, like it does very well, we'll get a bunch of Tron crap, and I think they'll theme the land after it.
I think it's
An
between
aesthetic,
the two.
yeah.
If one actually, makes it at the box office more than the other, there you go. I think what's going to help Fantastic Four and give it that edge is not Marvel necessarily anymore, but it's the fact that it is the first. It's literally called First Steps, and the reason is it's your first step towards Secret Wars in an actual story. Like it's going to be telling the arc story the same way Infinity War and Endgame led into each other. Like Fantastic Four leads into Doomsday, that leads into Secret Wars.
My only thing with Fantastic Four is that version is going to be a one-off. I don't.
Yes, but I question that because I think what's going to happen is by the end, when all the universes are kind of combined and you have one singular universe left that's rebuilt from reality. And then in the comics, it was the whole thing that Reed Richards and Franklin Richards were rebuilding the multiverse.
Jesus Christ.
But it's the whole thing that the Future Foundation, which they're using the marketing,
Oh
I assume they're going to introduce the Future Foundation. Again, they are going to introduce it in Fantastic Four. They're going to bring it to the main universe. They're going to let that be the thing. Like it's the Future Foundation Pavilion with Reed Richards and everything else.
You really think they're going to Marvelize Tomorrowland?
I think they're going to put Marvel as part of Tomorrowland, and it's going to work. And I don't think Marvel is exclusive to just Avengers Campus. Avengers are,
Yeah.
but Fantastic Four aren't.
So they would.
What X-Men gets big? Are you going to put X-Men in Avengers Campus? They'll appear there, but when they get their own land, when you get the X-Mansion as a ride, when Wakanda's built in California Adventure as part attached to Avatar, what are you looking at then? It means that yes, there's Avengers here, but it's now going to be branched out. And that's what I believe, is that it's like it's going to be okay for these things to exist in multiple places. The same way Pixar gets to exist in 2 different parks.
Yeah. The Pixar thing bugs me.
It's just, okay, Elio makes it at the box office. Another Pixar movie in Tomorrowland.
Yeah, that was the thing. Elio, Tron, and Fantastic Four are all like.
But that's 3 Tomorrowland attraction or Tomorrowland IP in one summer.
Maybe they should make a movie about Tomorrowland, and then they could like theme it after what the movie looks like.
All
right.
It could have been good. Final topic. Let's end this out.
This bothered me.
This bothers you?
No. The Magic Mirror came up.
Yeah.
And he talked about a land long forgotten and abandoned. And he said the word tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Josh
oh, they're
tomorrow.
doing it.
Yeah.
They're doing it.
Yeah.
And then like Villains Land. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. But I really thought you were about to say
You were hyping it
Tomorrowland.
up. You hyped Tomorrowland at the beginning, and Magic Mirror's hyping up Tomorrowland. But the whole time, Jeff was like freaking out next to me, like it's gonna be Tomorrowland, and I'm like, it's the Magic Mirror, it's Villains Land, it's Villains Land. And I just kept saying it's Villains Land, and then when it was the Magical Smoke, I'm like, it's Villains Land. Like it's not Tomorrowland. Like
Yeah,
you're
the smoke.
You're not gonna intro Tomorrowland with the Magic Mirror.
Him just talking could have been a bit.
Yeah,
I think that's where Jeff was. Jeff loves bits.
yeah, it's just a bit.
But as soon yeah, you're right. When I saw the smoke, I'm like, no.
The other part is, how would they not announce Villains Land at this D23?
Because it's the
And we
Epic
hadn't gotten
Universe
there.
thing.
Yeah. Well, and it's bigger.
What do you mean?
It's gonna that Villains Land expansion is gonna be bigger than anything going on with the counterpart, which is Universal Monsters.
Yeah, where is this going? Its own.
So
I think
Cars is taking over the central bit of Frontierland,
Mhm.
where the rivers, where Tom Sawyer Island is, where the circle is. So to the left, you basically go around Haunted Mansion, and then you take a right. You're going around the Wilderness expansion, and then a right into Villains Land. Villains Land is like its own thing that's going to be at the back of the park. But it means that maybe all of this beyond Big Thunder is inside the berm.
so.
So all
Villains
of
Land
this
will be outside of it, or
It'll be inside the berm. So it'll all be within where the train track is already. So they don't need to reroute the railroad.
oh, so how big is that? Is that
It's big enough.
Yeah.
It would still make it the biggest expansion in Magic Kingdom's history. And it's big enough for them to put in the giant thorny dragon coaster that they're teasing. If you look at that concept
that
art,
thing
you can
looks
see
crazy?
inversions, flips, wild stuff. And it's going to be kind of more like what Universal's been doing, where it's not an over the shoulder, like it's going to be like a wild ride. But just the idea that you're going to go and it's going to be Maleficent's castle, and you're going to be like, they'll probably put like Philip's shield from Sleeping Beauty on the front of the coaster, and you're going to go do battle with a dragon.
This could be really cool.
You're going to see Maleficent transform. And I bet we're going to go into part of the internal, like they'll have a show sequence where you go around an animatronic dragon.
Hagrid style,
Yeah.
but bigger.
They're going to build it bigger than the Yeti. That's what they're going to do. They're going to surpass the Yeti with this.
But they're not going to make it part of the structural
Yeah,
fabric.
they're going to do it right
of the
this
thing.
time. That'll be the joke. That'll be the ultimate joke. Disco Dragon and Disco Yeti. But that's just one ride. And they didn't just say 2 rides. They said 2 major attractions. So that's one ride. And I assume we're also going to get a Villains Dark ride with multiple villains in the ride.
Yeah, at like a more kid focused
Family ride. It'll be a family massive e-ticket, but it'll be a family e-ticket to balance out the fact that you're going to have a major hyper thrill attraction there.
Yeah, I could see there being also like a not kitty, but like kitty, like Ursula type thing. You know, it's like,
Well, and then the whole land is all this dark, twisted village. And so it's going to have all the Disney villains represented in the land in some manner. They'll each get a shop, a store, a facade, a reference, something. It was super interesting too, because it's like you have this whole franchise for like people as part of Gen Z. It's like they've grown up with these descendants,
oh yeah,
DComs, and regardless of the quality, they're very popular.
yeah, it's still going.
It's still going and it's still huge.
Gen Alpha's into it too.
And
I've bought
legit-
birthday gifts.
And legit people who like have come out of that show have become like stars and stuff like that and done stuff. So it's like it's a big enough thing where that's also like the people who are growing up with that now are going to be there for opening day of Villains Land. Villains Land did not get an announcement in terms of construction or opening, but DeMauro said dirt is already moving for this.
Which is big. Something that means they have
Yeah.
they have something.
It's happening.
The way that they have all this stuff, I feel you've said it, and we all know, like they have stuff that they've worked on for years. Imagineers have been disappointed in not being able to work on things for years. And it's like, okay, let's pull them all out and let's do something real now. Like, okay, it's time. And because this is a lot to have not ready. Like it's not, I'm sure it's not finalized, right? But pretty close. Because like you have to lay out a land when you start digging. Like you could see all the lines in the ground where buildings are going to go. Like if you see like how Epic Universe came together, it's like, yeah, it's all there. They have to have.
Well, and this is the reaction that I expected Disney to have to Epic Universe.
This is what we wanted.
It's what Harry Potter was to the creation of Cars Land and Pandora and Galaxy's Edge. That's 3-1 in terms of what Disney did. This is the same thing.
So we got Wizarding World, so another Cars Land, or Ministry of Magic, another Cars. Yeah.
But what they announced, the whole blue sky thing, what they announced originally was a 1-for-1. And I talked about that on the podcast. A 1-for-1. What is Epic Universe? What is Disney's answer to it? That's what they pitched. And that's not what they're doing. They're doing better than that. They're doing what Disney should be doing. They're creating, they're one-upping. We're not just going to copy and do Disney villains. Yes, we are. But it's going to be bigger and better and badder.
Yeah, because the Dark World is like a city type deal.
So, or like
Universal?
so the Universal Monsters Land has like a spinner, kind of like the Sierra Sidewinder at Knott's.
Mhm.
It's a very similar ride system, a little bit bigger. Same manufacturer too, but it's that.
It's like a village theme, right?
Yeah, it's a village. It's just dark.
But
more
this is like village, wilderness, castle.
This is more like you've gone into the dark side of the forest to a place you shouldn't be. Kind of like where Beast Castle is.
Mhm.
And now you've stumbled upon where all the bad is.
Freddie, you would love Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, I'm sure.
In the first game, the villains are all conspiring together. They all interact with each other. Maleficent's the ringleader. She has her own castle, but it has nothing to do. There's like multiple castles. Dude, do you know who Maleficent's henchman is?
I don't know their names.
No. In Kingdom Hearts.
No. What?
Pete.
That's
Pete
funny.
works for Maleficent.
Yeah, of course.
And Maleficent and Hades throw quips at each other because Hades
Heck yeah.
I don't really work for you.
No.
Dude,
I'm a Greek god.
You
Come on.
would love it. Like,
I'm very excited for this. Like, and that's, you can tell with the amount of Disney villains merch that they started dropping now. They started exponentially pumping it up. Plus the fact that the Disney Destiny cruise ship is all villains and heroes. They're moving in that direction.
Yeah, I think that Disney has finally, with a little bit of the Fortnite stuff, with the villains, making fun of themselves with Maleficent, it's like, okay, people don't see us as the pristine, shiny thing anymore.
No.
We can kind of they don't give it up completely, right?
No.
Mickey is still cute and whatever, right?
Yeah.
But like, okay, we can make our Walt Disney animatronic. We can focus on villains. We're not saying evil is good, right?
No.
We have the dark side and the whatever.
But it's kind of fun to be a little bad sometimes,
And Disney villains, like, they're all silly anyway, you know? So
there is a stereotype with a Disney villain. Like, what a Disney villain is.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense to you. Like, there's a certain level of charm and understanding, and this is how their path went and how they ended up here. But it's in this way that makes them very like people gravitate towards them. It makes them charming, even though they're terrible, people a lot of the time. It's interesting though. It's like you're creating this space though that's going to be year round. I mean, Magic Kingdom's already the Halloween park for them. It's Magic Kingdom and it's Dark Kingdom now in there. Makes total sense that would be a part of that park. It's great. It's genius.
Will it be called Dark Kingdom?
Maybe. Dark Kingdom at Magic Kingdom is a little weird.
Yeah. Villain's lair,
No, not a lair. It's a kingdom.
Villains.
Dark Kingdom
we
is
have
pretty
Grove.
good, though.
Yeah. It could be a forest.
Dark Kingdom is good, though.
Yeah. The Wicked Wilds.
Yeah. They just said villains at Magic Kingdom. That was they just had a logo for that, and it's clearly temp. It's going to be good though. And this is clearly what they needed to cap off the show. Villains Land was the thing that caused the roof to be blown off the stadium, 2 years ago when they started doing Blue Sky. That was the thing that they knew. That's what they want. That's what's going to make
Blue Sky Beyond Big Thunder 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So what was last year?
They didn't talk about they pitched Tropical Americas. That was what it was.
Yeah.
Where they pivoted away from Moana and Zootopia.
Oh, we got San Francisco.
Yeah. And
Was
the
that
new
last
downtown
year?
Disney expansion. Yeah. Destination D in Florida.
Oh, is D23 every 2 years?
D23 is every 2 years, and Destination D is every other year.
Okay.
As well.
Yeah. Because
So it's like you get the Florida,
so I'm like, how many times have we talked to you about D23.
Yeah, we get to keep doing it.
I feel like-
and there'll be more announcements. Destination D, which they keep making bigger and bigger, and now they have more things to talk about.
They did. Wait, it's Destination D23 though.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm like, I've done D23 art many times. So
Yes.
yeah. Okay. That's what it is.
But yeah, that's films. I don't think we missed anything. I think we covered it all.
Yeah. What's
left?
It would be very weird if we forgot something.
No, I think we got it all.
Um,
But yeah, I'm definitely excited for Avengers Campus. I'm excited that that's happening soon, very soon.
and yeah, I'm excited that is more capacity.
Yeah.
And
And that's the thing. Thinking of even DCA, it's like high capacity e-ticket dark ride, high capacity boat ride, another high capacity boat ride. California Adventure is a park that has not enough things to do and not enough high capacity things to do.
yeah, and like if Avatar is separate, over like a bridge or whatever,
Yeah.
that'll add a crap ton of capacity, and
Oh,
we
yes.
still have. I think that would be super exciting because then we still have the potential of Hollywoodland.
Yeah.
But there's also everyone saying count the days for Monsters Inc.
Yeah. I wonder.
I know.
what's going on.
I
Yeah.
have a source who has a source in
Yeah.
Imagineering. It's like Ride Monsters Inc. is going away.
Yeah. But I don't know. I believe it's going away, but what is taking its place?
But if it's not Avatar, would they have announced it this time, or they're just saving that for some destination?
Who knows?
I know that's very Walt Disney World, but
If it's sooner rather than later, that's what makes me think it's got to be Coco. And Coco fits into DCA proper. And if Coco gets a land and not just a boat ride, I'll be way happier because Coco should get a land and not just a ride.
I feel like they would have announced a Coco Land with this though, because
Yeah.
it would be so. As much as it's like, oh, it's a lot of announcements in one thing, but it makes it even bigger. Of like, oh, Disney pulled out all the stops. I guess we'll see.
But also, again, this was a lot. You do a lot of things, and Disney World is clearly the focus where so much money is being spent. California Adventure is a place that a lot of money is being spent to make sure that the ticket that costs the same between these two parks, the California Adventure really is worth it too. They're doing a lot of that work, and I
having Iron Man and Tony Stark there is going to be a big thing.
Huge. Got to put his face on a billboard.
Yeah,
for the Avengers e-ticket.
Yeah, and the fact that they got him, I'm sure part of the rights are like, we're going to put your face on a billboard.
Well, and I'm sure they're going to get so many actors from there. Like a lot of these theme park rides, the actors don't seem incredibly excited to be a part of them. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's just a paycheck. It's a gig. They don't really care that much.
I think Tom Holland did a good job.
Yes, Tom Holland did a great job.
Guardians, I think, is good.
Yeah.
Because they attach it to the filming.
Yes.
So they're just like, yeah, we're having fun.
Well, and they're going to be doing another Spider-Man movie, which is why you have the Hong Kong and Shanghai Spider-Man rides. They're going to be filming the same time that they make the footage for that. Now that you have two Avengers movies filming back to back, that's also when you're going to film all the footage with those same actors for your Avengers ride.
Right.
Which, when you see those actors' faces in the ride, great. It's bringing you even more into that story and making it feel real.
And they're in their movie costume.
Yes.
So it looks right.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that they talked about before was the idea that this ride could change, that it would be randomized. I do not think that's the case right now. They did not talk about randomization at all. Because last time they were like, crazy wild multiverse. Look at all these crazy. Look, we have cartoon characters in this concept art. I don't believe that's the case anymore. I think it is going to be a lot more it's going to be in between, where the villains, the bad guys that are pouring out from another dimension are multiversal, but we're not. We're just assembling all the Avengers from across this Avengers theme park world. So we can get interesting Avengers, we can get X-Men and stuff in here, but I don't necessarily believe that it's going to be portals opening up from every other dimension to come battle alongside us. It could still happen, but I don't think we're getting the randomization that they originally pitched, where it's like random heroes show up to battle random villains. So every time you go on, you don't know who you're going to see, unless you're in the big battle room and they're constantly rotating through different projections of different heroes and villains.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Exciting times.
Very
exciting times. And I think this gave us all some hope.
Yeah. What an exciting time to be a fan of these parks.
Yeah.
And physical experiences.
And one last thing I'll say, I'm not going to like dunk on Universal, but someone pointed this out. Disney sold out a hockey stadium.
Yeah.
For a presentation about theme parks, which is it was an investor presentation with song and dance,
Yeah.
and they sold out. I don't think Universal's selling out.
No.
Like with
They don't
hardcore fans
have
like
the
that.
same thing to do. Like the closest they can get is say Jaws is coming back,
Yeah.
and but they don't
And
get.
Epic Universe is going to do great and make
It
tons
is.
of money, guys. They have Mario
Yeah.
and Harry Potter.
And we have nothing to bash. We have nothing to like. It's just all good stuff for us.
Yeah, it's just that Disney's like the whole doom and gloom thing. Like, guys, let them cook. Competition's good.
Yeah.
The companies win, we win. We're getting more, and that's good. We're not really losing much.
No.
Will the Muppets be here to stay?
I would put money that the Muppets are staying.
Will Mickey's PhilharMagic become Muppet Vision 3D once again?
No.
With that is our Beyond Big Thunder topic. So if this is your final stop,
Thanks for tramming with us.
and if not, it's time for We Have It So Good, where we and the Tram Fam talk about our trips to Disneyland and Disney parks and what's bringing us joy lately. I messed that up because I didn't read it. But write in with your trip recaps at trammin.com/ask. Christian Rainwater writes in. So we have it so good. I got the Caesar salad from Paseo and it went hard.
Nice.
Yeah. Cool. I had a good Caesar salad this weekend. Shout out to the Caesar salad and Parmesan. Emily writes in. So this is where we're going to talk about D23 just a little bit. You can chime in. You can stop me at any point if you did these things or have a note about it. That way we can just work in your D23. We have it so good.
Cool.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Emily writes in, hello, Kirk and Freddy. I attended D23 on Sunday for my first time. The day didn't have a great start since I tried joining the 4 a.m. queue for Mickey's of Glendale Pin Store and missed it, even though I joined exactly at the given time. Why 4 a.m.? We're all here. We're all in California.
I don't understand.
We're actually all in California.
The only reason I think so is whatever server company they're using for it is like, that's too much. And I think the other part is that they needed to make sure that it was ahead of when people would actually be, because they were using the Disneyland app and the Disneyland virtual queue system.
Oh my God.
They needed to be ahead of actual park operation where the servers are going to start getting taken over by the Disney pass system.
Mm.
So there's like technology reasons that it was at 4 a.m. to give them enough stuff that if it goes wrong, that they still have until 5 a.m. to make sure that they get it up and running.
All right. Still ridiculous.
Insane. I didn't even try for it. And guess what? Mickey's of Glendale, like the store, you could just wait 30 minutes in line to get in. They did by the afternoons, after the 1 p.m. drop, they would announce in the app through push notifications, hey, around 4, you can just walk up to the store. It'll be available. So if you really wanted to get some exclusive item, yeah, sure. Yeah, you had to go for that drop. But otherwise, you could just show up. It would be okay. And the merchandise this year in general, like I went into this D23 saying, I'm not going to buy a single thing. Like I'm not going to spend, I've gone to D23s and dropped hundreds of dollars. And this time I was like, okay.
It all looks fine. And now a bunch of it's in Wonderground.
It's already,
it's
already on
Dress
sale in the
shop.
park. It's already there. And none of it really caught my eye. I mean, I'm a lot more of a person who is like, New Tomorrowland? Great. I got to save money till that gets built and then buy that merchandise. Or Avengers Campus. Maybe there's going to be some cool new Avengers Campus merch. Oh, man, that would be exciting. But it's like, I don't need new stuff right now. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Emily went back to sleep for a couple hours, and her mom graciously dropped her off near the convention center around 7:30 a.m. She continues, I found my friend who has been to the expo at least 3 times now and sought her guidance on the floor when the con opened at 9 a.m. We started at the Wheel of Misfortune from the Freeform booth, which was about a 45-minute line to spin Oogie Boogie's wheel and get a trick, a treat, or Oogie's prize. I won a squishy slug as my trick, but it was fun to see the Oogie prizes, mainly Loungefly backpacks and wallets, or what looked like a couple books once or twice.
That's a wild giveaway.
Yeah. And of course, got the free pin at the end. While we were in line, my friend encouraged me to discover a couple other things since she didn't want my first visit to be spent waiting in one long line after another, so I didn't go. So I was able to grab my D23 Gold member free Sorcerer Mickey pin and the Honda free pin on my way back.
Got that.
Dude, I didn't even put together. Disney and Honda are like best buddies, and the
Yeah.
Honda Center and the Anaheim Ducks
Yep.
and Anaheim. It's just like
It's all partner, and Honda always sponsors the fireworks, and Honda sponsored the Autopia, and then Honda had like, here's our Odyssey, here's the Honda Odyssey, which, you know, if you've seen Deadpool and Wolverine, you know, Honda Odyssey.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah.
It's in there. Yeah, they drive a Honda Odyssey and they talk about it. It's great. And then you actually have like their electric vehicle here. I believe it was Star Wars Celebration. They had Volkswagen, and they had the ID Buzz, like their new electric bus there. And they had one that was Obi-Wan and one was Darth Vader. It was really cool. And then
because they were kind of cool with VW with Marvel with the
Yes.
Avengers, and now it's BMW, but there was
Yeah.
Audis for years.
Yes.
Dude, Audi, genius. Endgame was the last one, and like, we're out. And then Black Widow had a BMW X6 in there.
Wild.
Yeah.
And when I forget what the Avengers Campus building is, it's like an Audi dealership or something. Or no, it's Porsche, maybe. Maybe it's Porsche.
No, Porsche is in. What do you talk? Wait.
Like the Avengers in the movies, the Avengers building is like some type of testing center for a car company.
Oh, that I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All I know is hold on. Who did you say before? Oh, no. I was thinking of the first Transformers movie. Shia LaBeouf's dad takes him to the McKenna Porsche dealership in Norwalk. He goes, "Dad, you're getting me a Porsche." He goes, "Nah." And then he goes and gets a Bumblebee. All right.
What a bit.
Yeah. Honda.
But yeah.
Honda. Okay. Then we waited to volunteer by putting together a food bag for Second Harvest. And in return, we received a volunteer's hat with D23 embroidered on the back. Next was the Target booth, where we took pics with a giant bullseye Funko. Funko Pop, and exchanged a token for a free pin, bullseye holding a pretzel, very cute. Then waited about 20 minutes in line for the Disney Plus pin, and went to a separate line for another wait for the gold member Disney Plus subscriber exclusive Disney Plus ear hat. Next, I joined my friend for the Abbott Elementary pop-up, where I got a free trucker hat with my choice of patch. I chose Don't Tell Me What Kind of Date I Have. Then it was time for me to queue up for my reserved Lucasfilm ILM Stagecraft panel at 11:45 a.m. I was excited since I wanted to see the stage where they filmed The Mandalorian in action, but the 12 p.m. talk was with a couple ladies from Lucasfilm Animation instead. And I haven't seen any of the animated works. Sorry, it is 10:50 p.m.
Wild.
Yeah. I'm sure it was great for some people, but it wasn't my jam, so I left after 10 minutes. Oh, and I saw the offhand Disney. Dallin?
Yeah, I have to meet Dallin because I feel like we would get along a lot with our love of Tomorrowland. He's a little bit more people mover pilled than I am, but still.
He seems like a cool guy.
Yeah.
I think Kimmy met him. I always forget.
Yeah, you see when you go to D23, you see everyone. The good, the bad, the ugly, you see them all.
He was in the same line and gave him kudos for his channel. He was the only Disney YouTuber I spotted that day.
Oh, that's interesting.
I feel like we can rope him into the Tramminverse.
Yeah,
he's our type.
He's cool enough that I'm sure you could get him on board.
Kevin, answer our emails.
Yeah.
Once we get Kevin in, dude,
everyone's gonna work.
We're all in.
Yeah.
Tramminverse. I don't need
Tramminverse coming to Fortnite in 2026.
Yeah. Okay. We do have a video game that Rain could work on while he's not working on Trammin. My birthday game.
Yeah.
Jeff is very.
I still haven't seen myself in that game yet.
I don't know who's in it, so you just spoiled that too. Because Rain, I'm editing the show, man.
Amazing.
Put on this 4-hour episode of Trammin.
Yeah,
and make the game. All right, because Jeff spent a lot of money on that cartridge.
Jeez.
Okay, so shortly before. She could see. I grabbed a crappy flatbread from a walk-up window inside and checked out the third-party seller Emporium. Highlight there is the animatronic Grogu in his pram. Such a cutie. At 1:30, joined my friend for Once Upon a Studio poster signing by Dan Abraham, the writer and director, and Eric Goldberg, head of hand-drawn animation.
Yeah.
The poster's gorgeous, and the guys were swell to briefly talk to, but it was a real pain to carry around for the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah. Posters are no
Shout
joke.
out to PlayStation Experience, they gave a swag bag on your way in, and they gave a poster, and it came in a tube.
Oh, they never do that these
The
days.
the tote bag was
Yeah.
the PlayStation Store logo. Both years, I have both. Like they changed the logo, and they gave a tube, and then they gave trading cards, and you can collect trading cards from the booth, and scan them into an app. And the trading cards came with a box in the shape of a PS4 that you could put them all in. Like
That's cool.
they nailed it, and they've only done 3 conventions.
Yeah.
Water bottles I use the same water bottle from one of them, like an insulated one. Great stuff. There's a little tapestry hanging above an electrical panel that I don't want to expose because it's ugly. Anyways, we don't have time for that. Shortly before 2:30, Emily saw the Mickey's of Glendale pin store and was taking a standby queue, but I was sadly too late for the Hans pin I had my eye on. So I got the Mayor Bellwether instead for a potential trader and moved along to the Avatar experience, waited maybe 10 minutes in line and enjoyed the vibes of blue and purple tropical rainforest.
We didn't go into the Avatar experience, but we walked by. I had seen a lot of it online, and I'm like, I've been to Pandora. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't need to wait long for that. But when I was walking by, I was like, Jeff, this is what it was going to be in DCA before they decided to commit. Like, this is what it was going to just be in a soundstage. It was going to be the same thing.
Listen to that episode. What do we call it? Potential of Pandora.
Potential of Pandora. Now, the Avatar experience, they did showcase 2 things that were unique. One, they had a little like hand puppet banshee. And then 2, they revealed that they have brand new, more advanced banshees, like shoulder banshees, that they're going to sell in Pandora, the World of Avatar, in Florida, and in Pandora coming to California Adventure.
I feel like they won't call it World of Avatar here because we'll know.
Yeah, they're going to have to call it a new name.
I feel like Pandora will be in the name.
Yeah.
That'll be the connection to Avatar, and they'll give it some other name.
Some sub-name. Whatever the new location is.
Yeah.
All
right. At 3:30, I went to the 3rd floor stage for the nighttime spectacular panel. I also had reservations for it, though they didn't even bother scanning. It was first come, first serve. And I got a great centered seat. The panelists were creators of Phantasmic, Illuminations. Oh, I get it now. It's Nations.
Did it take that long?
I never saw it in camel type.
Wow.
I only saw it like in all caps.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, oh, Illuminations. So thank you for that. Reflections of Earth and quite a few. There's no way Rain knew either. Shout out Rain. Let us know. Reflections of Earth and quite a few Castle Pyro shows at domestic and international Disney parks. They had unique insight into the shows, and 2 large screens showed us extended examples of the pageantry they discussed. It was also a godsend to be able to sit down in a dark, cool room for an hour. After that, I took the opportunity to go shopping on the 2nd floor of the Anaheim Convention Center. I purchased 1 Sleeping Beauty castle pin and window shopped at everything else. There's a small room decked out in Empire Star Wars regalia titled The Darkade. Played a game of skee ball and redeemed a ticket for a Lego Han Solo minifigure. Wow, a lot of swag.
That's cool. Yeah. They do a lot of giveaways at the convention. Like, you can get your value out of it.
All right. And a mystery backpack clip. I ended up getting the exclusive mystery guy. Just Googled yellow Darth Maul. His name is Savage Oppress. That's his brother.
Yeah. Wow.
Savage.
Savage.
Savage Oppress. Yeah, it's his brother made by made by the Romanians. And he's from they're gypsies, dude. You know they are. Sorry.
Unhinged Kirk today,
dude.
Folks.
As soon as they started talking that show, I'm like, these are the gypsies.
Oh my god.
What are they? Night witches?
Yeah, it's the Night Witches.
Yeah, they're Romanian gypsies.
Oh my god.
And he's from the animation side of Star Wars because, of course, it was Clone Wars.
Yeah.
All right. Back down on the main floor, I found myself in line for the 2 other pin store locations I hadn't seen before. Did some serious damage in each because I didn't have anyone with me to talk me out of buying the ones I don't usually collect.
Pins are a trap, man. Pins are a trap.
I've kind of fallen out. I have so many that I haven't even put on a lanyard anymore.
I have a backpack full of pins, and it's like, oh man, I gotta sort through these. I haven't even properly put them into display. My favorite, I did get a collection from Mickey's at Glendale a few years ago that were for the 60th anniversary of the submarines, Monorail, and Matterhorn, and that was worth it.
Yeah, I had to get that Figment behind Spaceship Earth type thing.
Yeah, I get that.
Just to I was here.
That's still it's just a layer of pins.
And I buy every hideous Kingdom Hearts pin that they do.
That's a good one.
They're so bad.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Nearing the end of the evening, I got a Glambot shot of myself at the Descendants booth, free pin included, then stood in line once more for the freeform wheel, and actually won Oogie's prize this time. I got a high-quality looking Nightmare Before Christmas coloring book, an NBC cross-stitch kit. It wasn't a Loungefly, but it also wasn't a slug. My last couple booths were fruitful as well. I got the Disney Channel free pin and closed out with the Lorcana booth. Beautiful holographic Sorcerer Mickey promo card, gold Brave Little Tailor Mickey pin, and my first actual starter pack purchase. I chose Elsa and Wreck-It Ralph, plus a Vanellope booster pack. I guess I have to start playing now. Oh, well.
Yeah, Lorcana's its whole thing. Like, I had to stop buying anything.
Did you sell?
From it. Not yet. I'm gonna have to sell off a bunch of stuff, but I'm basically like gonna reduce down until I have just like the Sorcerer. Like, I want to do Sorcerer Mickey and brooms. I want to just do a broom deck and like work on something specific like that.
Stuff that's valuable, but you're not playing, you're not going to collect anymore. You're just like,
Yeah, I just want to like build, okay, I have a deck that I really like to play. I have a deck I really like to play. Like, have two really nice decks, and then that's it. I'm good, you know? But the rest of it can kind of just get sold off just so that way I don't have to keep it all, because it's a lot. And Lorcana is definitely one of those expensive games that it's like, if you really needed
they're
to like...
They're not stopping, dude.
No.
They're going full like Magic the
Well, and then
Gathering.
they're like Pixar's coming in, and you know they're going to keep expanding. They're going to kill off all the other Disney card games too.
He started a Star Wars one though.
They did, but I think they're going to kill it.
I don't know what the point of that was.
I don't know. But it was because it's a different company, I think.
You know what though? They'll probably wait a really long time to put Star Wars in it.
Yeah.
Because Marvel will come before Star Wars. So they'll just leave the Star Wars game. If it takes off, I'm sure they won't kill it because they're like, oh, cool, we have another one.
It has to succeed. But like Marvel is an easy port.
Yeah.
Especially now that they have Marvel Animation.
Yeah, I still have my cards. RJ got me the special thing. He got it from Downtown Disney. I didn't ask him for it, but he got it. He still has my Ursula thing. That's not his fault. So yeah,
That's okay. That was me.
Oh. So yeah. Lorcana, cool. Maybe we'll play one day. We'll see.
Yeah.
I still have to make the Tron mat.
Oh, that would be so good.
Because I
still have the SEA card backs that you guys gave me. Those were sick.
That was cool. That was cool.
That was really good. I want to just have a deck. I want to have that ready to go, and then I could just play and have a good time. Doesn't matter if it's even good. I just want to have a good time.
Emily or anyone else out there who plays card games, if you want me to design you a custom sleeve, let me know. It'll probably take me 10 minutes. I'll show you how to order it. But yeah, I could design that for you. I'm not gonna charge anyone anything. Like,
nice.
If you want Trammin sleeves, I have like a few designs already, and I could show you those, and I could send those to you.
That's cool.
They're pre-designed for Dragon Shield.
Dragon Shield.
They do all have a white border. You can't get around that, but people love them. So
it's fine.
Yeah, it's the best company to get them. All right. So she says she stayed until the close of the convention center at 7 p.m., headed home. It was a blast, but I couldn't imagine doing all 3 days if this one was so exhausting. Thanks for reading. How many days did you do?
Just one. I've in the past done 3 days every time, and I would be that person who would camp out at 5 a.m. or sometimes 1 in the morning just to make sure I got in those big panels. I got into the live action panel. I got into the parks panel. Like, that was important because, you know, unless you did that, you weren't going to get in. And that was part of the value. That's part of like the ticket that you paid for. So I do appreciate now the fact that what you pay for is kind of what you get. And yes, it's more expensive, but it does mean like, okay, yeah, sure, I did have to spend like 200 and something for a single day, but I had a guaranteed seat in the Honda Center.
Kimmy had this question. Could you buy Honda Center only?
No.
So what was the lowest you could?
You could do high level, like nosebleeds of the Honda Center for 1 day.
So you'd buy a 1 day ticket, but you couldn't get lower level unless you had a 3 day ticket? Or
no, you could get lower, but it was like
you had to have at least a single day of D23 to go. And did it have to be the same day?
No.
Okay.
Well, yes. I mean, it's like, okay, the Sunday, the Saturday theme park panel, you have to have a Saturday. It's a Saturday ticket with the Honda Center included, or it's the only way you could do multiple would be the 3 days that are also 3 Honda Centers, and it would all be the same seat, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah, the same seat booked out for 3 days.
All right.
So, I don't know because I didn't go through the experience, but that's how I assumed it was. By the time I was looking to buy tickets for the Honda Center, they were already sold out.
were they sold out immediately, or you didn't look immediately?
I think they were sold out instantly for what was allotted for single day Honda Center on Saturday.
Because they had a premium option, right, or something.
Yes, and that you could get. I was looking at the nosebleeds. It
was like $700 or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like buying tickets to a Taylor Swift concert. It was that expensive.
I actually have no earthly idea how much that stuff costs.
Wild. I think I spent, when Anna and I went, I don't know if it was like $400 a person for that or something. It might have been more than that.
We've come such a long way from how much concerts used to
It
cost.
was like 800. Yeah, it was like 800 or 900.
I had like floor seats to share for like $80.
Then again, like that was I was looking back when Taylor Swift was performing in SoFi. I was looking at tickets that were that expensive for nosebleeds, and then I saw them it was a suite that was kind of behind the stage, but it was a suite that included unlimited free alcohol and food. Or included, alcohol and food. And I was like, cool, worth it. I'm going to get to go here. My Anna's going to be happy, and I get to have some food. That's great. But yeah, Honda Center, now that it is an experience, and I expect that going forward, it will always be that. It'll be wild. It'll be huge. There's no going smaller from that.
Yeah, if they sold out, I don't think anyone who went was mad.
No.
I saw people posting, they filled out the Instagram stories and had to overwrite. Like,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad you had fun. Guys, I'm never going to any convention. They could have a Tron convention where you can meet Jeff Bridges. Yeah. I'm not going. Like,
I do feel like, and it is the truth of, like, if you're a kid, like, and you don't really see any kids go to these conventions, it's not for them. But it's because you go from waiting in line for one thing, waiting in line to another.
Yeah,
like,
I did PlayStation Experience.
We never waited in line for longer than like 40 minutes. And that was for like the giant Marvel immersive walkthrough. And now that they're doing these walkthroughs where it's like you're in the TVA and here's a Minuteman and he's got his pruner and you better move or he's going to prune you. And then here's Rocket Raccoon that's interacting like Turtle Talk with Crush. And that's a demo. Like, is that going to go in something? We don't know. Maybe that's the only time it's ever going to exist. That's what D23 is worth doing.
It's like its own little theme park experience.
It is. And you're paying the same that you would for a one-day ticket. In fact, less now. Like for $90 total, including all taxes and fees. That's actually worth it to do. And especially to go to the Imagineer booth, to talk to Imagineers for like an hour. I got to meet the head designer and head creative lead for the Avengers E-ticket. And Scott Trowbridge is the overall creative, but this is the guy who's in charge of the ride. And he didn't give me any information, but I had a really nice conversation. Yeah. Now, a lot of little pieces of information, they come out of talking to those Imagineers.
Because they'll just let things slip and whatever.
And you're like, oh, cool. But like, that's worth going. So it's like, even you and Rain, like, I think you'd have a good time if you just went there. But if you went with the right person to actually like with Jeff, Jeff didn't have to think about what am I going to do. I just walked him around.
I think I'm just not really interested in being in those spaces anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to meet an Imagineer at a convention. You know what I mean?
It's more cool than you think.
I'm not saying it's not cool. I'm saying I'm not looking for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd rather meet an Imagineer at like the Steakhouse 55 lounge. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like more casual.
Like you just run into somebody like, oh, I know who you are. And because you can have a real conversation.
Well, and you can there too.
Yeah, but it's
a dedicated space where you don't feel awkward intruding. These are people who are here to have those conversations.
Yeah, but I think that's what I don't like. Like the context is that they're ready for people to talk to them.
Yeah.
And that's like,
well, and they're excited to talk because they're not in a dungeon making rides. The people who are there on the show floor for the most part are actually excited to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, I think, it's just
because they get to talk about this stuff that they've been supposed to keep a secret for a very long time. And if they succeeded, they have this amazing reveal and now they get to talk about stuff and be excited with you. I just want you to give it a shot.
I think we're just different kinds of nerd.
I know we are, and you already went to a PlayStation experience. You've been to these conventions, but like, I just,
But okay, like, I think the difference. Okay, I met developers of like indie games, which was cool, but the cooler experience was being at the MLB The Show bar, and David Schaefer thought they ran out of beer, and he just like turned to me and he's like, "Are these guys out of beer?" I go, "No." Just like I told him where to go, and that's like the one person I met, and he did Brutal Legend and Psychonauts, And like I met him just like that, and I was like, that was a cooler experience than like standing there talking to a guy, because you run into these people.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
It's more organic. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I agree with you.
That for me personally,
That's the
I
coolest
get it.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, I don't know enough about the nitty gritty about certain things to like want to experience these little things, and like I don't want to sit through a big long show.
I think there's enough stuff to do now, and the fact that again, like
it's like, I don't care to spin the wheel. You know,
No.
like
but if you care about winning prizes, there's a bunch of games where you can win free stuff.
Right.
And if you care about experiences, there's a bunch of walkthroughs. One of the things that Jeff was really excited about, and we didn't get to do because it did have a long line, it was going to take an hour, was the National Geographic Hexadome, like a circle vision pavilion there. And we didn't get to do it again because that long, but you heard the bass drop because it probably had a whale or something going on. But it was like, that's what you're going in, because this is a convention where it's not just about here's merch that you can buy. If you're a merch person, we got merch. If you're a pin person, we got pins. If you're an experience person, we got experiences. Like, it has everything.
maybe I just don't know who I am. This
I
is
think
like
that's what the last episode was about.
Yeah,
with
this is
Matt.
still. I think this just goes back to like, do I even like this type of thing, or do I just like Disneyland specifically?
But I think that's why I want to take you there. That's why I want to see you there. I want to give you a tour.
I don't want to wait in line for things. I just hate that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's no give me the lightning lane for D23. Let's go.
They normally they have a sorcerer like level or whatever where it's like, you want to spend $1,000 for this 3-day event, and we'll include, you can get front of the line for.
That's real.
They've had it in previous years. This year it was a little different, but previous years they've had that.
Maybe we just wait till the person we know to be at the place that they are at for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And then
We don't have to worry about it.
we don't have to worry about it.
I mean, I'll say
we still got to buy a ticket. You know, that's fine.
I'll say stuff like the Imagineering Pavilion. Previous years, you had to wait in lines to get in. The only lines that existed were on Sunday because they revealed new models. But you could just walk in the Imagineering Pavilion whenever you wanted. There was no line, and you could just go look at an animatronic.
Is it because most of the people there are Disney nerds, not Disney Parks nerds?
I think it's because they built it big enough to handle the capacity this year. Because previous years it was a walkthrough. This year it was a pavilion.
Like, I'd rather go to the Imagineering building. You know what I mean? That would be the draw to me, because that's the real place.
You want to do that one day?
Yeah.
I think I could make that happen. That'd be cool. We can go inside, but we can go see it.
See, I want
Going inside, you can't do. That's not going to happen.
I know.
Yeah.
But we did go somewhere. We went to Disney on Friday. I'll try to get through we have it so good.
Yeah.
So Kimmy and I, it started as Kimmy and I going, because we just hadn't been in a while. I'm like, hey, let's go Friday. Because I was like, we need to see. Wait, when was this? This wasn't Friday. Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm all thrown off. This was Wednesday.
Me too. I've had a wild week.
Yeah.
So
this was Wednesday.
Yeah.
It felt like a Friday.
Uh-huh.
I was like, we haven't been in a while. She saw Deadpool and Wolverine and loved it. I know I will like it. I love Deadpool. I haven't even seen the second one though. But I'm like, I will feel bad for her, but also both of us if we miss this whole Deadpool thing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, let's just go. Our only plan is to eat Deadpool stuff and see Deadpool. So we trammed in. Security not too bad. Immediately went to Pim because we didn't see Deadpool out yet, and we saw the show times. I thought he used to end at like 5:15, and now he does story time at like 6 and 7 too. So we got the Deadpool chimichanga, which I really liked. Brandy said that it was a 7 out of 10, but the original is a 10 out of 10. But Rain said it elevates the original chimichanga in every way. Brandy's completely wrong. Well, she's right in one way. It is kind of a 7 out of 10 in terms of just food.
Yeah.
Right? But the regular chimmy is like put to shame by this thing. This is like actual food inside of it.
It's a real chimichanga.
Yeah, it's got the red tortilla and the cheese and whatever.
Eat. Like, I haven't been in the parks in a minute. I mean, literally when we went.
Yeah.
It's like I hadn't been in
You guys didn't even eat.
No. Well, I went again with you. I'm being very budget conscious these days. So like even eating out, I haven't done. So like, I don't even know what I'm going to talk about for one last bite. Like I haven't eaten anything.
It doesn't have to be, it could be at home. How good
Just
was the
you
rice
wait.
and beans, Freddie?
How good was my Costco chicken bake? How good was
Pretty good, Freddie.
it?
Don't.
It was really good, but I'm just still like,
Did you microwave it?
I microwave it, but I also have an air fryer, so sometimes I like to crisp it too.
Yeah, you got to crisp it. That's what I'm saying.
And you crisp it at the end, and it's real good.
And then you got to get a really big pan, put some butter in it. Anyways,
Oh my,
yeah, Kirkland butter, Kirkland
Yeah.
salted butter. So the chimney, good. That spicy sauce. Look, the lettuce is not really a salad, but I needed it. Kimmy got there's a pasta. It was like a really lame rigatoni type deal. Not good. Should have got the grilled cheese. But we'll go back. She'll probably try the grilled cheese. I'll try the giant taco salad.
Cool.
I did like the chimney though.
Yeah.
And we finished up, went to Deadpool, got a like seat on the side or like a whatever.
Nice. The Deadpool story time. Yeah.
Saw the whole thing. I don't know if he has multiple stories.
He has 2 or 3.
So we saw Beauty Pool and
Okay,
Wolver
yeah.
Beast.
Yep.
He made the Splash Mountain joke. He made a couple dirty adult jokes.
Yeah.
Which was crazy.
Yeah.
Wolverine
DCA
came out.
folks.
Yeah, very funny.
Yeah.
Loved it. And then a cast member goes, "Hey, in about 10 minutes, he goes to Avengers Campus." We stood in the wrong spot, but we did see him come out on the unicorn.
On his little unicorn. Yeah.
And it was cute. It was very funny.
I love that Josh Tomorrow showed up to like on opening day to see that.
Oh, yeah. It's really funny. And he doesn't stop. That's the thing. It's like a little cavalcade. He goes all the way through to the end, and people chase him, and the cast members, "Walk, please." Yeah. He ends near Cars Line, actually. Which
Wow.
actually, we didn't mention. Flight school or whatever is going to be in that area.
Yeah.
It's-
When you turn right, the entryway, if you zoom in on the concept art, you can tell that the entrance to the ride, they're going to have one of those robotic arms like holding the sign or whatever it is. The fact that it's all a callback to Dummy in the first Iron Man with all his robotic arms.
Yeah,
It's all a callback to the first Iron Man. So it's like, of course, you get RDJ in
I
there.
forgot about that.
Um,
I'm sure, yeah, he'll be talking to Dummy.
But the entrance will be to the left of it'll be the if you're looking at the expansion entrance, it'll be the rightmost area.
Yeah, the weird blast doors.
Where the
type
blast
thing.
doors. So the blast doors I thought would be the exit to the e-ticket. No, the land is pushed further back, but to that right area, that's where you're going to have that the Stark flight lab.
What's going to happen at the Sanctum? We didn't talk about that.
Sanctum didn't the concept art Sanctum's there.
Yeah, I know. It's
No
just-
change. I don't know.
Yeah, they'll have to do something. Maybe with new stuff.
Maybe.
Maybe a Doctor Doom show. Another doctor.
More doctors. Doctor Who show.
Yeah, so then we just saw some cool merch. Dude, I want this shirt in an adult size so bad. It's just a Donald Duck and it says "Being kind is cool." But the Minnie Mouse one is even better. Just Facebook art. Saw some Mickey Mouse, Winnie the Pooh stuff. We did buy
the giant
Mickey wreath, and Kimmy's like, "No, we'll get it later. It's expensive, whatever." I'm like, I could probably get a cast member discount from someone who's offered it for expensive things.
Nice.
But I was like, this is going to disappear.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of these, but it's like it was August 8th. No, 6th.
Yeah.
But once these are gone, they're not getting more of these.
No,
it's not
they're
a
done for the
t-shirt.
season,
Like
yeah.
once these are gone, the ships are not coming back from China.
Oh my God.
It's actually
the ship has literally sailed.
So this is actually high quality. It feels
Yeah.
good. 20% off.
That's not bad.
It was $64.64 after discount.
That's good.
Not great, not bad, and this will like live on the door forever.
Cool.
So I loved it. This is like Kimmy wants it because it's Mickey Mouse pumpkin. She probably wants it for this reason too. This is something that appears inside of Disneyland, and I can put it in my house.
That's cool.
That's why I like it.
That is cool.
It's not generic like,
No,
oh,
yeah.
Minnie is a witch. Like, cool. This is on Main Street.
Specific.
Yeah.
This is an icon.
It's
for
what
the
I
parks,
look for.
And now it's here at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Kimmy's like, we went to Salt and Straw.
No, cool.
Tried a million flavors. The guy was like, we're like, okay, we're gonna get these. Well, try this. Like, there was
give
no
this a
line.
try. Yeah.
There was like a couple
That
people.
just means that they're just being real.
They were all
good.
being
Yeah.
helped. So I tried the smoked mac and cheese. I tried the balsamic thing.
I haven't been in Salt and Straw in years.
Yeah, we tried the caramel ribbon. It's too much.
that was my reaction to Salt and Straw. Most of the time, it's just too much.
Yeah. So I got the malted salted cookie dough with.
I love that one.
There's a cake batter, and it's chocolate cake batter. So it tastes a little bit like birthday cake, a little bit like
Cool.
chocolate. I'll go back for the brownie. He said like that's like the best flavor. Kimmy got like the mint plus vanilla. Like she tried all the flavors and she's like, okay, I'm all like flavored out. Give me the double vanilla. Like,
Nice.
yeah. But
Palate
she forgot
cleanser.
the mint is coconut based and she doesn't like coconut.
Yeah.
So she kind of gave up halfway through, but that was good. And then she was kind of like, I'm tired. She goes, are you friends coming? She was going to hang out with you guys. You guys showed up late.
Yeah, real late.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But she was like, I kind of want to go. She's like, you going to stay? I'm like, don't worry about me. I'm going to go hang out. I'll see them. Because the plan was we thought you guys were going to be there and we were
Yeah.
going to text you after dinner and meet up.
Well, and it was an interesting thing because Jeff was like, hey, I'm coming down from San Francisco. Like, let's,
Yeah.
which is unto itself like wild.
Yeah. Jeff drove, he stopped, but
Yeah.
Jeff drove from San Francisco to Disneyland.
Yeah. Which, what a ride. Amazing. And I was just like, oh, cool. Jeff's not going to, have that much. Jeff is not renewing his magic key at the moment. So it's a situation of, hey, we don't get too many of these. So let's pop in. So I was just waiting until he was there,
Yeah. Did you see all the Monsters University merch?
Yeah, they've been doing that whole collection. They've just released more too.
Haunted Mansion.
Yeah, they had more Haunted Mansion stuff for D23 on the show floor. Yeah.
So yeah, saw all that. So they have a bunch of the Mickey pumpkins. I almost bought one. I'm like, chill out. Let's chill out. This will be back.
Yeah.
I don't need a giant Mickey pumpkin. And then I waited on the Main Street porch for you guys, which was cool. We're about to hit 4 hours.
I know.
So waited for you guys there. You guys eventually showed up. I sat on the porch for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
What
I
a
literally
place to
sat
be.
there, watched people go by, and I was like, I'm so lucky to be here. Like, so met with you guys. Where did we go first?
We walked over through Adventureland.
Yeah, because Jeff
Yeah.
thought we were going to get on Haunted Mansion.
Yeah.
Which we were not going to
we
get
were,
on.
we were never going to, but at least we got to see it. I wanted to go look.
Yeah.
We will go over there, and it's definitely one of those cases of like, I'm sure you could recognize somebody, but I'm also like, there's
Stop
a
doing that.
bunch of man. Yeah, no, I'm like, I don't. Yeah, like no, don't do.
And there's a long line, too.
Yeah.
So then they are queuing outside Main Street or New Orleans Square.
Yeah.
Then we went on Pirates, got stuck at the
Yeah.
end. They had to do a little reset, and then they got us up.
But I mean, it's Pirates classic,
Came up with a couple episode ideas.
which is good. Yeah.
Went all the way to the edge. Went to Ronto Roasters.
Yeah.
Where you guys wanted the little sweet drinks. And then I'm like, what is that? Sprite and cream cheese? And Jeff's like, excuse me, what the F is that? Like he's just
He
straight up said it.
literally
Yeah.
to all the cast members there, and I love they're just like taking that like what?
And they're like, oh, it's a Sprite with kiwi and cream cheese, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. And then a cast, they were like closing.
Yeah.
And so cast members are standing around. Cast member all the way on the left goes, it's kind of like an Italian cream soda. And I go, say that again for him. And she goes, it's like an Italian cream soda. He goes, huh? Miss Scusi? And because Jeff's Italian.
Jeff's mannerisms are amazing.
And he was like, all right, give me one of those. I hope I don't hate it. So stirred it up, foamed it up a little too much. A cast member got a phone call, picked it up and said, hold on, I'm watching something. As she watched Jeff try it.
Yeah.
And he tried it. He was like, oh, this is good.
Yeah.
And then we all tried it. And it was very good. Not too
Yeah.
sweet, not too much cream cheese, not
Yeah.
too much kiwi. Very good.
And it's one of those like when something's weird and it's Star Wars,
Yeah.
but it's also good.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that was great. A lot of fun. Then we got the chocolate popcorn for some reason, which was like $9 or $8. I don't know.
You don't think about it, and you
Yeah.
said you don't think about the price till you're halfway in the bag.
Yeah. And then we went on the carousel
Yeah.
for fun.
Carousel
The carousel
Fantasy.
frog race.
I was
I'm calling
when
it.
we were walking in, I was like, "Oh, you guys want to do something?" And I was looking straight over at Mr. Toad's Wild Ride because that had a short wait. And you guys, yeah, let's go do the carousel. And
You
I'm like,
could have said Mr. Toad.
I was like, all right, whatever. Yeah, I could have, but I was also like,
how many times have you ridden the carousel with the boys?
never. And that was an
And
experience.
it was really fun.
yeah.
Carousel at night. Hung out in Tomorrowland, ate some popcorn, and then I forgot to mention this, but like this was in the first note of the show, but you guys get it here. You and I were to the left of the Innoventions building with the people mover track above us, neon lights, and we were looking at the floor, and we were like, man, in a few days they could announce how all this is going to change. how this floor is not tomorrow enough and whatever, and just none of it happened.
No.
And we went over to the train station because like, I want to look at some art because it's closed.
Yeah.
We met some cool train conductors.
Yeah, the not train conductors, the engineers.
Engineers. I forget I forget that the conductor's not the driver. But it sounds like they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Train engineers, Lily and another L name, but it was really long.
Yeah.
And looked Hawaiian. There's some L's, some A's, some U's, some K's. So shout out to both of them. They were bored all day.
And they're still probably there. It's I guess all the engineers, they're not having them work the like normal guest control positions, but they're full-time, so they have to be out somewhere. So they just have them at the train stations,
tell
just
people
making
it's
sure
closed.
tell people it's closed to make sure they don't mess around with the rails. I guess half of the railroad, half of the train, the actual like track is torn up right now or is being replaced entirely with new track, which should be amazing.
Yeah, and I love how the engineers are train nerds.
Yeah.
It's like how they didn't put joiner bars in the other one. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, but Freddie does. And because they were like, oh, guys, sorry, it's closed. I'm like, Freddie's here to look at the art on the walls. And like, oh, dorks.
And I'm wearing a train shirt too. It was like the worst thing. Yeah. I was wearing the Disneyland Railroad t-shirt.
Oh, I thought you were wearing
That's why she made a
shirt for some reason.
Yeah, no, I'm wearing an indie shirt now.
Let's see.
But it was super funny.
It's Santa Fe train. Oh, okay. It just looked like indie to me. It was dark. It was dark out.
It was dark. Yeah.
So,
but they had art at the train station for just Tomorrowland. They said some Imagineer that they work with like came up with some cool stuff, and then they were like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. And so instead, they just have some cheap graphics up.
Yeah, pretty bad. But it was cool. It was cool. And it was like you were saying with even though they weren't Imagineers, how do you get info? Just talk to bored people. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, they're ripping up half the track, and we love the new company, and they're going to do the Rivers of America part later.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
Well, and then they still don't have a break room because the old break room burned down, which is a really fun fact. If you look at the old New Orleans train station, that whole back barn that they used to have their breaks at completely burned to a crisp. That was also the signaling station, so all the electronics that run the stuff for the railroad, that all burned down. Most likely because somebody was smoking backstage.
And that's where we kind of had our little epiphany of they're probably not tearing down Tomorrowland because of asbestos.
Yeah,
that could be a whole
that was
other
a
thing.
huge thing because you'd have to like close the entire. You can't even close part of the land. You have to close the whole thing and make it safe.
And you do it at night.
It'll be a pain in the butt.
Yeah,
eventually.
Hey, I will offer one of my employees. He cut down an entire asbestos wall with a Sawzall and no mask. And I tried forcing him.
He's going to die anyway. You might as well send him in.
I know. Yeah. I was like, wear a mask because I don't need the mask. And I'm like, and with a Sawzall, dude, on a forklift. Just, oh my God. And a scissor lift, whatever. Just
volunteer. Dude, I volunteer. I volunteer as tribute.
Huge wall. Just cut it down with a Sawzall. Anyways. Jeez. It does saw all. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, had a great time there. And then we were gonna do Star Tours, and then we came back to Star Tours because we did Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah.
Freddie maxed out the screen because we got stuck.
Yeah.
Buzz was under a curtain. Dude, and we were even like, he's not coming back. They're closing tomorrow.
we were so Tomorrowland pilled. We were so excited. Oh, it just.
Oh, that was the chair squeaking. I thought there was Siri talking.
I don't. It's one of those things. If you can get high on your own supply, you can get excited.
Yeah.
And as much as, and I made a tweet about this of it just like right before I was like, please, 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 new Tomorrowland. And then the immediate thing after is like, hey, I'm a reasonable person. I understand this probably isn't going to happen, but I'm excited for what's happening anyway. Like that's how I felt at the end. It's like I'm not overwhelmingly disappointed. I'm not some like, oh, it's a disaster. They didn't announce new Tomorrowland. Like, I know there's a plan in place. I know that they care. Like, I know something is eventually going to happen. And especially even after, like, just after the announcements in terms of the realization, okay, we have 3 Tomorrowland-based movies coming out next year. Of course, they're not going to announce a new Tomorrowland when they haven't even seen what could be in a new Tomorrowland.
Yeah. And what people are going to want. So, yeah. But we did do Star Tours. R2 was stuck like Blue from Foster's Home for Imaginary
Friends. That was
Friends.
actually one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Why is he like this?
So that was cool. You guys did see, you hadn't done it.
Yeah, I hadn't seen Mandalorian on Star Tours.
And you haven't seen the Ahsoka part, right?
No.
So the space whales, which I hate that they call them that.
Space whales. The
Uh,
Purgle.
So I asked both of you that the flip or the barrel roll is very convincing.
Yes, it was good.
Yeah, nailed it. So lots of fun. I think they're changing the rotation a little more. It was always Ahsoka, and now people are seeing Mando more. Like one person has seen Andor though. Maybe he'll come around when his show comes out.
Yeah, maybe they'll add a new level for Andor.
They recorded his part.
Yeah,
he's in the rotation, but yeah. Anyways, but it was fun.
Yeah,
exited through the gift shop, found some accidental Magic Kingdom merch. Jeff and I almost bought NASA sweaters. Saved it. I saved it to post for the Tomorrowland announcement. Instead, we're in, what is the Tony Stark ride called?
Stark Flight Lab.
Lab. Okay. So that's what we're doing. And then I think we monorailed out.
Yes, we did.
And
classic.
Saw a delicious looking thing at I'm talking about food, sorry. At Earl of Sandwich, the Carolina pulled pork crunch, pulled pork tangy Carolina barbecue, dill pickles, crunchy potato sticks. Someday. But we had a great time with the boys. Guys, we're thinking of the next Trammin meetup coming soon. I will talk to Rain. Don't you worry. We will do a pre-St. Trammin's Day thing. So maybe we'll have 2 meetups a year, like big ones.
Yeah.
So take your guesses. Maybe we'll announce next week. We'll see.
Cool.
But yeah, got to renew my pass first.
Yeah.
They won't let me do it yet. But yeah, that's coming up. So Freddie, I assume you don't want to do another We Have It So Good. So
no, I think we're good. Yeah.
All right, Freddie, what time is it? Just say it's
pizza time.
It's time for one last bite, Freddie. As always, what is the best thing you tasted this week?
Well, as I said before, I've been really budget conscious, so I've just been having snacks and McDonald's and whatever else I can get my hands on in between work and jobs. So it's been slim pickings for sure.
What about Tennessee?
Tennessee's a better one. Okay, I can definitely talk about Tennessee.
Yeah, whatever.
We landed in Tennessee, and similar to how when you go somewhere and you come back to LA and you go straight to an In-N-Out, we go to Tennessee, and the first thing I look up is, do they have a Freddy's steak burger here? There's this chain, and they have some here.
Talking about getting higher in your own supply.
Hell yeah. They have a place called Freddy's Steak Burger, and we go there, and we got their version. It's California burger. And it's their version of a double-double.
Oh, my God.
Like, as accurate as they can make it. Now, the lettuce is the only part that's a letdown. It's clearly not as fresh as it should be, but, they're not in California. They don't have that fresh of a lettuce supply. But anyway, it was a good burger. And they also had a Reese's shake, and Reese's is my favorite candy. So like a Reese's peanut butter cup. So it was an amazing shake. It was like perfect, like what you want. So that was a great experience. And again,
did you get the banana Reese's thing from McDonald's?
No.
Oh no, it was banana Kit Kat.
Banana Kit Kat.
Never mind.
Anna did. And Anna didn't finish it, and then it was like, please finish this. And it was before bed, and I was like, that was a mistake for my stomach. But yeah.
That's the one thing that gets me sick.
Wow.
Like the pills don't work.
Really?
They do, but not as well.
Not as well as you, yeah.
Like Chick-fil-A, take a couple pills, nothing happens.
Yeah,
the McFlurry is like
it's gonna
rumbly in the tumbly.
Yeah,
it's probably mostly milk. That's why. Anyways,
but I'll just say like the biggest thing was just that cinnamon bread. It was the cinnamon bread was so good. We went back to Dollywood after the rainstorm, and it was still raining, but we went back in to get basically if you go on a rainy day, they give you tickets to come back another day that season.
Wow.
So it's like, oh, it rained
Shout
today.
out Dolly Park.
It rained today. Oh, well, here's a free ticket to come back.
That's
a rain check. I was like, wild. So most likely Anna and I will go back to Dollywood this year, probably around Christmas time, just for fun. But yeah, we went and we went back in. And I was like, I just want to get another loaf of cinnamon bread. And we went to the bakery that's right there at the front of the park, and we got another loaf. And I was literally in the gift shop, and everyone's buying souvenirs, and I'm just like, this is my souvenir.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat this later. It was great. But Anna did find a t-shirt that was on sale that was a cinnamon bread t-shirt. I didn't wear it today, but I have that one now.
Nice. Very nice. I had some decent food, but it's the best thing you tasted this week. I have to give it to the poolside pina colada. It can't be beat.
Wow.
It's just the context of it. It's hot.
Yeah.
And my boy Steven working at the pool brought it over. Good stuff. They put the rum on top, so I got one with like no alcohol the next day because there's like I think the rum spilled off as he brought it. Like,
That's funny.
dude, when it's hot outside,
Yeah.
and you get a pina colada, it's so sweet anyway. I'm like,
Hey, you don't care.
rum, no rum. I don't need. It was
Yeah.
$9 for the rum. Like,
That's interesting.
and they didn't blend it in there. Wasn't
No.
worth. But
No.
it was a delicious. It was a little more icy, which I liked because you feel it cools you down.
Yeah.
Nothing beats that. I did not get the soggy hands burger that might have been at the adult pool, but I only went there at night. But shout out to that and the Caesar salad. There was just so much Parmesan on there,
Wow.
and that's what makes it so great. So shout out to the poolside pina colada. Can't be beat. And finally, Freddie, when you return to the parks, what's your one next bite? What do you want to try?
I really want to try that chimichanga.
It is just a chimichanga.
Yeah.
But
I
there's a good amount of cheese in there, which is important.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
So
That'll be good.
yeah, little
I
kick
just
to
need
it.
to get back to Avengers Campus because I want to just take a look at it right now and be like, okay, this is what this little thing is. And now, what is it going to be?
Yeah. Split the chimichanga with Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
He's interested in it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
So yeah, for me, one next bite. I'm going Friday. Maybe the taco salad. Maybe I get in the Lamplight Lounge. Who knows?
Who knows?
Could be anyone's game. I'm not gonna get the pretzel with the hot dog in it. Get out of here. That's Halloween anyway. But we'll give it a humongous taco salad. I want it. It seems very fresh.
Yeah.
And it's hot out. Dude, it's this big.
I just love
Have you
that they're
seen it?
making a Hulk-sized taco.
It's huge. It's as big as this laptop.
That's amazing.
It's crazy. So that's going to be that. So, Freddie, when I say with that, you say, thank you guys for listening. We'll see you next week. And I already told them what you're going to say, but that's okay. With that,
Thank you for listening.
I'll see you real soon. Bye.
Thanks for traveling with us today, and we hope you have a happy and memorable visit to the Disneyland Resort. Please lower your head, watch your step, and exit to the driver's right-hand side only.